I was waking up from a nap, and the vibration of the spacecraft docking with the port gradually brought my consciousness back. The slight turbulence of the spacecraft, the dim lights, and the dull air that had been circulated hundreds of times made my body relax involuntarily, and the hypnotic effect was comparable to the first math class in the early summer afternoon. I blinked my eyes and looked at the busy people in the bridge. I was still a little confused after waking up. I was just dreaming that the math teacher was explaining solid geometry in dialect and I was glancing at the girls on the playground. How come I was in this steel world in the blink of an eye? If it weren't for this sudden campus dream, I would have almost forgotten that I was a time traveler. It has been 16 years since I was hit by a truck and brought to this world. Time has changed, space has changed, and I am now in the Perseus star field under the Perseus arm, more than 100,000 miles away from the Earth. I once thought about saving money to go back to Earth, but the stargates connecting the major star fields collapsed 200 years ago, and I lost contact with the solar system, and my wish to return home was also dashed. Captain, the port authorities are here. My men's reminder brought me back to my senses. I'll be right there. I patted my face and stood up from the corner. Since I couldn't go back, I would just live well. I had great hopes for promotion and a promising future. It was a blessing in disguise. I quickly crossed the docking aisle, gathered my clerks, and started handling shipping work. Although the work of shipping is not complicated, it is troublesome. I can do this because of the official document writing taught by the professor of literature in my previous life and the extraordinary memory after rebirth. I can remember the commodity prices, supply and demand, and important people's information of each planet, which allows me to find a way to generate income for the fleet, smuggling. The captain arranged me to do this so that someone would take the blame if something went wrong. A few hours later, I finished my work and went to find the captain. As soon as I entered the hotel, everyone whistled and applauded. When I went upstairs, I raised my thumb to indicate that the work was done, and there was a warm cheer behind me. In the room, Captain Sarada leaned against the head of the bed with his chest exposed. When he saw me, he raised his glass to signal. The captain's lover handed me a glass of wine and then left. I handed the terminal with the documents to the captain and reported, "The company's goods have passed customs, and we have also sent people to contact the black market for our own goods." Sarada took a sip of wine and asked, "How long will it take to sell all?" "The fleet ship needs to be repaired." I answered, 3 hours at the fastest, 5 hours at the slowest." The captain was surprised, "So fast?" I smiled and said, "The planet Elphi is covered with lava. It's a death world. We are smuggling food, so we don't have to worry about not being able to sell it at a high price. The 5 hours is just buying time to wait for bidding." "What about the profit?" "At least 8,000 star coins." Sarada straightened up, clinked glasses with me, and finally smiled. "Minsheng Transport Company is not big. As the fleet commander, Sarada only gets a dividend of more than 1,000 star coins a year. My 8,000 star coins far exceed his dividend, and they belong to all the crew members. The crew members have low salaries, so I propose to set up a secret society for smuggling and use the fleet trade to make profits." My memory made all the accounts unrecorded, and the crew members all made profits, so they naturally became accomplices. Sarada went from suspicion to conviction, and now these 8,000 star coins are the highest profit of the fleet smuggling. After chatting for a while, Sarah asked me how long I had been on board. I answered, "I signed the contract in February of the 198th year of the star calendar, and now it is March of the 206th year of the star calendar, more than 8 years have passed." He sighed, 8 years, it's really fast. 8 years ago you were only 7 years old." Before the collapse of the Stargate, in order to meet the needs of the colony, humans accelerated human growth and extended life through fertility factories and genetic debugging. After the Great Collapse, the genetic technology data of Perseus was lost, and future generations could only debug to a limited extent, and could not improve it. Sarah asked me if I had been home and if I missed home. I shook my head and said I hadn't contacted them and didn't miss them much. I have no feelings for my parents in this life. I was born in an artificial womb and my education was provided by AI. They also gave birth to a younger sister but didn't care about her. I was the only one who raised her. I wanted to make a name for myself in the fleet, but now I have been terminated. Sarah gave me a letter of termination and salary, saying that the company would only extend it for 1 year, and now it has expired. He asked me to go home and visit, and said that the fleet would come to pick me up in 4 years and sign a long-term contract to make a fortune together. I left in a daze and joined the party downstairs. When I woke up again, I found myself on a hotel bed with my luggage piled up in the room. I just said I wanted to make a difference in Minseng Company, but I was terminated. Sarah must be afraid that I would embezzle before leaving. Humph, she underestimated me. I looked at the star coins in my account and thought about the future. Although I was terminated, my idea of commanding the fleet remained unchanged. Before I traveled through time, I dreamed of the stars and the sea. I stayed in space for 8 years and was unwilling to live a stable life on the ground. I was going to go home to see my sister. I didn't know how my family was doing, but I hoped she was still alive. I put on my clothes, left the hotel, and took a taxi to the industrial area. The LVI space station was an early design, shaped like a screw. It was not big, but it looked like a town. The industrial area was in the screw part, close to the engine. The building orientation was different from the residential module. It was in decay, the workers wore masks, and there were graffiti and swear words on the steel walls. When I arrived at my own factory, I was surprised to see that the factory had been renovated and I could hear the sound of furnaces burning. Just as I was about to go in, the steel plate at the factory gate was lifted, revealing 2 machine guns, warning me to leave. I was confused. Could it be that the factory had been acquired? I tried to contact my parents, but they stopped the communication service 5 years ago. I asked around for information, but found nothing, and was choked by the polluted air. I turned into a familiar dead-end street. This is where residents set up stalls. There were few people. As soon as I entered, everyone looked at me warily. 2 people wearing pigmouth masks blocked my way. I pointed at their red noses and said I wanted to buy masks. The stall owner looked at me without saying anything. I urged him to hurry up. He shivered and swiped a few times on the computer, then grabbed my wrist. He excitedly called me brother and told me about my childhood. Only then did I know that he was my younger brother Li Changzhen. Li Changzhen said that he was born after I became a sailor, and my sister often told him about me. He showed me the Pip-Boy on his wrist, which had photos of me and my family. I looked at this brother who was taller than me, and thought that he was only 8 years old, but his thinking was like a little kid. It must be because my sister said good things about me every day that he was so kind to me. At this time, several hooligans came over. I raised my hand and said that I wanted to discuss this. I was the shipping captain of the Minseng Transportation Company, staying at the Hydrangea Hotel, and I was paying with star coins. The hooligans discussed in a low voice. I asked them who their backers were. They said they were with the boss of the press machine. I said disdainfully that I had never heard of it. I wanted to find someone with a good reputation to cooperate with, but I didn't expect it to be a small shrimp. The hooligans were not convinced and wanted to fight. I didn't hesitate. I waved my hands, and the air gun went off, knocking the hooligans down in a few shots. I turned around and showed the air rifle, telling Li Changzhen that it was a weapon for the cabin, the laser would penetrate the cabin wall, and that I had a better one in my hotel room, and that I would lend it to him next time if he obeyed. I squatted down to check the gang leader's wound, threw them some money so that they could see a doctor, and then left with Li Changzhen. Li Changzhen said that it was a waste of money to win the fight, and I told him that bullying children was not a skill, and that these people might be useful in the future. After get off work, Li Shu came home smelling the fragrance. Seeing the door wide open, she became alert. She approached quietly with a crowbar, and only realized that I was back when she heard my brother and my voice. She was surprised and happy, and threw herself into my arms. The crowbar flew out and hit the wall. Li Changzhen was shouting for porridge, and I quickly covered the hot porridge with my eyes and hands and let him take the porridge. At the table, Li Shu ate while listening to me talk about what happened in the past few years. When I learned that my parents committed suicide, the factory changed hands, and my family owed more than 10,000 star coins, I was furious. It turned out that my parents used us as loan assets. After the factory went bankrupt and was auctioned, they were left with 2,807 star coins for my younger brother and sister. Only then did I understand why Minseng Company kicked me out. They had been eyeing the factory from the beginning. Li Shu said she wanted to redeem the factory. I said disdainfully that individual refineries had no future, We want to build a shipyard with technological content. But to build a factory, we have to pay off the debt first. I have 1392 star coins, and my family has 2,807 star coins, which adds up to about 4,200 star coins. I plan to buy a ship. There are more opportunities in space, and it makes more money than being a worker. Li Shu was surprised if the money was enough to buy a ship. I said I would go to see the ship tomorrow. The Li family was very poor, and the bedroom was converted from an abandoned crew hibernation cabin. I rejected my sister's plan to make the bed, and drank caffeine to search the internet for information. Li Changjin got up and saw that I was still searching, and was amazed. Li Shu asked him to learn from me. I told them to wait for the list of ships for sale in Elfei to be updated and then leave. I also said that the hotel had dining coupons and delicious food made by the chef. When Li Changjin heard this, he immediately urged us to leave. When we got to the hotel, Li Changjin had a big meal, and Li Shu also ate a lot. I only ate a little and drank coffee because I stayed up late. Then we went to the port. Li Changjin saw the docked ships and shouted excitedly. Li Shu was also shocked by the scene. I told Li Changjin that I wanted to test the ship, and he was very excited. The test ship process was very tedious. After a few days, Li Changjin couldn't stand it anymore and said to buy a small one. I disagreed. I took a fancy to a Barber-class frigate converted into a mining ship. Although it was listed at 12,000, I wanted to find a cheap second-hand ship. Li Shu asked me if I was going to a bar that night, and I said a pub. Li Changjin said that people who went to the bar were gangsters, and told me not to spend money on alcohol and sex. Li Shu was also worried that someone would pick up my body. I had no choice but to ask them to go back to the hotel with me to change clothes and go to the pub to prove my innocence. We arrived at the Star Coffin Tavern. I greeted Thorpe, who was on guard, and handed him a cigarette. He told me that the target had arrived. I took my brother and sister in. It was full of crew members. I explained to Li Shu why I came to the tavern, saying that there might be people who were in a hurry to sell their boats and were looking for buyers. I came to try my luck. I asked Li Shu and Li Changjin to open a private room, and I went to talk to the target. Jeffrey was waiting for a buyer in the tavern. He was half drunk and thought I was after his body. I took the opportunity to find out about his situation. He was expelled from the college, his family fell into poverty, and his ship was seized by creditors who wanted to sell it at a low price. I told him that he was not unlucky, but had read too many adventure stories. Then I told him the methods of a proper captain. He was fascinated and apologized to me. I told him that I was the buyer and took him to the private room. Jeffrey saw Li Shu and Li Changjin and knew that he couldn't sell it at a high price. He introduced the situation of the ship, a dromedary-class destroyer, 320 meters long, 160 meters wide, 244 years old, capable of fighting, running, and loading, but there were problems such as aging battery packs, damaged weapon positions, damaged hulls, unstable thrusters, and excessive maintenance. Li Changjin felt that the ship had too many problems, but I felt that the price was worth it, but I couldn't afford it. I offered 3,000 star coins, and Jeffrey was furious and turned to leave. I provoked him and said that if he sold the ship and ran away, the family would perish. Jeffrey was enraged and grabbed me. After I broke free, I told him about the Luddite attack, the Hyena Mining's mineral transportation contract, and the market situation. I also said that I had a way to make money, and I was short of ships and people, so we could cooperate. I set up a company to buy his ship, gave him shares, and asked him to pay back part of the money first. The company guaranteed that he could start over. Jeffrey finally agreed and we made a deal. I was very satisfied with this old ship. Although it had some problems, it was well maintained. It was large and had limited cargo capacity. I directed Li Shu to move things onto the ship and urged her to resign. I moved quickly, registered the company, signed the contract, found a shipyard for maintenance, and changed the name of the ship to Three-Legged Cat, implying that we have 9 good lucks to turn danger into safety. Li Changjin thought 9 was too few opportunities, so I told him that if he failed after 9 crises, he would become a person with bad credit. 2 days later, the Three-Legged Cat had completed all the work except adding weapons and recruiting crew members. Jeffrey said that recruiting crew members required money. The salary of a crew member was 8 star coins, but the minimum purchase of a slave labor contract was 80 star coins, and the deposit for renting was 60 star coins. If the crew member died accidentally, they had to pay more. Li Changjin said that we only recruited 20 people and the money was enough, but I shook my head and said that I didn't have that much money. Li Changjin was confused and thought that I had gambled away all the money. Jeffrey laughed. I asked Li Shu if she would make a big show of resigning. She nodded. I asked Li Changjin if he could find those hooligans, and he said yes. I sent documents to Li Shu, asking them to move back to the factory area and find the hooligans, and then asked Jeffrey to find 3 acquaintances to be crew members, and the salary would be based on the market price. Jeffrey was surprised that I wanted to recruit workers from the factory area as crew members. I said yes, let him teach them, and use the money saved to buy food and work clothes. Jeffrey let out a desperate wail. I felt that I had subdued him. After the profit, I could establish my position as the boss. I thought to myself, after all I have to start by picking up trash. Vulcan felt that the past few days were like a dream. He had been an honest gangster collecting protection fees, but just a few days ago, the eldest brother of the bankrupt Lee family who worked as a sailor came back and slapped him in the face in public. He even pulled out an air gun and knocked down more than a dozen people by himself. Just when he thought that he and his friends were going to become disabled and be expelled from the gang by the boss, the man named Li Bin actually left them some medical expenses. While lying in the clinic, one of the younger brothers was so ignorant that he suggested going to the guards to report Li Bin for using a firearm without permission. The enraged Vulcan smashed his head with a lunchbox and warned everyone not to call the police or to go and get on the wrong side of the gang boss. Li Bin's money saved all of them. Not only did they heal their injuries, but they also had a lot left over, enough for everyone to get a skill certificate and work in a factory. In the industrial zone, working ability and skills are the ladder for ordinary people to advance. Li Bin's money not only preserves his working ability, but also gives everyone further opportunities. Vulcan believed that if a beating could be exchanged for a skill certificate, the industrial zone would squeeze the Li family out of business. This is not an enemy, but a benefactor. Even so, someone still wants to report it. Are they waiting for the guards to investigate and then take the money away as evidence? Vulcan couldn't help feeling sad when he thought about how he had to hang out with such idiots all day. A few days later, Li Shu heard from the neighbors that Li Bin had become rich and no longer worked as a crew member. He founded a company and bought a spaceship. He wanted to be his own boss. Li Shu even quit her job at the factory. The LFI space station was small to begin with, and the scale of the industrial zone was even more pitiful, with only 20,000 people in total. Such a big event quickly spread inside and outside. When Li Shu brought her brother back to cancel the rental contract and move, the top floor of the industrial zone, which was originally seldom visited, suddenly became crowded with people. They all want to go up there to enjoy the good life. They can cook when they open their mouths and work hard when they close their mouths. Vulcan wants to laugh when he hears this. They are all destined to eat nutritional paste every day, so how can they cook? He felt that he was different from the others, and came here to apologize and thank Li Bin. But when he saw Li Shu surrounded by men and women and Li Changjin unable to protect his sister, he backed off. There are too many people. Let's do it next time. Vulcan started to walk out with his younger brothers. When he went against the crowd, Li Changjin recognized him and called him. Vulcan, come and help maintain order. Li Changjin greeted him familiarly and left. Vulcan, who was confused, took over Li Changjin's job with his younger brother and maintained order according to Li Shu's command. It should be said that these hooligans were very intimidating and the crowd soon quieted down. Then Li Shu told this group of people who were eager to leave the industrial zone about Li Bin's recruitment plan. Universal United is recruiting seafarers, age requirement, 12 to 30 years old, no need for brain-machine interface modification, training included, food and accommodation provided on board, first year is considered internship and half salary, 4 star coins, second year pass assessment and become full salary. Suddenly the crowd was in an uproar, and the pressure to maintain order suddenly increased. Vulcan and his younger brothers tried their best to maintain it, and their eyes were full of desire to sign up when they looked at each other. Beggars in the industrial zone all have debts, but not as high as the tens of thousands of star coins of the Li family. Some earn a few thousand points, and some earn 8 or 9 star coins. Internships earn 4 star coins, regular employees earn 8 star coins, and performance is another calculation. This kind of salary, if there are not a few strong men to maintain order, is enough to make people beat their brains out. At this time, Li Changjin brought out a table and placed it in front of Li Shu, then went to replace Vulcan. Hey, go and sign up, I'll take your place, and then you come back and take the place of the next one. Vulcan was frightened by this and looked at him blankly. Li Changjin opened his arms to stop the crowd and shouted, "What? Don't you want to be a crew member? The regular crew member gets 8 star coins. It also includes training, a spaceship. Someone who can fly a spaceship." Vulcan could not remember what happened afterwards. He only knew that he signed the contract in a daze, escorted the Li family out of the industrial zone in a daze, passed through the space station in a daze, with strange and gorgeous scenes all along the way, and finally, got on the ship in a daze again. He only remembered that the entire interview process was very fast and was filled in less than 20 minutes. Li Shu and Li Changjin led their people to quickly leave the factory area, saying that if they were any later, the local tyrants would come to collect fees. At this moment, he was holding a teaching machine, being taught by AI how to replace a certain speed gear in the power compartment. He was thinking about the so-called local tyrants, who should be his boss and his boss's boss, right? As he was thinking, he heard a rough curse. "Damn you, Li Bin. Didn't you say you were rich? You have shit. You owe more than I do. Look at these people you recruited, MD, everyone owes money, is this a crew? They are a whole alliance of debtors." On the bridge of the three-legged cat, Jeffrey cursed and said he had been cheated. "Stop talking nonsense. You can't recruit people, but I did." "So what?" Li Bin responded sharply, "You're fine. The contract also states that you will invest in technology and provide crew members. Where are your crew members?" "I'm a crew member." Jeffrey screamed. Li Bin applauded, "Well said. From today on, remember to call me Captain. You are the first mate. If you can't do your job well, go and be the second mate. If you keep doing your job poorly, you will be the crew member. First, call me Captain. Call you ahead. Shameless, too shameless. I was so blind to get on your pirate ship. I was only 2,500 star coins away from paying off my loan, and now I have 10,000 more. Li Bin, you are such a beast." Jeffrey said happily, but his body was still working honestly. He had signed a contract, and like a mortgage slave, he could only work diligently to repay the loan. After all, he also has shares. If he makes his fortune by hiring young models, he will be gobbled up by the giant company if he fails. Li Shu has become somewhat accustomed to the verbal battle between the two. It is more like mutual insults rather than disputes, which is a way for men to maintain friendship. Now, Jeffrey is performing the duties of the first, second, and third officers, monitoring the transponders and detectors, and constantly reporting the latest route data and news within the galaxy. In the space station, people always feel cramped, and think that the alloy plate around them is a big coffin. But in the spacecraft, through the observation window, anyone will feel that the universe is cold and empty, and even feel fearful. Li Bin was sitting in front of the command desk. The bridge was the center of the ship, and this was the absolute core of the bridge. Through the dense buttons and instruments in front of him, Li Bin could monitor the situation of any equipment anywhere on the ship at any time, and even take over if necessary. Although this was Li Bin's first time at the helm, his instructions and operations were so skillful that Jeffrey even suspected that Li Bin had been the first or second mate in his previous company. Li Bin did not respond directly to this. He would not say that he had written down all the command processes of Sarada that he had observed, and had practiced them repeatedly in the past few days, and had completely reached the average level of the captain. He was afraid that Jeffrey would fight him to the death after hearing this. Giving confidence to subordinates is also a compulsory course for the captain. "Brother, where are we going?" asked Li Changjin, who was doing nothing on the bridge. Because he completed Li Bin's task, he was successfully promoted to the leader of the engineering team and was qualified to wander around when he had no tasks. "Go pick up trash," Li Bin said concisely. "What's so good about picking up garbage?" Li Changjin frowned. He had been picking up garbage in the factory area and making small items to sell for money. Now that he was on a spaceship, he still had to pick up garbage. Wasn't it a waste of time? "Can't we just go fight pirates?" Li Bin chuckled, amused by the brat, Okay, let's go find the pirates now. Let me tell you first, the entire ship is not equipped with any weapons. Are you planning to destroy the pirate ship with an air gun? Jeffrey laughed loudly, and the undisguised rough laughter of the engine room and damage control staff also rang out in the channel. In the excitement of Li Bin piloted the three-legged cat and flew towards the deep space. As the three-legged cat got farther and farther away from the space station, artificial light pollution was gradually left behind, and the transponder was left with only noise, and it took a long time to receive an identification code sent by a passing ship. Li Shu and other people who had just come out of the industrial zone were attracted by the vastness of the magnificent universe and the brilliant stars, and they watched without blinking. There are 8 planets in the Thule system. Only the nearest one, Elphi, can be seen at this moment, but it is as small as a grain of rice. There is no trace of the space station where hundreds of thousands of people live. The white dwarf, as a star in the system, is like a cold god, watching everything equally and indifferently. A few minutes later, Jeffrey tactlessly activated the metal hinges of the observation window, isolating the universe from the outside. He did not care about everyone's complaints, but only asked the crew about their knowledge recitation. Facing his sister's resentful gaze, Li Bin had to explain, Jeffrey is doing this for your own good. Although the glass of the observation window is made of special materials and can block most radiation, looking directly at the stars is too harmful to your eyes. There is no atmospheric deflection on the ship, and your vision will soon be irreversibly damaged. We're already on board. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future if we want to see it. Li Shu nodded. Seeing his sister's well-behaved appearance, Li Bin felt a little sorry for her, so he turned to look at his brother. When he found that Li Changjin was sitting upright with his eyes closed and obviously asleep, his heart and fists hardened. 2 days later, the three-legged cat passed through the asteroid belt and entered an empty area without any matter. Brace yourself. We are now entering an area where pirates are active. Jeffrey's rough voice echoed throughout the ship. The crew members were startled and looked around nervously, as if pirates would emerge from the cabin at the next second. These guys are so amateur. They don't even have any shipboard weapons. Li Bin, you are courting death. Jeffrey was very dissatisfied with the condition of the three-legged cat. Li Bin's steering skills were impeccable. Jeffrey believed that he could not do better, but it was still too risky for the ship, which was mostly staffed by pure novices, to cross the asteroid belts that were crushed into fragments by mining ships. From the perspective of the probe, the asteroid belt is a continuous entity, and optical observation is needed to provide the captain with detailed information about the asteroids. The new crew members faced such a difficult situation right from the start and made several mistakes. Just practice a little. We have a shield anyway. Li Bin disagreed. There is always a price to pay for being cheap. Jeffrey scratched his head irritably. But the shield is only 1/3 of the full speed, not to mention that the shield will cause the battery pack to accumulate waste heat. You know that the battery pack of this ship is not good, right? It took us a whole day to cross the asteroid belt. Li Bin, you are running out of money. If you stay on the ship for one more day, your little money will be burned for one more day. A barrel of spaceship fuel costs 15 star coins, and a box of supplies costs 96 star coins. We have been out for 3 days, and 50 star coins have been spent, but I haven't seen you make a penny. We just passed an asteroid containing countless minerals, but you still want to go out. Come on, tell me, where is the space junk you mentioned? It's just ahead. Li Bin said calmly. Another day later, the three-legged cat began to slow down. They were already very far away from the center of the galaxy, almost reaching the edge of the galaxy. The gravity of the stars had little effect here, and the matter was sparse. Theoretically, there was nothing valuable, and even asteroids could not be found if they wanted to mine. But detectors showed that there was an unusually rich abundance of metals here. This is the site of a battlefield. The war took place very recently, probably within a day or two. Judging from the location, it should be a battle between a patrol team within the galaxy and pirates or smugglers. Jeffrey bit his finger and stared at the screen in disbelief. This guy really made the right bet. Fortunately, I came late. If I had arrived earlier, I would have rushed into the battlefield and died without knowing how. At the command desk, Li Bin began to issue orders. Attention, all ships, the three-legged cat is about to drop anchor. all crew members are ready to resist inertial impact. All engineering crew members, assemble in the cargo hold in 10 minutes. As the reverse thrust engine started, the three-legged cat came to an emergency stop. The creaking sound of metal deformation echoed up and down and left and right in the cabin. Everyone's heart was lifted up. Li Changjin even wondered if it was about to disintegrate. The engine of the three-legged cat gasped for a while and finally stopped. It's time to get to work, get the F*CK moving. Jeffrey stood in the middle of the cargo hold, holding up a loudspeaker and urging them on. Vulcan and Li Changjin each led a group. The crew members put on their space suits and helped each other to check. After the inspection process was completed, Jeffrey gave a thumbs up to the monitor. The 10 by 15 metal door in the middle of the cargo hold opened in the airflow. Everyone was sucked out by the pressure and spun around in the space. Some people bumped into each other and bounced off like bowling balls. Turn on the stabilization system. Hold on tight with your hands and feet, and protect your mask. Pay attention to your breathing, or the oxygen will be sucked out before you start working. Jeffrey gave orders while cursing. The crew members all had safety ropes hung on their waists, connected to the ship. This not only ensured wired communication with the bridge, but also prevented the newcomers from being thrown into space and suffocating to death due to exhaustion of oxygen. Once you leave the spacecraft, this thumb-thick safety rope is the last line of defense to maintain your life. Only experienced veteran sailors dare to travel into space without the protection of a safety rope. Such people will be respected by everyone as sailors, a great profession that is said to originate from roaming the oceans. The crew members were in a panic during their first outing, and were overwhelmed by the lack of gravity and pressure. It took a full 15 minutes for the screams in the channel to fade away. After coming to their senses, the crew members removed the thrusters hanging on their backs and began their first operation. The so-called thruster is a simple device consisting of a gas tank filled with compressed exhaust gas, with an additional electronic screen and a box of elastic ropes, which is used for salvage activities by civilian vessels. The crew turned on the thrusters and moved towards the metal signals captured by the shipborne detectors. After discovering the metal, they would take photos and upload them, waiting for the foreman to identify and number them. They would then tie the metal to the thrusters with elastic ropes and use the thrust and the tension of the safety rope to drag these huge blocks of metal back to the cargo hold. Some of these metals are scrapped hull structures, some are torn outer armor, and some are simply a whole piece of flattened cabin. These huge and bulky metal blocks would definitely require a crane if they were on a planet, but in space, one worker is enough. The entire operation was carried out strictly in the assigned order. When the metal approached the ship, the huge mechanical arm installed on the top of the cargo hold stretched out under Jeffrey's operation and grabbed the metal block into the cargo hold. This robotic arm is a device that comes with the Dromedary-class exploration ship and is part of the shipborne exploration equipment. It was originally designed to be used for planetary science surveys. Now it is used to recycle scrap metal, which is really an overkill. It took the crew about half a day to go from being unfamiliar to being proficient. This job did not require high technical skills. The crew, who came from the industrial area, had learned all kinds of physical work skills by nature and quickly mastered the tricks. The speed of metal recycling gradually increased. Li Shu was nervously pinching her fingers on the bridge. Although she couldn't see which one of those busy figures was Li Changjin, she refused to leave the observation window, as if she could help her brother just by standing here. She wanted to ask her brother several times, but seeing Li Bin's busy frown, Li Shu finally stood back at the observation window and watched silently. Li Bin was really busy here, they arrived too late. The larger the metal blocks, the greater the mass, the greater the potential energy they carry in motion, and the lower the probability of being stopped in the garbage collision. Now these large items have already moved away from the garbage area caused by the battle in the explosion, just like rockets. Space garbage recycling requires efficiency. The more concentrated the garbage is, the higher the operation efficiency. The cost of chasing these large pieces of metal is too high and the cost outweighs the benefits. But one garbage area alone obviously could not fill the cargo hold of the three-legged cat, so he was constantly looking through the commodity prices in the Thule system and repeatedly checking the signals on the main frequency bands. There are 8 planets in the Thulean galaxy, only 2 of which are inhabited by humans. One is the lava planet Elphi, and the other is the metal planet Kazarin. In addition, at the edge of the galaxy, there is a space station occupied by pirates and interstellar miners. In the human territory era, it was called the Thulian habitat, which can barely be considered a colony. Tool Galaxy. These 3 human colonies represent 3 markets. The interstellar market relies heavily on trade, especially the space stations where pirates live. Because of their small size, commodity prices are seriously affected by the trade network. Once the transport ships bound for the Tullian settlement are caught by the patrols of Elfi and Kazarin, prices will immediately rise. There are no laws or market supervision in the pirates' space station, so hoarding is the right thing to do. Li Bin found this garbage area by taking advantage of the inexplicable changes in Tullien's products and combining them with the information unintentionally revealed by other caravans during casual chats on the public frequency band. In the interstellar age, there are naturally AIs that assist in trade, but those things are mostly monopolized by giant corporations. Ordinary companies can only spend a lot of money to purchase services, and the scope of services is also limited. After all, it involves a trade network in a star zone, and all kinds of concealment, fraud, accidents, bankruptcy, and new establishments have turned the trade in the star zone into a huge chaotic model. Perhaps only an AI core that surpasses humans can sort out the chaos. Li Bin has an extraordinary memory. Although he clearly knows that he cannot compare with the AI core, he can still try his best to carve out 1 or 2 profit lines from the chaos. When it comes to life and death, Li Bin will never act without purpose. After a busy day, the crew returned to the tripod. They took turns entering the cleaning workshop and took off their bulky space suits. The sweat beads that were bound could not wait to float up, and the strong body odor instantly spread. The negative pressure chambers above the head and soles of the feet collect the dissipated sweat, which is first filtered centrally to remove the oil, skin keratin, and dust in the sweat. It is then purified into distilled water using steam compression distillation technology. Finally, additives are injected into the water to remove odor, completing the cycle from sweat to water. The interior of the ship is not like a space station. There is no redundant design. Sweat can cause typical electrochemical corrosion to metal, which may damage the circuits or affect the sealing. Even if there is no impact now, no one dares to bet on the power of time. The crew members didn't care about the smell in the cleaning room. They were tired and simply washed off the sweat on their bodies, entered the drying room to dry their skin, and then rushed to the cafeteria. The high sugar, high salt, and high fat nutritional paste gives off an attractive flavor after cooking. One of Li Shu's duties on the ship is to be a chef. The 3-legged cat only recruited the minimum crew, so everyone had to do multiple things. The reason why Li Shu was appointed as the designated chef was very simple, because only the Li family inherited Li Bin's 21st century cooking skills, and other people born in the fertility factory did not even have parents, so there was no way to inherit it. Li Bin is the captain, struggling with endless amounts of data. Li Changjin is the leader of the engineering team, who can barely lift his hands after a day's work. She is the only one in the Li family who is learning the knowledge of a navigator and has plenty of time and energy. In fact, Li Shu is better at work than Li Changjin. She has experience working in a factory, but Li Changjin is a fool. Li Bin cannot expect his younger brother to learn navigator skills, so he can only ask his smarter sister to take on the responsibility. Wow, is this a nutritional cream? Why does it smell so good? In the cafeteria, Vulcan and his younger brothers were slurping nutritional paste, startled and shocked. Li Changjin was so hungry that he just ate his food without caring about bragging. Jeffrey licked his fingers and sneered, "Humph, just be happy for now. You'll be in trouble after you finish the food." Li Changjin couldn't ignore it now. "We don't have enough food." Jeffrey grinned with joy. "Enough, of course. There are life support devices on the ship. As long as there is carbon dioxide, it can simulate photosynthesis and use carbon dioxide to synthesize starch and oxygen. But you have to keep eating starch until your stomach is so bloated that you can't poop." Li Changjin was silent. He looked at the plate solemnly and ate very elegantly this time, as if he was reminiscing with every bite. The crew finish their work and go into rest period, playing games, chatting and sleeping. If they have a lover, no matter if it is a man or a woman, they can go to the empty cabin and have sex without anyone bothering them. But the work on the bridge is never done. Li Bin restarted the engine and steered the ship to the next location. Space scavenging is so boring. The ship moves and the people are idle, the people move and the ship is idle, but the captain is never idle. 11 days later, Elfi Space Station, Interstellar Coffin Tavern in the port area. Li Bin raised his glass and said cheerfully, "Cheers to celebrate the successful completion of the company's first space operation." Cheers. The crew toasted their glasses passionately, and the atmosphere was noisy and enthusiastic. Some cried with joy, happy that they had actually completed a voyage, while others shook their heads and began to look forward to their future life. Jeffrey squeezed in next to Li Bin with a glass of wine. He drank too much and too fast and was already a little tipsy. He smacked his lips and sat opposite Li Bin. Seeing this, Li Bin smiled at his sister and said, "Go watch over Changzhen. This is his first time drinking, and I'm afraid he'll get drunk and go crazy." Li Shu glanced at Jeffrey's red face, then looked at her brother who was competing with Vulcan in slapping, nodded and stood up. "Hey, I want to ask you a few questions." Jeffrey stared into Li Bin's eyes. "You have to tell the truth." "You say." Li Bin picked up the roasted rat meat on the table with a fork and said, "How did you do that?" "What?" Jeffrey didn't even blink. "Every single one." Li Bin pinched his chin and explained the method of finding the garbage area. He knew that Jeffrey was impatient to listen to the data, but these data were the key to the method. After listening to Li Bin's story, Jeffrey was a little surprised. Is it that simple? Just talking about price fluctuations and public frequency bands. It doesn't work every time. We went to the wrong place a few times. Li Bin shrugged. Okay, what about customs? I didn't even wait for the patrol to check on the ship, and there was still cargo. Who did you sell the metal junk to? How did you make a gross profit of 60-star coins? Jeffrey asked questions rapidly. The so-called patrol team actually refers to the space security force of the space station. They are a fusion of customs and coast guard, and are extremely ferocious to civilian ships. Li Bin said calmly, "It's normal that there are no patrols. We smuggled the goods in. There are no tariffs, so the profits are naturally high." What? Jeffrey was shocked. "Hey kid, if you are caught smuggling, not only will you go to jail, but you will also be fined. If you are unlucky and are defined as a pirate, you will become a rat for good." Li Bin was amused by Jeffrey's startled look. "Am I an idiot? I rushed through the checkpoint and let the patrol catch me. I have found a way long ago. Elfie is a lava world. There are about 200,000 people on the surface of the planet who make a living by mining ore. But there is no space elevator between the space station and the planet. How do you think these alloys can be transported to the industrial zone?" "Nonsense, of course it's a spaceship." Jeffrey rolled his eyes. "Well said." Li Bin pointed at himself. "This short-distance transport team travels back and forth every 2 days. I bribed a few captains and let the three-legged cat blend into the transport team. The patrol team is strict with external ships, but very lenient with their own ships. The fleet identified them from a distance and passed them without even an inspection. Moreover, the transport team directly anchored at the mineral port in the industrial zone, saving the transportation fee. It's so simple." Jeffrey scratched his chin and asked curiously, "Is it worth it? How much can you give?" "They are the captains. So it's not without reason that you went bankrupt." Li Bin was furious. "What's wrong with the captain? The ship belongs to the association, the route belongs to the association, and even the business belongs to the association, but the money I make with my friends actually goes into their pockets." Jeffrey was speechless now, and he changed the subject. "Then how do you manage to make so much money after paying bribes?" Li Bin pointed at his crew members and said, "Do you think I hired these fellow villagers just to get a bargain? Isn't it?" Li Bin said, "The industry in the Elfii industrial zone is very primitive. It mainly does ore refining work, which is refined into metal plates and sold to Kazran in the same star system. There is a strong industrial productivity there. Now tell me, what are we digging?" "Scrap metal." Jeffrey was puzzled. He didn't know why the refinery was suddenly mentioned. What does this have to do with the crew? Could it be that there are sons or daughters of the factory owner among these stupid crew members? Don't be ridiculous. Li Bin sighed. Really, Jeffrey, when you have money in the future, promise me that you will not invest in business, otherwise you will end up in a miserable old age. He continued, the answer is simple, because ore is metal, and scrap metal is also metal, so our scrap metal is essentially a rich ore. My crew members are not relatives of the factory owner, but they have connections with the workers in the factory, and the workers in turn know the workshop supervisors, foremen, and financial accountants. Our metals are smuggled in. Without tariffs, the price can be kept very low. Because of our limited scale, we are not qualified to do business with factory owners. But we can cooperate with a single workshop and sell this batch of low-priced, rich ore to them. After remelting, they can become ready-made alloy plates. As long as we convince the supervisor, he will go to the accounting department and materials department to get through the process. I just need to prepare the rebate. What? You can't accept smuggling. How can that be? Look, I've already drunk Sailor's Dream. I don't have any complaints. Jeffrey shook his glass to show that he was not qualified. Sailor's Dream is a brew originated in the early days of the Great Depression more than 100 years ago, when food was scarce due to the war. The crew stayed on the ship for a long time and did not have enough nutrient paste to make wine, so they invented a brew made from rats and reptiles on the ship, nutrient paste residues and residual oil collected in the negative pressure chamber. This dark dish of wine was widely spread once it came out at that time. Although there are countless revisions to the brewing of Sailor's Dream today, and rats and reptiles are no longer used in formal places such as taverns, it has still become a symbol of the poor crew of Perseus. Jeffrey was amazed by Li Bin's amazing operation. He thought he could not do it to that extent and could not help but admire the courage and carefulness of the young men in front of him. As a result, those stupid novices who made a lot of mistakes in their homework suddenly became cute. 60-star coins of profit. Even these garbage among garbage can earn 60-star coins. Maybe I can really turn my life around by following him. Jeffrey thought drunkenly, biting the bottle. Let's wait and see. If there's any hope, then it's not impossible to make him the captain. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The most difficult part of Li Bin's business plan is the first step. Without weapons and professional crews, any pirate could easily destroy them. But Li Bin relied on the analysis channel and paid his subordinates to treat him to meals in pubs or other public places to pry open the way. He pried out countless information, planned the safest route through continuous analysis, and continued to scavenge. To be fair, it was not worth it to spend so much effort just for a few pieces of scrap metal. If Li Bin had been engaged in smuggling at Minsheng Company, his assets would have doubled. In the past 6 months, everyone has worked diligently and made more than 20 trips to the port, but only earned a net profit of 643 star coins. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as Li Bin works honestly for another 10 years, he will be able to pay off the principal of all the company's debts. If he works for another 10 years, he will be able to pay off the interest as well and be completely free. This was a speed that his brothers and sisters could not even imagine. Every time Li Changjin mentioned the debt, he regretted not taking a knife and robbing his brainless parents clean. Jeffrey had heard the story of the Li family and couldn't help but sigh, with children who make so much money, why bother working so hard? Isn't this just a money loser? But Li Bin was not satisfied. 20 years was too slow and he wanted to seize every moment. He worked even harder to search for information, verify data, and spend money to buy news. God helps, and after half a year of trying, he finally got his chance. Dense metal signals detected. Prepare to resist inertial impact. Start the self-check process and prepare for the assignment. Familiar instructions sounded over the radio, and the three-legged cat dropped anchor with the usual heart-wrenching metallic groan. The crew hung up the safety ropes and glided into space on the air that was rushing out of the cabin. They floated like babies in the amniotic fluid called the universe, and the safety rope was the umbilical cord connecting them to the three-legged cat. The team was clearly divided into 2 teams, working under the leadership of 2 team leaders, Li Changjin and Vulcan. Compared to half a year ago, everyone has undergone a qualitative change. Whether flying in space or living in a spaceship, all kinds of conveniences and inconveniences have become commonplace. Just when everyone thought they would spend their lives picking up and selling trash, something broke into the optical observation range, leaving everyone stunned, and then ecstatic. WC, ship. Li Changjin was the first to shout out in the channel. It was the wreckage of a ship that was hundreds of meters long. Just from the appearance, it could be seen that the ship had suffered a violent fire attack and the hull had completely lost its meaning of repair. This meant that the only fate of the ship was to be disintegrated. Captain, have you calculated all this? In the channel, Jeffrey was ecstatic and had already started changing Li Bin's name. A ship that is hundreds of meters long means more than just metal. The profits from engines, batteries, fuel, and even remaining materials are no longer measured in dozens of star coins. Breaking through 3 digits is inevitable. If you are lucky enough to find contraband, 4 digits is not impossible. Li Bin was also surprised and said, "This place is still a long way from the garbage area I estimated. I am still curious how the detector can capture metal signals." He looked at the data and reluctantly gave an explanation. It should be that the wreckage was pushed over by the inertia of the explosion. We were lucky to encounter it head-on. I wish I had good luck every day. Jeffrey stood up and stretched his shoulders. As the crew became more skilled at their work, he no longer had to keep an eye on the first line. But as the wreckage was discovered, he had to come out again. "Everyone, clean up the floating garbage around the wreckage first, and wait for me to come down." Jeffrey grabbed the helmet beside him and was about to leave, but Li Bin stopped him. "Wait a moment, I'll go too." "You? What are you going to do? A captain should act like a captain. Who will give orders if you go there?" Jeffrey flatly refused. But Li Bin convinced the other party with just one sentence, "I know the market value of all the goods and can directly determine whether they need to be recycled. You don't want to take the entire ship away, do you? We can only put high-value goods in our cargo hold if we can't fit them." Jeffrey gritted his teeth and agreed, "Okay, but you have to wait until the wreckage is confirmed and the risk of a secondary explosion is eliminated before you can go. The bank repayment date is coming, and if something happens to you and you can't raise the money, the ship will be detained." Li Bin nodded and reminded, "Call the damage control team to see if there are any remaining equipment that can be repaired. Take them down. If they can't be sold, put them on the ship as spare parts." Jeffrey waved his hand in response and left the bridge humming a retro tune. Li Shu heard it clearly. It was the tune her brother would hum every time he made a successful sale. It was an ancient festive tune with a long history, at least several thousand years old, called "Good Luck Comes." She switched to the private channel and said to Li Bin, "The first mate seems to be in a good mood. Brother, you are in a good mood too. Is it obvious?" Li Bin raised his eyebrows. Li Shu shook her head, "It's just that I lived with my brother for a long time before, so I know how you look happy." Li Bin said as he changed into his space suit, "Jeffrey is used to being mean, but he is not a bad person. He used to think I had cheated him. If nothing goes wrong, this trip today will cover the revenue for the past 6 months. It will make money and save the cost of the voyage. Adding the two together, a turnaround is imminent. How can he not be happy?" When he said this, Li Bin's mouth curled up unconsciously. He was not a conservative person, and he would not be able to get along with the crew of Mincing Company. It was just that the debt was too heavy and the collection was too harsh, which made him feel suffocated. But as a boss, how could he tell his subordinates about his distress? He could only pretend to be in control of the situation. Li Shu asked happily, "Brother, do you mean that we can pay back the money soon?" Li Bin nodded, "If it's fast, it will be 2 or 3 years." After that, Li Bin held his helmet, assigned the task of controlling the ship, touched his sister's head, and walked to the cargo hold. Li Shu was left sitting there, thinking that she could clear her debts in 2 or 3 years, and then she would have her own ship, her own company and her own crew, which would be truly free, and she couldn't help but be crazy. Li Bin was pulled by the thruster to the wreckage. According to Jeffrey's investigation, the cause of the ship's destruction was most likely the fuel tank was hit by a missile, and the explosion twisted the keel and other parts of the ship into a dead snake. There must be no cargo left on the ship, but it also means that it has reached the point where it can no longer explode and is very safe. The so-called spacecraft wreckage is a body that cannot be salvaged, while the so-called scrapped ships are actually reusable. Just like the Earth-China before Li Bin traveled through time, the mandatory scrapping age of trucks varies depending on their model and the goods they transport, and is generally mandatory after 10 to 15 years. These are judged as scrap cars in China, but they are not sent for dismantling. Instead, they are shipped to third-world countries, generally following a step-by-step resale process from Asia to Africa. For example, scrapped cars may first be shipped to Baton, where they will be inspected and repaired by Baton craftsmen and workshops before being sold to local drivers. When local drivers are tired of them, they will be dismantled into parts to repair other cars. The lucky scrapped cars will be further sold to poorer and more backward countries in Africa, where they will be driven until they are completely scrapped. The Perseus ships also follow this principle of making the best use of everything. The three-legged cat, a ship that is over 200 years old and has a damaged hull, is considered a junk ship in the rating of giant companies. It has countless disadvantages, but also has the advantages of low cost, large number, and no pity to lose it. A few companies, such as Risk Mining Company and Hyena Mining, are particularly fond of junk ships due to business needs. Li Bin entered through the deformed hatch of the wreckage. All he saw were traces of fire and torn metal from the explosion. He shouted into the channel. "Changzhen, move the exploration robot arm over here." A mechanical arm equipped with hydraulic pliers stretched out from the belly of the cargo hold, roughly cutting open the armor in the cabin, opening the passage to the inner layer and allowing Li Bin to enter. Vulcan stayed on the outer layer, turned on the headlight, and assessed the line situation. "Captain, good news, the line damage is not serious." "Then pull out all the wires. The shipyard will definitely be willing to recycle them," Li Bin said as he continued to go deeper. He passed by the cargo hold, crew quarters, and mess hall. Crew members once lived here, but now there was no one alive. The explosion was too violent and not even any corpses were left. Only near the fuel tank could he vaguely see a few distorted human figures on the wall. Those were the traces left by the people who were vaporized by the explosion. Next to these traces were water crystals that evaporated and condensed. Li Bin observed silence for a few seconds and continued to go deeper. He had not seen any high-value items yet, so other crew members came to collect them. Li Bin finally stopped in the captain's room. He found a safe, a complete safe that was out of place with the surroundings. "I hope there is the captain's diary." Li Bin hoped so and decisively called for support from the hydraulic clamp robotic arm. The safe in the captain's room is about the same size as a refrigerator, 0.5 meter long and wide, and 2 meters high. It is unlocked by fingerprint and iris. Li Bin checked the interstellar market on the spot and confirmed that it had no self-destruct function, so he let the robotic arm forcefully open it. With a teeth-grinding sound of metal deformation, the safe door was cut in half. Li Bin took a look and said with a curled lip, "So he's a poor bee." The cabinet had 5 layers that were stuffed full. The bottom 2 layers were filled with food, mostly nutritional pastes and compressed dry food, in addition to a large amount of fresh water and half a bottle of leftover wine. Except for the naturally brewed wine, which can be sold for about 2-star coins, the food has no value at all. The 3rd floor was filled with money, 70% of which were elf points. It looked like a lot, but the denominations were not large. You have to know that the exchange rate between points and star coins was only 1:13,000, and these points added up to only more than 20 star coins. The other 30% was Kazarin's currency. Kazarin is one of the only 2 planets in the Thule galaxy that is inhabited by humans. It is a pure metal planet with a large amount of precious metals in its cooled core. Therefore, although this planet cannot develop agriculture, it was selected in the era of human dominance and a large number of automated factories were set up there. After the Great Collapse, the planet was occupied by the giant corporation Perseus Alliance and became the Alliance's most important industrial base. Kazalin's currency is much more valuable. The total amount of Kazalin banknotes in the cabinet is worth at least 30-star coins. The total of both sides is more than 50-star coins, which has already earned back half a week's profit, but compared with the debt, it is still too little. Li Bin took out the storage bag, scanned the money into it, put a signal on it and threw it aside. In comparison, the 2nd layer contained much less things, only a dozen boxes, all of which were filled with jewelry, and attached with certificates of certification that they were carved or designed by a certain master. Judging from the money and jewelry, it can be determined that this is a pirate ship, and the cabinet contains pension funds. Unfortunately, the captain did not wait for retirement, but waited for the patrol team to surround and suppress him. On the top layer there are 3 guns, 1 air gun and 2 live ammunition guns. The latter are only suitable for planets, are of low value, and are generally well maintained. In addition to that, there is the captain's diary. Due to their lawless nature, pirates do not have such things as logbooks. Captains only write secrets and experiences in private diaries, which are more like memos than diaries. Because Perseus plants are luxury goods, all physical books are made of plastic and written with oil-based ink. The choice of using physical books instead of more convenient electronic devices is also for anti-theft and preservation purposes. After all, when electronic devices are connected to the internet, there is a risk of being hacked and poisoned, and account passwords will be stolen. The currently recognized longest way for humans to preserve information is to carve words on stones. Stones can last for millions of years, but if chips are not maintained regularly, data will be lost in a few years. The handwriting is so ugly, it looks like a slug crawling. This captain must not have received a good AI education. The diary's scrawled handwriting and childish grammar made it very difficult to read. Considering that it would take a long time to dismantle the ship, Li Bin simply sat down and read it slowly. About 2 hours later, Li Bin stopped at a certain page. With the help of his strong memory, he had become familiar with the pirate captain's handwriting and grammatical habits. His reading speed and accuracy improved significantly, and he finally discovered valuable information. He contacted Jeffrey. "How are you doing there?" Jeffrey said a little tiredly, "I took people to walk through the dormitory and all the cargo holds. I took photos and recorded the recyclable cargo. I will send the file to you and evaluate the value as soon as possible. Where are you? This ship looks like it's a pirate ship. The captain should have a habit of hiding treasures. There won't be any good stuff in his room." "You're right, I'm so poor that I don't even have a real estate certificate." Li Bin laughed, "But I found the place where the treasure is hidden." "Is this true?" "Only a liar would lie." Jeffrey became excited. This captain has a simple mind. He doesn't even use ciphertext. He writes everything in his diary. Li Bin stroked the pages. The plastic book didn't have the good texture of the paper book. It felt like touching a dead fish. He hid 2 supply points in the asteroid belt to deal with emergencies. Now these things belong to us. 3 days later, the 3-legged cat started its engines and headed towards the asteroid belt, leaving behind the shattered, drained remains of the wreckage in the void. The process of dismantling a ship is similar to eating crabs. After a set of procedures, the delicious meat is removed with crab claws, crab forks, crab spoons, crab tweezers and crab hammers, leaving only the shells. The same goes for the wreckage. All the wires and instruments are dug out, and even the keel is pulled out. This time, Li Bin did not choose to take away large pieces of metal. First of all, the cargo hold of the 3-legged cat had limited space. Even if the compressor tried its best, it would not be able to accommodate the entire wreckage of the ship. Secondly, space had to be reserved in advance for the supplies at the supply point. 2 days later, after repeated searches, the pirate's supply point was finally found. The pirate captain hollowed out 2 asteroids, hid the objects inside, and used metal juice to fill the gaps and glue the surface together. This was a backward but practical technique. Asteroids, like planets, orbit around stars. Coupled with the environmental changes caused by other ships entering and leaving the asteroid belt, if Li Bin did not have a detailed star map of the galaxy and detailed information on the target and its surroundings, he might never find these things in his lifetime. All crew members were called together to count the cargo information. Li Bin used the terminal to evaluate the price. The more he calculated, the brighter the smile on his face became. As the last batch of cargo was loaded onto the ship, the crew members of the engineering team returned pulling the safety rope, the belly hatch was closed, and air was frantically input into the exhaust duct. Amid the hysterical sound of airflow, the crew members took off their helmets, revealing their wet faces with hair on them, and a smile was on everyone's lips. Li Changjin's movements were unprecedentedly gentle. He handled the box with care, as if he were holding a child, and urged Vulcan to find foaming agent to spray inside and outside the box. My goodness, I'm really rich. Jeffrey sat in the cab of the robotic arm, looking at the rows of cargo and rubbing his hands excitedly. Although they were sweating all over, the crew just followed the procedure, chatted and joked, and no one was willing to leave the cargo hold. As the statistics work came to an end, the chatter gradually died down, and everyone looked at the captain. The crew members working on the bridge all have mastered calculation skills. About 10 people are responsible for cargo statistics, and only Li Bin is responsible for summarizing and calculating the value. Despite this, the people in charge of statistics still cannot keep up with his processing speed. After counting the goods on hand, Li Shu wanted to drink some water, but found that there were still people working, so she gave up her plan to rest and went to help. After another 10 minutes, Li Bin turned off the terminal, rubbed his sore neck, and took a deep breath. Li Shu clenched her hands, feeling somewhat uneasy. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. I've calculated it. The total value of this trip is 5,000 star coins. It can only be higher, not lower. Ouch! Everyone cheered. When Li Shu heard the amount, she staggered and almost fell. Her brother quickly supported her. Li Shu leaned against her brother, lowered her head and wiped her tears. The two siblings were unable to say a word. Jeffrey even grabbed the railing of the cab and howled like Tarzan, "Captain is awesome." The profit from shipbreaking is about 800 star coins, but the real big profit is the treasure at the supply point. 30 boxes of supplies, each box costs 95 star coins in the elf market. They contain common hull parts for daily maintenance during deep space voyages. If they are sold, they will be cheaper, at least 90 star coins, which is 2007. This was expected. Pirates could encounter patrols or encirclement fleets at any time. In order to survive, they often needed to take refuge at the edge of galaxies and asteroid belts. Occasionally, after robbing their own ships, they would suffer considerable damage. At this time, the pirate ship was at its most vulnerable, and the captain did not dare to risk driving back to the pirate base. Because they were at risk of being robbed by other pirates on their way home. Of course, there was also a high chance that they would get into trouble instead of getting any meat, so setting up a supply point was expected. In addition, there was an unexpected surprise: there were 10 boxes of Byzantine wine hidden in the supply point. This is a natural wine that belongs exclusively to the Perseus separatist regime, the Interstellar Empire, and is said to have a top-level luxury wine taste comparable to the best vintage wines of old Earth. It is only produced in the New Byzantium star, the capital of the Interstellar Empire, located in the Thracian star system. The price of this kind of wine on New Byzantium is as high as 80 star coins. In the southern part of the star zone, which is far away from its origin and is located in the north of the core star zone, the location of the star zone map is determined by the earliest colonists of the territory of Man. The official star map used to have its own location division, but after the Great Collapse, the territory of Man disappeared, and the folk names such as East, South, West and North generated by the planetary map gradually spread and became the common names today. This fine wine can be sold for 180 star coins or even 200 star coins. Because of the separatist regime of Perseus, transporting from the Thracian galaxy to the southern core star region requires crossing several giant companies and separatist regimes, and transportation is tantamount to transnational. Economic sanctions caused by hostile regimes are even more common, which means that some giant companies will not do business, and only individual smuggling can make up for it. Add to that the factors of piracy and extreme religion, and it's normal for profits to double. Of course, the Thule galaxy is only 4.3 light-years away from the Thracian galaxy, which is not far away, so the value of this wine will also decrease. The capitalists of Elphi Star offered a price of 90 star coins, while the capitalists of Kazarin Star, which has a more developed industry and stronger consumption power, offered a price of 105 star coins. Assuming you sell it on the star Kazarin, plus the spacecraft fuel stored at the supply point, you can easily get 5,000 star coins. The half bottle of wine left in the safe was also Byzantine wine, but it had been opened and there was no way to confirm whether the wine was original, so its value was lower. Jeffrey jumped down from the cab, hugged the box in front of him and kissed it hard. "Thank you, pirates. Long live pirates. I love you so much." These pirates must have recently robbed merchant ships from the Interstellar Empire. Although the strength of the Interstellar Empire is only comparable to that of a second-rate giant enterprise, it is also a real behemoth. The pirates were afraid of being hunted down and dared not sell the stolen goods immediately, so they hid the goods here. It's really a pity that I have been working hard year after year, but in the end I have to make wedding clothes for Li Bin. Seeing everyone so excited, Li Bin had to pour some cold water on them. Don't forget, everyone. We are still in space. There is no shipborne weapon on board. If we are caught by pirates, we will have to give away 5,000 star coins. Everyone, please return to your posts immediately. Please work hard for a while. When we return to the port, we will open a bottle of Byzantium for everyone and enjoy this top luxury product. Aye, Captain. Fuel, food, and supplies are necessities for spacecraft, and there will always be a market for these three types of goods. Li Bin had just docked at the port and listed the supplies at a price half a star coin lower than the market price. The 20 boxes of supplies were immediately sold for 93 star coins. They were completely sold out. He then went to the black market to buy the spoils of shipbreaking and other sundries, and had an extra 2,800 star coins in his hands. Adding the 300 star coins left from paying off debts and maintaining daily expenses in the past 6 months, the liquid funds reached 3,100. Li Bin took out 2 bottles of Byzantine wine from the box and gave them to his sister along with the coupons he had retrieved from the safe. Take everyone to the Interstellar Coffin Tavern and share a bottle of wine. You can find the tutorial online. Give the other bottle to the tavern owner. By the way, remember to book a private room, otherwise those drunkards will definitely pester you to have a drink. Also, there's still half a bottle of leftover wine here. Mix this half bottle in before you drink, and then take out a small amount of the other half bottle. Take the bottle to the bartender and the tavern's security guard. Remember to be sweet-mouthed so that they can have a taste, too. There were only 12 bottles of Byzantine wine in a box. Li Bin gave away a bottle of wine, which was equivalent to giving away at least 8 star coins. Li Changjin felt distressed. He muttered quietly, "There are more than 50 of us sharing one bottle. You are giving away this bottle of wine. Brother, you are really arrogant." Without waiting for Li Bin to speak, Li Shu slapped Li Changjin on the back of the head. She was shorter than the foodie Li Changjin, but she had a more powerful aura. As soon as the terrifying pressure from the name sister came out, Li Changjin immediately half-knelt and leaned over. Li Shu grabbed her brother's ear and said angrily, "Your brain is hopeless. Brother's business relies most on information. There is nothing that the tavern owner can't find out. If you sell a bottle of wine to a familiar face, you can make back your money with interest next time." Li Changjin nodded, thinking that his brain was not working properly. Next time he encountered such a situation, he would keep a straight face and just work hard, letting his elder brother use his brain. "Brother, you go and do your work. I will definitely take care of things here." With a wealthy family, Li Shu became more confident. He was in charge of the kitchen for half a year and conquered all the crew members with his cooking skills. Everyone was more satisfied with her than with the team leader Li Changjin. Li Bin touched his sister's head, grabbed Jeffrey, who was envious of the wine, by the collar, and dragged the drunkard to the bridge. Jeffrey's resentful shouts echoed in the cabin. "Three-legged cat, bridge." Jeffrey was full of complaints. He glanced at Li Bin, who was immersed in the holographic projection. The shipborne projection on the bridge showed a huge map of the Perseus constellation. The area with dense text was the core star region, and the unknown flashes around it were the stars in the galaxy in the edge star region. Once upon a time, there were traces of human activities all over the star map. After the Great Collapse, the edge star regions gradually sank, and most of the colonies there were destroyed. The only remaining humans degenerated into high-tech barbarians who used relic weapons to survive, and they would never be able to enter space in their lifetime. "My dear Captain, what are you doing?" "I'm waiting to drink some Byzantine wine." Jeffrey was a bit nauseous, and Li Bin didn't say anything. He was almost suffocated. "And why did you move the wine boxes to the bridge? Hurry up and put up the order. Sell now. That would be a huge loss." Li Bin opened the address book and contacted the bank. "No, what are you doing? You don't want to pay off your debt with wine. I tell you, I will only charge the lowest price for debt repayment." Jeffrey was anxious and immediately became alert. "Who said it was a repayment of a debt? I wanted a loan." "You are in debt and have to pay off your loan. Who will lend you money?" Jeffrey glared. "I will lend money to anyone who is willing to lend money," Li Bin said, and the call was connected. A bald male customer service representative with obvious black features appeared in the projection. "Mr. Li Bin. How can I help you?" Li Bin waved his hand. "I don't need your service, I just want to apply for a loan." The black man was surprised and said, "I'm sorry, based on your company's debt situation, you can't." Li Bin opened the box, revealing the label on the wine cork, and interrupted the black man. "I just salvaged a batch of Byzantine wine. I've tested it and it's genuine. I want to use it as collateral to borrow some money." The black man squinted his eyes and looked at Jeffrey. In his shock, his tone softened. "Okay, I'll convey it right away. A few minutes later, the black man said to Li Bin with a big smile on his face, Mr. Li Bin, an expert will come to your place in 1 hour to do an asset evaluation. Please wait. Thank you for your support to Richelieu Bank and I wish you a happy life. Geoffrey was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. Why could a few thousand star coins of wine allow the bank to approve a loan and even send an expert? So he looked at Li Bin, waiting for Li Bin to give an answer. Li Bin leaned back on the captain's seat and closed his eyes for a nap. Geoffrey, you still don't understand rich people. Geoffrey rolled his eyes. I don't understand, but you understand. Are you rich? How many rich people have you met? Li Bin thought to himself, I am indeed not a rich man, but I have seen many rich people. There is no essential difference between the rich in the 21st century and the rich in the interstellar era, except for the amount of wealth. The rich in the previous life could enjoy more things. After all, if plants are considered luxury goods, there are 7 billion luxury goods users on Earth. He pointed at the wine box and said, take wine as an example. How much is a box worth? 80 star coins, 200 star coins. Rich people don't lack money, so giving him 200 star coins is meaningless. But if you give him a bottle of Byzantine wine, the best wine produced in the Thracian galaxy, it will be very prestigious. Li Bin touched his face and said, face, you know. How do rich people show their uniqueness? Food, clothing, housing, and transportation must be special. They have needs and hobbies. If you can satisfy their hobbies, you can achieve your goal. Maybe in your opinion, our goal is far higher than 200 star coins, but the face of the rich can bring him more. The impact of the Great Collapse is not only on politics and technology, the loss of culture also has a huge impact. Many people do not know the history of Perseus that Li Bin is familiar with, so Geoffrey cannot understand the meaning of Li Bin's words. Similar things have been told countless times in history. For example, Lu Buwei presented Lao Ai to please Zhao Ji. If Li Bin is compared to Lao Ai, this batch of wine is donkey goods, Lu Buwei is the buyer, and Zhao Ji is the object of the buyer's flattery. Although in history it was Lu Buwei who found Lao Ai, in fact Lao Ai could also take the initiative to find Lu Buwei and recommend himself. The only thing he needed was to know in advance who needs this batch of wine. Don't worry. Byzantine wine is a product made from cash crops. Just like the 1982 Lafite, its production cannot keep up with the demand. As long as you get the certificate of identification, there are plenty of buyers in the Southern Star region. If it is only regarded as a commodity, then a box of wine is worth a few hundred star coins at most, but if it is regarded as a bribe, there are many ways to do it. The experts arrived later than the customer service said, and there were more people than usual, a total of 5 people. Li Bin opened the hatch and invited everyone to enter the bridge. These 5 people had obvious financial temperaments, their synthetic suits shone brightly under the lights of the bridge, and they were compatible with terminal capabilities. They all wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses in the style of glasses, and they looked like beasts in human clothing. Geoffrey was about to have PTSD. It was this kind of person who made him take out a loan, seized his boat, and forced him into a desperate situation. Li Bin warmly welcomed the experts. He opened the wine boxes one by one and allowed the experts to check. After confirming that the wine boxes, fillers, and bottles were all original and authentic, he generously took out a bottle of wine, opened it with a pop, and poured the wine under the expert's half-surprised and half-delighted gaze. The decanter was shaken in his hand, and the fruity aroma of the wine gradually dissipated. Li Bin's technique was very skillful. He chose the retro hand-crank decanting technology instead of the mechanical one. The mellow wine hit the glass wall to produce beautiful wine bubbles. This ancient technique had no advantages except for showing off. The experts stared at the wine infatuatedly, some nodded and some shook their heads. These experts are familiar with most methods of identifying the authenticity of luxury goods and have tasted wine many times, but it is still very rare for someone to be as generous as Li Bin in opening a whole bottle of wine to confirm its authenticity. While he was decanting, the takeaway food arrived. It was worth 10 star coins and was made from natural beef. Li Bin poured the wine into the glasses one by one. After decanting, the Byzantine wine turned from dark red to ruby red. The bright color reminded people of the beautiful red lips of a young girl. The experts all nodded in agreement, not expecting to be able to enjoy such elegance in such a wreck. Geoffrey clumsily imitated the experts in cutting the beef, sipping the wine, and smacking his lips in satisfaction, which attracted some attention. He covered his mouth, feeling a little overwhelmed. The experts enjoyed themselves and chatted and laughed with Li Bin. Li Bin saw it all and cursed the so-called experts in his heart for being such troublemakers, but he kept coming up with witty remarks in response. Once the experts give their appraisals, the deal will be done. Just as Li Bin was thinking about how to negotiate the loan, one of the experts pushed his glasses and spoke. Mr. Li Bin, I know you have other plans for this batch of Byzantine wine, but I still want to ask, do you plan to sell it now? We don't need much, just one box. Li Bin raised his eyebrows and said, I originally planned to go to the Southern Star region and sell the wine to the Venture Mining Company or the Overlord. As you know, since the Interstellar Empire established itself as an empire, it has been hostile to the Overlord for many years. The black market price of Byzantine wine there is very high. But since you have spoken, I am naturally willing to listen to your opinion. The expert nodded and said, this trade route is indeed very profitable. Okay, let's get straight to the point. I'm not an appraisal expert. Although I also work at the Richelieu Bank, my main job is a fund manager and I serve the governor's office. In theory, a bank fund manager should have nothing to do with running errands for customers. But in fact, even in the previous life, customers with large savings were treasures cherished by the bank. It goes without saying that they would give rice, flour, grain, and oil as gifts on a regular basis. It was common to give gifts during festivals. If the amount was huge, the bank could even help children get enrolled in school and arrange jobs for relatives. It is only natural for a fund manager to buy wine for the powerful and wealthy governor. Wow, big shot. Li Bin leaned back on the captain's seat and glanced at Geoffrey, who was staring in astonishment. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. See, this is the temptation of face to the rich. During the conversation, this fund manager, who claims to be an expert but actually serves the governor, expressed his demands. It turned out that the Perseus Alliance was planning to build several new factories. Although today's factory technology is not as good as the automated factories left over from the human leader era, it can still free up the production capacity of basic industries and allow automated factories to specialize in ship manufacturing. Factories in the interstellar era often stretch for several kilometers and require huge amounts of ores and metals. Especially in terms of rare earth minerals, Kazarin is a planet with a cooled core. Although rare earth minerals are abundant, there are few shallow rare earth minerals, and most of them exist in the form of ion adsorption without mineralization. Simply put, if you want to mine rare earths, you need to first refine ordinary ores on a large scale, such as aluminum ore and iron ore, and then refine the rare earths dissolved in the wastewater. If you simply refine rare earths, the waste and losses caused are unacceptable to giant companies. Therefore, they set their sights on Elphi, a planet in the same galaxy. Although the lava planet has no permanent land, it only has isolated islands, irrigated by acid rain mixed with saturated water vapor and chemicals, and these islands are at risk of melting at any time. But this also means that the crust movement of Elphi is extremely active, and by placing equipment on these isolated islands, rare metals can be quickly screened out. However, there is more than one lava planet, Elphi, in the Perseus star field, and whether the business will be successful still needs to be investigated. Therefore, in order to welcome the inspection team, the governor of the planet Elphi prepared a variety of projects to express his sincerity, and Byzantine wine was one of the alternative drinks. Geoffrey was shocked by these words. It was the first time he drank in his life. If it wasn't for his image, he would have wanted to lick the wine with his tongue. It was just one of the many welcome drinks. Wouldn't that meal cost the price of a spaceship per person? Life is full of ups and downs, and that's all there is to it. Hearing that the governor and a large enterprise were involved, Li Bin became even more excited because he knew that the loan was a done deal. This matter is a matter of life and death for me, but it is just a drop in the bucket for a giant like the governor. What's the matter with, do you have any plans to sell? The governor is just being polite to you to save his reputation. Do you take it seriously? Don't be silly, just step down when someone gives you a way out. As the old saying goes, an emperor will not send out hungry soldiers. Li Bin put up the wine label because he wanted to get a loan. As for the governor's people selling goods, wouldn't they be unaware of his demands? As for the loan, just sprinkle some water on it. As for why the governor's office failed to obtain Byzantine wine, he had no desire to know more. Even if he asked, he was not qualified to get an answer. It was enough for him to just be thankful for his good luck. A person's success is 30% determined by fate and 70% by hard work. Isn't that just luck? Although he was very happy, Li Bin still pretended to think for a while, then slapped his thigh and said, "Business is too hurtful." He stood up, picked up a box of wine while Jeffrey was shocked, and placed it in front of the fund manager. "I was born on Elfie. I'm sure you know my information. My parents are unreliable and used me to borrow money. Not only is my family heavily in debt, but I also have younger brothers and sisters to support. I can register a company and do business, which is already a blessing from the good governance of the governor's office. Selling wine is just a business. If the wine I sent can appear on the governor's table, I can brag about my products catching the governor's eye and increase my reputation and status. I absolutely cannot sell this wine. I have to ask you to give me a chance to send it to the governor. I wish the governor can win the contract of a giant enterprise and make the economy of Elfie take off. I still have to make a living in Elfie in the future. The better the economy in Elfie is, the more money I can make." The fund manager was a little surprised. He had expected Li Bin to be a failure because he was only 16 years old. He did not expect that Li Bin was not only sensible but also smooth. He did not have the edges of a young man at all. Instead, he looked like a seasoned businessman. The fund manager's gentle and formal face showed a little real smile. "Mr. Li Bin is really young and promising, with a long-term vision. Since you want to give me a gift, it will hurt your feelings if I mention money. I will make the decision. The box of wine will be accepted on behalf of the governor's office." He stood up, drank the wine in one gulp, and shook hands with Li Bin. "My name is North. You can come to the bank to find me if you need anything in the future. I have something else to do here, so I won't disturb you from chatting with the experts. I wish you wealth and prosperity like the stars in the Milky Way." Li Bin quickly responded, and other experts also stood up and together sent manager North out of the boat. As for Jeffrey, his brain could no longer keep up with the pace. He was still wondering why Li Bin wanted to give it away instead of selling it. When Li Bin returned to the bridge, he noticed that only Li Bin came back. He asked dully, "Where are the people?" "Huh? Who?" Li Bin picked up his glass and drank the remaining wine, then asked. "Expert, didn't the guy with gold-rimmed glasses say you should talk to the expert? Where is the expert?" Jeffrey was mad. "I'm not going to talk about that bottle of wine because I drank it, and I'm not going to talk about that box of wine because it's already been delivered. But what about the loan? We have to talk about the loan before there can be any result, right? The contract has been signed, what else is there to talk about? If we want to talk again, I'll have to treat you to a meal. I don't have that much money to build it." Li Bin sank into the throne, put his legs on the podium, his feet trembling slightly, showing his host's happy mood. "We talked about it and signed a contract." Jeffrey couldn't believe it. "It's only been a few minutes." Li Bin said disdainfully, "The contracts are all prepared in advance. How many minutes does it take to decide the numbers, interest rates, and sign?" "Less than a minute." "How much, and what's the interest rate?" 5,000 star coins, annual interest rate 1%. Jeffrey's mind was racing, but he couldn't figure it out. "No, why? The company still owes more than 10,000, how can they lend me 5,000? And the annual interest rate is 1%, and they're doing charity here." Li Bin said as a matter of course, "I have already given the governor a box of wine, why won't you sign for me? If you don't give me face, how can you not give the governor face? If it weren't for the fact that the scope of authority is at least 1%, it's not impossible to discuss an interest-free loan. This is what I'm telling you, face is a matter, my friend. If you give the big shots face, you will have everything." Jeffrey seemed to understand, but Li Bin did not explain the logic to him clearly. The Perseus star region lacked a unified government, and the planet Elfie was a free planet not directly managed by a giant enterprise. The governor was the local emperor, and anyone who did business here would give him face. During the conversation just now, North said, "You can come to the bank to find me if you need anything in the future." This means that Li Bin has caught North's eye and indirectly succeeded in currying favor with the governor. He also implied that the loan was approved in his capacity as a manager. After all, in addition to serving the governor, North was also a bank fund manager, a position more important than that of a luxury goods appraisal expert. So as soon as North left, the experts urged Li Bin to sign the contract, without even looking at any planning proposals or wealth-making plans. Seeing that the first mate still didn't understand, Li Bin further understood why his business failed, so he comforted him. "Old Jia, you are different from me. Don't worry too much about interpersonal relationships. You are positioned as a comedian and a technical expert. Doing these two things well is enough." Jeffrey understood now. It turned out that Li Bin was being cunning and he was stupid. But then he thought that after all, Li Bin exchanged a bottle of wine for a 5,000 low-interest loan, so he rolled his eyes and drank the last sip of the glass. "Then what are you going to do with this money?" "Buy fuel and transport it to the southern sector." Li Bin turned on the holographic projection. "Of course I have to sell it. How can I replicate today's results if I don't sell it? But I don't want to buy fuel with the money. I plan to go to Kazran to buy shipborne weapons and fully arm the ship." He held up the star map and continued, "Your mission has been completed, go have fun. By the way, tell everyone that we will take a week off and relax. We may not have time to rest in the next 6 months or a year. I plan to take a deep space voyage to the southern star region to make a lot of money, and try to clear my debts and have some left over within a year." After Li Bin said this, Jeffrey remembered that he didn't seem to have done anything in this meeting. Why did Li Bin let him follow? Could it be that he was afraid that the bank would not sign the contract, so he prepared to use force? Jeffrey was thinking about it, and didn't even bother to complain about Li Bin's boast of paying off the debt within a year. He just left, scratching his head. A week passed in a flash, and the crew members who came back from rest were much more energetic. During this period, Vulcan went back to the industrial zone and recruited 20 new people for the captain. When he came back, he found out that with the stability and continuity of the scrap metal business in the past 6 months, Li Bin's name had become well known among the workers. The workers all knew that the Li family, which went bankrupt a few years ago, had a capable Li Bin, who not only made a fortune himself, but also recruited a lot of crew members in the industrial zone. No one knew how much Li Bin actually earned, but every now and then his younger brothers and sisters were treated to dinner by the workshop supervisor on behalf of Li Bin. Li Shu, who used to be surrounded by chemical solutions, boiler heat and exhaust gas like everyone else, and was also a worker, has now become the object of the foreman's smiles. Envy, jealousy, and resentment naturally surged in her heart. But the most thought was to curry favor. Even when Vulcan returned to his hometown, he was treated to good food and drink by the gangster boss he had once joined. He talked about Li Bin every other sentence and claimed that he was very optimistic about him. His words were full of hints, asking Vulcan to lend a hand to his brothers and help recruit the boss's relatives for the sake of their past relationship. Yes, although many people do not have children, the ancient violent profession of gangs, as well as political families and warlord families, still value bloodlines and maintain reproduction. When Vulcan returned to the ship, he felt the same dizzy feeling as when he first joined the company, but this time, his mind was filled with the words of several bosses. Who would join the underworld if there was no other way out? It's so good to be a crew member. You can see a lot and have a lot of opportunities. If you're lucky, you can even be outsourced by a giant company. That would be a great opportunity. At least we don't have to let the children stay here and breathe in the exhaust gas. If they don't smoke, their lungs will be blacker than carbon. Comparing with the desires of the big guys, Vulcan truly realized how lucky he was. Thinking that the captain had already paid off his annual salary for this year in one go and his own debts had been repaid, the remaining performance was pure profit. He even looked forward to future deep space voyages. As for recruiting relatives of gangsters, he said that he would try his best, and then reported the news to the captain. After receiving the captain's order, he pretended to be embarrassed, picked and chose, and selected 8 strong ones from the gangster relatives to bring on board. As for the benefits these so-called big guys gave to Vulcan, Li Bin had approved him to eat them himself. In his previous life, Li Bin had deeply understood the principle that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. As long as it does not affect the work, it is no problem for subordinates to eat a little extra. In a good way, it means that someone has paid performance for him. In a bad way, it is evidence that may be used in the future when the reckoning is made. Main engine warm-up. The docking bay is detached. Adjust the boat. Calibrate the track. The broadcast transmitted the instructions from the bridge to every corner of the three-legged cat. It was both a notification and an instruction. The crew fastened the safety hooks to the auxiliary poles beside them to secure themselves. Amid frequent bumps and inspections by the patrol team, the three-legged cat left the airport and plunged into the boundless starry sky. Kazarin Star Space Station. Giant Enterprise Perseus Alliance logo. Li Shu covered her mouth, Li Changjin stared, and the crew members looked at the bustling scene in front of them, speechless. Although they are in the same galaxy, Elphi and Kazarin are completely different. Compared with Kazarin, Elphi is just a suburban satellite city. The location of Kazarin, the Grey Eldfell, is the Star Elfell. Holographic advertisements are like a flower garden in mid-spring, with clusters of flowers competing for splendor, and advertising information, navigation broadcasts, and communications fill the channels. Spacecraft are even more busy, with large and small ships lined up in neat queues, entering and exiting the space station in an orderly manner from 8 directions, as if they are converging along invisible blood vessels to the industrial heart called Kazarin. The patrol team is composed of several large-scale cruisers with a length of thousands of meters. White blood cells are usually checked in and out of the queue. The 3-kilometer diameter firepower unit and the space station form a horn with each other, and a terrifying number of sea-devouring missile launchers are pointed in all directions. This space defense array built by the leader of mankind has firepower and defense capabilities comparable to a main fleet. The yellow wheel is the Level 3 space station Kazarin Space Station, and the square is the Vitality unit. The shuttle-shaped Kazarin Space Station is over 75 kilometers long at its longest point and over 34 kilometers wide at its widest point. It contains a complete deep space factory, orbital shipyard, habitat, and massive warehouses. It consumes hundreds of thousands of tons of metal ore every day. Not far in front of Li Bin, a transport fleet consisting of 2 Atlas-class transport ships with a length of 3.6 kilometers was advancing slowly like 2 space whales. The three-legged cat was obscured by the shadow of the Atlas-class transport ships, and was as small as a cleaning shrimp clinging to a big fish in the ocean. Atlas-class super freighter, the colorful strips are space containers. Oh my goodness, how much cargo does it have to carry? Li Changjin looked at the huge ship that blocked out the sky. An instinctive fear of falling on it and dying rushed from his tail vertebrae to his forehead, making his legs go weak. Although they have seen such landscapes before through holographic projection and even VR and AR, the shock of seeing it with their own eyes and the experience of the ship vibrating slightly under their feet due to the superposition of countless engines are irreplaceable by virtuality. The strong nerve signals will repeatedly remind them that these are all real. These people have lived in the space station for generations. They have never experienced gravity and have no experience in climbing heights. They don't understand what acrophobia is. It's just that their instinct tells them that the land is above the giant ship and they are hanging upside down in the sky. When Li Bin first saw this scene, he was no better than the crew members. Most people are not geniuses, but experience promotes their growth. If you have never seen the starry sky, you can't imagine its vastness. If you have never seen the waves, you can't know its magnificence. Brothers and sisters and even crew members have seen these magnificent scenes, and they can remain calm in the future. Well, they are all good things. Jeffrey was not much better than the crew before, but now he is confident that no one will know since he has not been exposed, so he is very stubborn. He scolded the crew in charge of the bridge equipment, "Why are you still standing there? The engineering team has no work now, so you have no work either. Don't stare at the observation window, stare at the screen, don't read the warning signals, don't read the communication channels. If there is a collision, you can't even afford to pay for it even if you are dismantled." The crew members nodded in agreement and went back to work. Jeffrey looked around and warned, "Everyone stay on the ship after docking. Don't be tempted to go out and see the world. Let me make it clear that Kazarin is not like Elphi. It is a planet actually controlled by the Perseus Alliance. 10 people were killed by an oxygen tank. 7 of them were outsourced by the giant company, and the remaining 3 were related to the giant company's employees." Li Changjin put down the idea in dismay. Li Shu asked curiously, "Mr. First Mate, I have a question." Jeffrey, as the first mate, was second only to Li Bin on the ship. He was never nice to other people, but Li Shu, who was a 21st-century chef, was virtuous and spoke kindly, and was very suitable for his temper. He pinched his throat and said, "Ask." Li Shu asked a question on behalf of all the crew members. "I heard from my brother that there are more than a dozen giant companies in the Perseus star field, and there are also many warlords. Why does this alliance dare to use the name of Perseus? Aren't they afraid of being besieged by other giant companies?" Jeffrey sneered. "Why? Because he started early and he has no shame. There was no Perseus alliance in the early days of the Great Collapse. Later, it was formed to fight against the expansion of the hegemons, under the banner of resisting the hegemon's dictatorship and advocating freedom and independence." Speaking of freedom and anti-dictatorship, Jeffrey had a look of disgust on his face. "Bah! This alliance is incompetent but boasts a lot. Every year they are beaten like grandsons by the overlords. I don't know the details. Ask your brother. He knows a lot." So Li Shu looked at Li Bin. The crew members heard the gossip about the giant company. Some lowered their heads to work, some straightened their clothes, but they all pricked up their ears. Li Bin looked up from the sea of documents when his name was called. After hearing the whole story, he pinched the bridge of his nose to rest his eyes. Li Shu trotted over sensibly, rubbed her brother's shoulders, and pouted at her younger brother. Li Changjin understood what his sister meant immediately. He came over attentively, put Li Bin's legs on the podium, squatted down like a bear, and massaged Li Bin's legs. Comfortable. Li Bin took a long breath, hummed a few times, sorted out his thoughts, and began to speak. "These things are not secrets. The victory or defeat of the giant enterprise war has been determined. The information is available online. It's just hard to check, so I'll tell you what I know. First of all, everyone must listen to the first officer's warning. Don't think he is bragging. The Perseus alliance is significantly different from other giant companies, that is, its original intention was to oppose the overlord. The essence of the alliance is military mutual protection. The politics and economy of each planet are actually independent and controlled by governors and financial capitalists. So the planets under the Perseus alliance have the largest and most complex financial projects and sales groups in the star field. You have no experience, and it is easy for you to be tricked by sales into buying junk stocks. It is not easy for everyone to make money, and the debts will have to be paid back soon. Don't capsize now. The Perseus alliance actually had a similar organization in Earth's history, called the Hanseatic League, which was a commercial and political alliance in North Germany. It used the trade network as a link to allow various free cities to maintain common economic interests across the air. The obvious problems with this model are low administrative efficiency, hesitation in military action, and weakness in expansion. They are forced to unite only when they are knocked on the door. It was all because of its early establishment, and the planets were forced to join in due to the intimidation of the overlords at that time, so they were able to occupy multiple planets and become a giant company. Therefore, although the nominal owner of the Thule galaxy is the Perseus alliance, there can still be free planets like Elphi. It is simply a shame for a giant company and a pure shock wave. Li Bin did not tell everyone these words. He directly mocked giant companies for being secretly reported, and simply commented. Although Kazarin has strong industrial strength, it is also affected by the financial atmosphere of the alliance. There are many hidden terms and special laws when buying things. When you see something you like, don't buy it yourself. You'd rather buy it on another planet. If you buy something expensive, don't spend it here. Okay, it's our turn to enter the port. Everyone, get in position. The engineering team is preparing to pick up the cargo. The port area of Kazarin is naturally countless times more prosperous, and the multi-layered rail transportation system is as complex as the transportation in a mountain city, which is dazzling. Li Bin simply expressed his purchase intention online, and in less than 5 minutes, a group of salesmen swarmed into the Sandwich Cat account. Just as Jeffrey had pointed out in advance, many people in the sales group did not place their hopes on Li Bin. The companies they belonged to did not have sufficient strength to provide a complete list of shipborne weapons. These salesmen cunningly prepared only a few weapons in exchange for a chance to get in, and then targeted the crew directly. They enthusiastically unfolded the holographic projection, and the dazzling array of advertisements and buttons could block a person's entire vision in less than a second. Coupled with highly inflammatory sales talk, even veteran sailors had a high probability of being aroused by the desire and ending up buying a bunch of junk stocks. Fortunately, Li Bin has younger brothers and sisters. Not only are they obedient, but they also have their own ways to deal with the salesman. No matter what the other party said, Li Shu smiled and said that although she was tempted, she already owed the bank a lot of money. The implication was that you all came too late, you have already been ripped off, the loans were received after 1990, and there is no more money to be squeezed. Li Changjian was even simpler. His brain could not understand anything like loan transfer or stock market trends. He just stood there with his arms folded. All the words went in one ear and out the other. When a crew member in his group couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to pay, Li Changjian punched him. The worker's fist was so powerful that he sent him to the medical room for intravenous drip. Seeing that the sales promotion was fruitless, the salesman went to find Vulcan again. Vulcan was first educated by Li Bin, who then pulled him out of the mud pit of gangsters in the industrial zone. All his debts were paid off. He claimed that he had owed the captain's kindness and was more loyal than anyone else. He simply took the team members and locked himself in the crew dormitory, gave each of them a sleeping pill, and went to sleep with his head covered. There were only a dozen people who actually came to the captain to do business. Seeing this, Jeffrey became furious and pulled out his knife. He took a stool and sat in the docking cabin, pointing the knife at the salesperson behind him and refused to let anyone on board. The bidding on Li Bin's side also reached a fever pitch. Li Bin sold all the 5,000 yuan loan and more than 3,000 yuan in funds, totaling nearly 10,000 star coins. In addition to the shipborne weapons, he would use the remaining money to purchase heavy ground weapons. Tanks, artillery, hovercraft and even war mechas. This is a pure arms business, and the selling price of each box of heavy weapons is more than 420 star coins. The issue of transportation was taken into consideration when these weapons were designed. The components can be disassembled into a size that can be stuffed into space transportation containers. Therefore, as long as you order them, they will be disassembled into pieces and packed. No one would be stupid enough to load a tall mecha directly into the cargo hold, which not only takes up space but is also easily damaged during transportation and fighting pirates. In a single ship transaction, this is a real large order, enough to buy a fully armed second-hand destroyer. Several weaker sales companies have begun to jointly form new quotation plans to fight against other companies. The sales representative of Kissinger Recycling Company took the lead in completing the alliance's resource integration. She pulled her collar to further reveal her already exaggeratedly plump breasts, and said in an intellectual tone, "Captain Li Bin, we have a new plan for your needs. In terms of shipborne weapons, in addition to the torpedo weapons you specified, we provide 2 assault chain guns and a light machine gun. In terms of heavy weapons, except for the hovercraft, we can meet any other needs. You can choose any combination you want." A few minutes later, representatives from other alliances also put forward their own plans. Li Bin looked at the proposals of the representatives and remained silent. Everyone thought that Li Bin thought the price was too high. Some people complained that the profit had been squeezed to the limit. Some people hinted that the transaction price would remain unchanged and a rebate would be given afterwards. Some people even said that they could give away extra stocks. For a while, the bridge was as lively as a vegetable market. The salesperson from Kissinger Recycling Company was ingenious and added a condition. In addition to what has been mentioned above, if you sign a contract with us, we can also provide you with an excellent person to train your crew on weapons operation and combat skills. Of course, the cost of the lifetime contract will be borne by us. Seeing Li Bin looking at her, she straightened her chest to show her figure and spoke quickly. "We have a list of talents for cooperation, and they are all retired Marines with rich practical experience." This sentence undoubtedly touched Li Bin's heart. The rebate and price reduction were all fake. Li Bin had staked all his wealth, not for the pitiful 2-digit star coins. As for stocks, it was even more nonsense. Only this beautiful woman was beautiful and pleasing to the eye, and her ability to read people's expressions was also outstanding. A retired Marine can not only bring direct combat power, but also train armed sailors. Li Changjian and his crew have grown into qualified crew members in the past 6 months, but if they want to truly sail across the Perseus galaxy where wars are raging and pirates are rampant, armed sailors are indispensable. At least when the pirates boarded the 3-legged cat, everyone was able to resist in an organized manner using the terrain instead of rushing to their deaths. Li Bin immediately signed a letter of intent with the beautiful saleswoman and drove away other people who were in the way on the ship. The The temporary sales alliance headed by Kissinger Recycling Company began a tug-of-war in negotiations with Li Bin while waiting for the samples to arrive. "Captain Li Bin, my name is Mira." Mira crossed her legs, her thighs were stretched to look very fleshy by the black stockings. She introduced herself intellectually, her S-shaped figure full of tension. "Enough of the small talk, business is important." Li Bin ignored the beauty's figure. The pressure of all in made his big head nervous, and he was in no mood to care about what his small head thought. "I don't need the assault chain guns, replace them all with light machine guns. As for the torpedoes, I want the sledgehammer torpedoes. You've seen my ship, and the aircraft carrier deck. I need an LPC, limited production of chips, for a fighter jet. Any aircraft carrier can produce fighter jets, replacement parts, and ammunition based on chips in its own printing factory. It's a black technology developed by Ren Jiling. Please quote the price." Mira nodded. Although Li Bin's demand was very strange, replacing the more powerful and more matching medium-sized shipborne weapon assault chain gun with a small weapon light machine gun was an act of reducing one's ability to save one's life, her sales experience would not allow her to refute any of her employer's strange demands. "Excuse me, do you have any requirements for fighter jets?" Li Bin said succinctly, "The combat demand is very low, but there is a demand for mining. Then I recommend the worker bee UAV developed by Hyena Mining. You must have heard of this giant company. Its main business is mining and ore refining. Although the design of the LPC is crude, it is favored by void mine owners. It is easy to produce and maintain. As long as you can mine metal ore, the printing factory built into the aircraft carrier can produce fighters according to the blueprint in the LPC." Li Bin knew without even looking that the other party's plan was fine. The worker bee drone was indeed an entry-level mining aircraft, and could also be used as cannon fodder to attract firepower in war. Seeing that there was no rebuttal, Mira continued, "LPCs are expensive. Even the LPCs for the worker bee drones cost 1,000 star coins each. Add the production blueprints for 2 small sledgehammer torpedoes, 3 light machine guns and ammunition blueprints, and a total of 1,500 star coins will be needed. It's a very reasonable price. The other party doesn't make much money from shipborne weapons. The so-called blueprint is a design drawing. Except for the dregs-like shuttles, even the smallest frigates have a production workshop, that is, an industrial 3D printer, which is used to produce ammunition weapons and small accessories. Because of the proliferation of 3D printing technology, the ammunition business of shipborne weapons is not profitable, so the company sells production licenses and blueprints." "Do you have any requirements for heavy weapons?" Mira asked. Li Bin replied, "Just one, fast. I hope to load the goods as soon as possible, the proportion doesn't matter." Such a neat and clear answer made Mira's eyes light up. Captain Li Bin is really quick to speak. "I will go to mobilize the goods immediately. If nothing goes wrong, we can get them all today. Please believe in Kazrin's industrial strength." Li Bin still remembers that in his previous life, a famous debt-paying actor, Nicolas Cage, once starred in a movie called Lord of War, in which the male protagonist stood on a street covered with brass shells, smoking, and saying a classic line. "1 out of every 12 people in this world owns a gun. The only problem is how to sell the guns to the remaining 11. This is both arrogant and evil." Now it was Li Bin's turn to be an arms dealer, and he could just bite his cigarette and use the same words to address the first mate. Fortunately and unfortunately, turmoil is to the Perseus Star region like fried chicken is to black American uncles. You can hate it and denounce it, but you can't get rid of it. A box of heavy weapons costs 460 star coins. The reason why it is called a box is that these things are contraband in many giant companies, such as the planets controlled by the Overlord. Once discovered by the patrol team, they will be directly confiscated and fined. Therefore, these heavy weapons are packed in the form of parts. If you meet someone who is willing to turn a blind eye, you can explain that they are transportation accessories. The cargo hold of the 3-legged cat was still very empty after spending all its fortune to buy 15 boxes of heavy weapons. Mira is worthy of being a gold medal salesperson. Although Kissinger Company is not large in scale, it coordinated the inventory of the allied companies in just over 10 minutes. Not only were all the heavy weapons put into storage, but even the weapons testing site was also ready. As the only person on the ship with experience in operating guns, Jeffrey naturally took over the testing work and left surrounded by a group of gentlemen who were eager to try out the shipborne weapons. Li Bin is currently interviewing retired Marines. The Marines can be seen as professional soldiers who specialize in landing battles, boarding battles, and are the absolute main force in wars in space stations, inside ships, and on the surfaces of planets. To be honest, despite having 2 lifetimes as a human, Li Bin still has no valid memories or experience when facing the Marines. After all, he was a good young man in his previous life, and he spent most of his time dealing with business in this life. Even if he faced a war, it was a space naval battle. He can only ask questions based on plots from movies, TV shows, and novels, and make a judgment by observing the interviewer's answers, mental outlook, and temperament. But the last person on the list gave Li Bin a great shock. The visitor looked very old, and the flesh on his cheeks had obvious signs of sagging. The information showed that he was only 40 years old. This is rare among interstellar humans who have per capita genetic modulation, longevity, and extremely long prime years. It can only mean that he has experienced a lot of planet landing battles, and his cheek muscles have been torn off by gravity during long-term ground battles. Humans who have lived in space all their lives will not have such obvious fall marks on their facial muscles even if they age. What's even more bizarre is that only the right hand of this man's limbs is natural. His left arm and legs have all been replaced with prosthetic limbs, and his right eye has also been replaced with a prosthetic eye. The only remaining naked eye is a little confused, and he is a little curled up when he sits down. If without a highly prosthetic body, Li Bin would even mistake him for an old farmer for a while. Li Bin coughed and said, "Please introduce yourself first." "My name is written on the list, but everyone calls me Old One-Eye." "The captain should call me Old One-Eye too." Old One-Eye drooped his eyelids, looking as listless as an old cat basking in the sun. "I completed my Marine Corps training at the age of 20. I have killed so many people in 28 years that I can't remember how many I have killed. I have participated in at least 10 battles in all kinds of battlefields." After the sparse introduction, there was no useful information except for the rich experience. Li Bin asked a few questions, but failed to get a sense of the other party's professionalism. An emotion called boredom rose between the two of them, which was very different from the previous recruitment. "Forget it, let's move on to the skills display." "They can all be said," Li Bin thought, and said, "Then why don't you show us your skills?" "Any skills are fine, grappling, shooting, secret agents, etc." The one-eyed old man used his only good hand to dig his ear, dug out earwax the size of a mung bean, and stretched his hand forward to put it in front of Li Bin. Li Bin stood up suddenly, his hair standing on end. In an offline interview, the interviewer will keep a certain distance from the interviewee in order to observe his, her whole body movements. This distance must be longer than an arm's length. Li Bin didn't expect that the one-eyed old man would take advantage of the time when the boring mood of the ineffective question and answer session was affecting him and quietly close the distance between them. Because his body was always shrunk, he looked lazy, so even if he further shrunk, it wouldn't be surprising. He relied on this to offset the visual change after the seat was moved closer by compressing his body. "Great." Li Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead and praised sincerely. He was able to reach out his hand in front of him and pinch his neck. This old one-eyed man is the most experienced among the interviewees today. His resume must not be fake. Li Bin asked curiously, "I have one last question. With your skills, it shouldn't be a problem for you to apply for the position of Marine Corps instructor in the company. Why do you want to be on a ship?" The one-eyed old man grinned and said, "I'm tired of staying on the ground, and I want to see the sky. If the captain doesn't mind, I'd like to ask for a job." Hearing this, Li Bin fell silent. He thought for a few seconds and then extended his hand solemnly. "What are you talking about? I am in need of a bosun on my ship. Please be sure to join us." Li Bin was still posing as a corporal when the bridge door was pushed open and Li Changjin yelled, "Brother, brother. This is awesome. This shipborne weapon is so powerful. I thought that light machine gun was a small water pipe, but guess what? It has a 60mm caliber. The bullet weighs more than a pound. This is not a gun, it's a cannon, and it fires continuously. On Earth, a continuous fire weapon with a caliber of more than 20mm can be called a machine gun. But in the interstellar age, a frigate has a size of more than 60 meters, so this standard has changed in space. Only continuous fire shipborne weapons with a caliber of 90 millimeters or more can be called machine guns. This thing can only be called a machine gun. From now on, I will have a share of the machine gunners, and no one of you is allowed to snatch it from me," he said with great ambition. Li Bin agreed with a smile, pointing at his younger brother and saying to the one-eyed old man, "This guy volunteered to be your first soldier. This is my younger brother. I have high expectations for him. I hope you can educate him with the strictest means." Li Bin emphasized the word strictest. The old one-eyed man looked at Li Changzhen, who was showing off his biceps to intimidate his colleagues, and nodded. "He is young, in good health, and seems to have a simple mind. He is a good candidate for a soldier." Li Changzhen was still excited about the exhilarating experience of firing the cannon himself, and had no idea that he had been betrayed by his brother. The next day, with no money left in his pocket, Li Bin drove the three-legged cat away from the industrial den of Kazarin and headed towards the nearest hyperspace jump point. The Thule galaxy is more than 10 light-years away from Li Bin's destination, a spatial span where the speed of light has to be calculated in years. The engine of the three-legged cat alone would take more than 10 days to cross the galaxy. By the time he reaches his target, the people will have been replaced. Therefore, intergalactic transportation requires the use of hyperspace. This is a barren, violent, and extremely unstable world that exists in dependence on the main world. And the hyperspace has an excellent characteristic, that is, the stars in the real universe are all mapped in the hyperspace, and the distance in the hyperspace is much smaller than that in the real universe. In other words, as long as you venture through hyperspace and roll in a hyperspace storm, you can spend a few days crossing several light-years and expand your business beyond the galaxy. Compared with the might of nature, spaceships are still too fragile. Even though humans now have giant ships several kilometers long, compared with the complex and chaotic hyperspace, it is still like returning to the age of exploration when sailing across the Atlantic. Everyone knew that nails were a luxury in New York, and England had the largest nail factory at the time, but only a few people ventured onto the ship. Similarly, everyone knows that food is cheap on agricultural planets a few light-years away, and there is not a grain of organic soil in the Thule galaxy, but rich people would rather stay in the space station until it rots and stinks than risk entering hyperspace. Only people like Li Bin and his crew, who have no way out, would rush in and fight for a future. Entering the jump point in 30 minutes. The ship will begin self-inspection. Crew members without missions, please return to the dormitory immediately. Li Bin read out the process verbatim on the radio. At this time, the three-legged cat had arrived near the hyperspace jump point, and a sphere emitting blue and purple light like a special effect was suspended in the void. Inside the sphere are vortices and shimmering lights. The fleet enters hyperspace. Anyone who sees a jump point for the first time will experience fear of the unknown. This ball is not stable. It seems to be expanding and contracting regularly under some influence. When it is big, its diameter is over 10 kilometers, and when it is small, it is only 3 or 4 kilometers. As the sphere expanded and shrank, the spaceships in front were swallowed up one by one. Li Shu looked at the spaceships lined up and suddenly recalled the mythological story that Li Bin had told her before. The gods hang high in the sky, and the people line up to kneel and pray, offering sacrifices of everything. Li Changzhen looked at the surrounding ships with great interest. He called out the names and parameters of the ships one by one, and taunted them in a low voice. "Ha ha, a bunch of frigates, little things of 60 or 70 meters dare to cut in line. If I were driving a boat, I would sink you." Seeing her brother so happy and carefree, Li Shu's worries were alleviated a lot. As the bridge commands became more frequent, under the nervous gaze of everyone, the three-legged cat hit the blue-purple jump point. There seemed to be a roar in my ears, as if thunder and lightning were continuous like rain, and as if the sound of a waterfall was echoing just a short distance away. All words and sounds were blurred by the roar, as if there was something blocking them. There was a noticeable feeling of stagnation in the body, and her hands and feet seemed to be soaked in water, but her breathing was still smooth. Li Shu opened her eyes in discomfort and saw that other people had the same painful expressions on their faces as she did. Only his elder brother, the first mate and the newly recruited bosun in Kazalin, an old man nicknamed Old One-Eye, felt no discomfort. It's dysopia, and everyone who enters or exits hyperspace for the first time has this symptom. Li Shu heard her brother explaining in a very loud voice, but she still felt she couldn't hear clearly. Li Bin continued, as long as you are not a particularly sensitive person, you will not experience this symptom again after the first time. This is indeed the case. The negative effects of endotopia are not lasting. The fastest ones, like Li Changzhen Vulcan, recovered in an hour. The slowest ones are the relatives of the Elfei gang. The newly recruited crew members are in better conditions and more delicate. It took them about half a day for the symptoms to ease. Just as seasickness is the first gift of the sea to newcomers, ectopia is just the first warning of hyperspace to newcomers. The three-legged cat flew cautiously in the dim hyperspace. What was strange was that anywhere in the hyperspace, everything in the distance was always bright, but everything nearby was dark. There was no obvious optical connection between the two, which was extremely counterintuitive. Although the speed has not changed, the spacecraft's fuel consumption rate is dozens of times that of the real universe. Just looking at the spinning fuel gauge is enough to make people nervous. What's more, hyperspace is not empty, but has unique terrain. During the voyage, the three-legged cat occasionally collided with a mass of sparse matter that looked like a cloud. Humans named it a hyperspace nebula out of habit. These nebulae occasionally released photoelectric or thermal energy when they gathered together, causing great damage to ships within the range, so humans called it a hyperspace storm. In a hyperspace storm, no one would open the shield. The power of nature is beyond human power. The only result of opening the shield is that in addition to the damage to the armor and hull, there will be an additional cost of replacing the battery pack. Hyperspace overview: the red frame highlights the hyperspace storm. While introducing the hyperspace nebulae that filled every observation window of the tripod, Li Bin comforted everyone on the radio. Even hyperspace nebulae have their own rules. Some routes open between nebulae can exist for thousands of years. Although we are in a nebula now, there hasn't been a storm in this nebula for hundreds of years. The probability of a car capsizing is very low. Besides, we are fully armored, so we are not afraid. As he spoke, the three-legged cat began to shake violently. The crew looked at the captain in horror, and even Jeffrey had a look of doubt on his face. When Li Bin turned on the shipborne camera, his face turned green. The wreckage of a shuttle hit the side armor of the three-legged cat, leaving a 3-meter-long scratch on the hull. Even though his own ship was hit, Li Bin had no place to vent his anger. The owner of the shuttle must still be in the wreckage, but Li Bin did not have necromancy, so he could not make the dead pay for it. Secondly, even if you salvage the wreckage and try to stop the loss, the gain outweighs the gain. Hyperspace is always turbulent, and the fuel consumed to stabilize the ship's attitude is even twice as much as normal navigation. Of course, if Li Bin was lucky enough to encounter a cruiser or even a battleship, it would be a completely different story. During the few hours of salvage, Li Bin had to burn 1/10 of his fuel. What bad luck! Li Bin took the helm to avoid a secondary collision with the wreckage. These nebulae are also matter in nature. When the ship sails in them, it will slow down just like a person in the water. When the ship leaves the nebula, the speed will increase. Hyperspace is undoubtedly much more lively than galaxies. One of the most obvious reasons is that the mapping distance in hyperspace is smaller than in the real universe, so it is in a prosperous and mature waterway. You can see boats above, below, left and right. Everyone passes by according to habit and tacit understanding, devoting blood and sweat to the huge enterprise with endless desires. In addition, there are thrilling robberies and wars. Pirates, Ludwig, Hell Legion, Fang Clan, and other war maniacs, extreme religions, brainwashing forces are fighting everywhere in hyperspace. In addition to planning large-scale galaxy invasions, these forces most often send out spaceships to rob transport fleets in hyperspace like pirates. They are powerless against the garrison forces within the galaxy, but they can hide in the nebula, guarding the hyperspace jump points like vultures, and circling up when they spot their prey. Their core purpose is to weaken the galaxy's power by harassing the galaxy's transportation system. If they find that their harassment has become the fuse of some kind of unrest, they will call on the main fleet and launch an invasion. This behavior caused many bad consequences, one of which was refugees. For a system like the Thule system that has no large-scale food supply, if the food supply is cut off for more than 2 months, it will easily lead to a food crisis. If it exceeds 6 months, you can see countless civilian ships rushing to the encirclement to seek a glimmer of hope. Objectively speaking, more than 4% of the current population of Elfi are refugees from other galaxies looking for job opportunities. Li Bin still remembers the first 2 years after he was mortgaged onto the ship. He was a handyman and often saw skinny rich people walking out of the luxurious spaceships on the grain-producing planet. They were wearing gold and silver and looked at the planet with thousands of miles of fertile fields through the observation window with vigilance and greed. These are the guys who have successfully escaped and are extremely hungry, so they come directly to the food-producing areas to eat, and they are also thinking of buying land and becoming high-tech farmers. With the engine at full power, the three-legged cat showed its code and followed a large commercial fleet southward. Li Bin's mind was full of thoughts. As a kind-hearted citizen, Li Bin could not turn a blind eye to the evil deeds of the Chaos Forces. Due to insufficient transportation capacity, he could not buy food to support these hungry star systems. But he is still able to sell weapons and enable people to arm themselves to defend their homes, and he is very willing to do so. As soon as Jeffrey hit the wreckage, he rushed to the bridge to find damage control. When the first mate came back, his face was a little gloomy. "We have to find a space station nearby to dock. We are unlucky. The wreckage was destroyed by the attack. The explosion twisted the hull, and there are many metal sharp corners that pierce deep into the ship." Jeffrey released a holographic projection, magnified the damaged part, pointed at several obvious repair marks and said, "The armor of the civilian ship is not strong enough. Several pierced into the cabin. The damage control has been urgently handled and there are no problems in the cabin now. But the hyperspace environment is very different from the real universe. We don't have a repair ship, so the external armor can't be repaired. If we encounter a hyperspace storm, the armor here may be torn apart. If other ships see it, they may turn into pirates and rob us." Li Bin squinted at the projection and nodded in agreement with the first mate. This kind of problem will not stop for Minsheng Company's fleet. It is a complete commercial fleet with extremely subdivided ship types. There are not only escort ships dedicated to combat, medical ships, and fuel tankers, but even transport ships are specialized. Except for a light machine gun for crushing space junk, there are no other weapons on the ship. It is just a thin-skinned and thick-fleshed space dumpling. Only a captain working alone would have strict requirements on the overall performance of the ship. Poor and picky, this is what people like Li Bin are like. The first mate pinched his chin and asked, "You have been working in the company for so long, do you have any acquaintances in any space station?" Li Bin shook his head. He did have acquaintances, but they were all accountants, clerks and customs officials, who would deal with factories in the smuggling business. After looking at the star map, Li Bin said, "We just passed Citalantia. The nearest galaxy has only one power, Lud's left path. Why don't those crazy people in Zhujiang go back to Citalantia?" Li Bin shook his head again. "No, that is a permanent neutral port, open to any force. Pirates and Zhujiang lunatics may target us. Besides, the prices are high. We have spent all our money on heavy weapons. We only have 109 star coins in our pockets. Let's hold on a little longer." The first mate was very worried and said, "Are you still holding on? Further ahead is the Sindar power, which is also a warlord force. Our heavy weapons are contraband there. If they are found, we will lose everything. Further south, Hound Mining and Apex Design Group have all put heavy weapons on the banned sales list." He scratched his head in annoyance. "Who are you going to sell this batch of goods to? The South is full of conservative giants and warlords. Wouldn't it be a death wish if we went there?" Li Bin was surprised and said, "Who told you that I sold it to a giant company? What do you think of a giant company? There are 15 boxes of heavy weapons, and the warehouse itself has more than that. I want to support those people who live on free planets that are not protected by giant companies, so that they can protect themselves when facing invasions by pirates and lunatics." Jeffrey curled his lips and said, "It's just business. Why do you talk about it as if you have such ideals? Do you think you are a poet?" Jeffrey said this, and his anxiety was relieved a lot. He was really afraid that the hope of turning things around that he had finally seen would be ruined because of Li Bin's impulsiveness. The free planet lacked everything. Jeffrey didn't know what Li Bin had found from the news and information, but since he was not looking for death, Jeffrey chose to take a gamble with him based on his success in the past 6 months. As they were discussing where to resupply, the alarm on the command platform sounded. Li Bin picked up the call and heard the broken gong sound of the one-eyed bosun. "Captain, there are 2 ships behind us. They are probably pirates." Li Bin was nervous. "How did you find out?" "While in hyperspace, I took the boys to practice hyperspace optical observation and found that the trajectory of a nebula was abnormal. This is a common tactic used by hyperspace pirates. They will bring a fuel transport ship and lurk in hyperspace for a long time, using the nebula to approach the target. I suffered a loss once in the Marine Corps I was in before, and it left a deep impression on me. Optical observation posts are responsible for observing space with instruments and the naked eye. The data they obtain are collected together with detectors and reported to the navigator, who analyzes the latest space terrain, assesses risks, and then gives advice to the captain." Jeffrey was shocked. "We are following a large trade fleet. What pirate would dare to do this?" The one-eyed old man said in a deep voice, "We were pretending, but our true colors were revealed." The navigator of the 3-legged cat was Li Shu. Although she had bought a navigator training course, she had only worked for half a year and lacked experience, so she was deceived by the pirates. She lowered her head in shame. Seeing this, Jeffrey hurried to comfort her. "Girl, this has nothing to do with you. Formal pilot training usually takes at least 5 or 6 years. You should blame your brother for not wanting to spend money." Li Shu shook her head imperceptibly. Seeing that the effect was not good, the first mate pushed Li Bin and said, "She is your sister. Comfort her." Li Bin rolled his eyes at Jeff, thinking, "Do you think my sister is some kind of princess who can't be lifted by your hands? How can a man who is a serious worker, who pushes the clutch and pushes the lever, and drives the forklift all day, use such a soft and cute way of comforting? He must provide a sense of being needed." Without even looking up, he said, "You're the only navigator on the ship, and you still have to analyze the star map. Don't cry your eyes out." This sentence was worth 1,000 words of consolation. Li Shu immediately wiped her face and devoted herself to her work more energetically. At the command desk, Li Bin summoned the old one-eyed man. "Captain, come to the bridge immediately." Then the communication was cut off and the alarm was sounded for the entire ship. A cold mechanical voice sounded in every cabin and every section. "Pirate traces detected. All crew members immediately collect weapons and combat potions, stay at your posts, and obey orders." The yellow alarm light came on and hurried footsteps were heard in the originally quiet cabin. This was the first time that the 3-legged cat officially faced a naval battle and all the crew members were extremely nervous. Li Bin cleared all the trade information on the desktop, the holographic projection entered the battle mode, all optical observation posts were activated, and the detectors were directed in the direction pointed by the old one-eyed man. Jeffrey scratched his head and became anxious again. "How about we find a star system to enter first? The heavy weapons are prohibited, let's avoid the pirates first." "That's exactly what they want." Li Bin rejected it flatly. "You also heard what Old One-Eye said, that the hyperspace pirates brought a fuel transport ship. When they go to the jump point, how many days do you dare to bet on them leaving? When they cross the hyperspace jump point, all their weapons will be offline." Li Bin grabbed the first mate's shoulder and said, "Only you, me, and Old One-Eye have real experience in naval warfare. The rest are half-baked." The people at the observation post didn't find any traces of pirates. It was Old One-Eye who reported the location himself. "The light machine guns on the ship are not enough to drive away the pirates. We have to rely on torpedoes. You control the torpedo launch." Jeffrey nodded sharply, rushed out of the bridge, and passed by the old one-eyed man. At this time, the ship's internal channel was filled with the angry roars of Li Changzhen and Vulcan. The engineering team had the most experience and the most physical strength, so they were assigned to operate 3 light machine guns. As for the drones, they were directly controlled by the bridge. "Here it comes." Li Shu took off her headphones and reported in a clear voice, "Coordinates 56.78.12, in front of our left, number 3. The battle mode projection jumped again, and a 3-dimensional spherical map centered on the 3-legged cat appeared in the projection. The blurred hyperspace terrain changed as the ship moved forward, and 2 highlights appeared in front and diagonally in front. One bright one was the trade fleet, which seemed to have discovered the pirates and was speeding up to distance itself from Li Bin. The other darker one was the pirates. This is the Sky Dome combat system, originally used exclusively by the human leader army, but scattered everywhere after the Great Collapse. It can visually summarize reconnaissance information, use AI to summarize, and intuitively reflect the battlefield. In large-scale fleet battles, this is an indispensable thing. If an AI core, which would be a top-level technological achievement even in the era of human leadership, could be installed on board, Li Bin could even use the powerful computing power and algorithms of the AI core to drive the nine-handed three-legged cat to destroy a military destroyer. The old one-eyed man took a quick look and said, 3 ships, 1 fuel ship is not considered, the other 2. Li Bin magnified the light spot, revealing the outline of the pirate ship, which was a composite projection of photos uploaded by the optical observation post. With his extraordinary memory, Li Bin immediately recognized the type of ship, a Hellhound-class armed merchant ship and a robber-class frigate. Cerberus. Robbery level. The old one-eyed man looked surprised. He didn't expect that the captain was so familiar with the ship model. Li Bin did a lot of homework during the days when he bought the ship. He looked at almost all destroyers and below in the core star area, and also wrote down the standard parameters of the ships. He said to the bosun, the Hellhound is easy to deal with. It is an armed merchant ship and is only slightly faster than us. The Robber is a fast ship designed by pirates. Although the materials used are simple, I'm afraid the three-legged cat can't withstand it. If the engine is damaged, we'll be finished. The old one-eyed man nodded and said, then let's focus our fire on the Hellhound and try to inflict heavy damage on it. Pirates are like dogs, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. As long as they feel it's difficult, they won't dare to risk losing their ship to trade with us. Li Bin nodded and asked, how is the training of the armed sailors? Can they be used? The one-eyed old man smirked and said, Captain, what are you asking? It's only been a few days. How can we train them if we really have to board the ship? You'd better get on the lifeboat and run away. Li Bin didn't respond, thinking that he had put all his efforts into the ship, and his younger brother and sister were both obedient and sensible, so how could he bear to run away? Besides, running away in hyperspace was a life-threatening situation. There were heavy weapons on the ship, so at worst, he could give up the three-legged cat and drive a mecha tank to exchange homes with the other side, which would give him a better chance. Pirates always bully the weak and fear the strong. If they really run away, they won't know how they will die. Instead, they have a greater chance of winning by giving it a try. The trade fleet ahead has entered a hyperspace storm. The first mate on the channel yelled angrily, they're trying to use the storm to escape. A hyperspace storm is like a hurricane in the real world. It is difficult for people to move against the wind, but with the wind, they can be blown away. If you run a 100-meter race with the wind, even Bolt will have to eat up your ass behind you. Using hyperspace storms to accelerate is a common trick used by experienced captains. It is a numbers game between fuel, supplies, and maintenance costs. But it was obvious that this trade fleet not only watched them die without helping, but also had a kind of disgusted attitude of, if you want to die, die far away from me. You should know that helping each other to the best of your ability is the unspoken rule for captains sailing in deep space. After all, no one knows whether they will encounter attacks or natural disasters. Supporting each other is one of the trump cards for mankind to survive crises. As a large trading fleet, the opposing commander was a bit too cowardly. Even the one-eyed old man frowned in dissatisfaction. Even the pirates of the size of 2 frigates were afraid of them like tigers. How could he overpower the other captains of the fleet? Wasn't this a cold shot? Li Bin didn't have time to curse at this moment. He calmly told the first mate to shut up. What's there to quarrel about? Remember this company. If you encounter them again, just don't rescue them. Now concentrate on preparing for the naval battle. At this time, Li Shu reported loudly, the enemy ship is 18,000 meters away from our ship and is expected to enter the firing range in 5 minutes. Weapons position raised. Jeffrey yelled on the channel. The weapon bay is a space reserved for weapons when a ship is first built. Shipborne weapons are no longer hand-cranked since the 21st century, so each weapon bay is equipped with complete components such as ammunition depots, electric engines, circuits, fire control radars, etc. It is not possible to simply dig a hole to use as a weapon bay. The surface of these weapons is covered by movable armor, protruding like a barnacle on the surface of a whale, but unlike a barnacle, the weapons are usually retracted and only opened in war. For electric 60mm caliber light machine guns were pushed out from the raised weapon position. Under the control of Li Changjin, who was temporarily transferred to become an artillery sailor, one light machine gun started to spin. The hangar doors under the bridge opened at the same time, and 6 drones were ejected one after another, surrounding the three-legged cat, their weapons already locked onto the approaching pirate ship. These worker bee drones are equipped with simple chips that can realize local area network interconnection and cooperation after inputting commands. They were originally used for long-distance mineral mining, but they can smash asteroids and mines, and can also work together to break through spacecraft armor. Just like the sledgehammer torpedo on the bow of the three-legged cat, its original purpose was to blast asteroids, but later it was discovered that it was also suitable for bombing ships, so it was used as a weapon. The enemy is 6,000 away. Li Shu's voice rose again. In the Sky Dome combat system, the pirates are already very close to the combat radius of the drone. But Li Bin did not take any action. All the drones used for mining were of crude manufacturing quality. Their firepower was up to standard, but their defense was not. Without coordination, they could easily be torn to pieces. The enemy is 3,000 meters away. Enemy ships open fire. Li Shu's voice trembled with nervousness. Li Bin glanced at the combat system and grabbed the communicator. The pirates have opened fire. It's the fire snake. The three-legged cat will try to maneuver. You must intercept the missiles. Yes, Captain. Li Changjin responded. The Fire Hydra tracking missile is a harassment missile specifically designed to paralyze engines. It has almost no ability to damage the ship itself. Most of the warhead of the Fire Hydra missile is occupied by the guidance system, and the remaining part is filled with expanding foam. As soon as the trigger-type warhead hits the target, the box containing the foam agent will disintegrate by itself. The expanding foam will expand 800 times in 1 second and harden quickly to block the engine injection port. If hit by 2 or 3 Hydra missiles at the same time, the tripod would have to shut down for at least 20 minutes while damage control cleared the expansion foam and restarted the engine. This method of attacking, which only paralyzes the ship without exploding it, is very popular among pirates. It can preserve the property and cargo on the ship to the maximum extent and allow the most valuable ship itself to be immediately converted into combat power after being captured. Because they had to replace violent torpedoes and missiles with fire snakes, which had an extremely narrow range of adaptability, the pirates' firepower objectively did not reach the average level of the number of their weapon slots. Simply put, this group of pirates is good-looking but useless, and this is Li Bin's opportunity. The light machine gun spewed out flames, and 4 ammunition belts swept through the hyperspace. The 60mm bullets hit the fire snake missiles. The strong kinetic energy directly tore the missiles apart, and the gray expanding foam expanded like fireworks. Light machine guns are classified as live ammunition kinetic weapons in the classification of shipborne weapons, and are further subdivided into air defense weapons. They rely on a high rate of fire, a firepower network woven by multiple weapon positions, and use saturated live ammunition shooting for air defense, which is just the right amount to take on the fire snake missile. These bullets are not filled with gunpowder, but special ingredients that can detonate in an oxygen-free environment. In space without an atmosphere, the range of these bullets is theoretically unlimited. I guess the pirates on the other side are jumping up and down and cursing how shameless it is. Instead of installing cannons on a good destroyer, they imitate the frigate and install a bunch of small water pipes to play with forked urine. Who would have thought of this? The Sky Dome combat system sounded a fierce alarm, and the yellow alarm turned into a red alarm. The shrill alarm bell made the crew members who were holding air guns in the cabin to guard against boarding battles completely unable to sit still. Enemy ship is 1,500 away. This means that both sides have entered the range of hot fire and the fierce naval battle has officially begun. Open your shield. The orange shield slowly stood up under the full output of the battery pack. As the fastest robber-class frigate approached, most of the first round of firepower was absorbed by the shield, and only a few shells hit the armor. The three-legged cat trembled slightly as the armor deformed. A window popped up at the bottom of the Skydome combat system, and the progress bar was filled to 20%. This reflects the accumulation of waste heat in the ship's battery pack. In order to maintain the shield during a violent explosion, the battery pack will overload its output in a short period of time. Even in the interstellar era, the energy conversion efficiency cannot reach 100%. The battery pack's part of the energy will accumulate in the battery pack as heat. If the temperature of the battery pack exceeds the warning level, the battery pack will lose power due to overload. This problem is even more significant in space. In order to maintain a huge spacecraft of several hundred meters, the size of the shipboard battery pack is enough to be the size of several standard cabins. However, the space medium is thin, unlike the Earth where there is enough air and water, which also means that the battery pack cannot rely on air cooling and water cooling to dissipate heat. This will heat the air in the cabin, and the crew will be heated before the war is decided. Dead. Therefore, the captain must always be vigilant about the accumulation of waste heat during naval battles. Once overloaded and the power goes out, the entire ship, including its engines and weapons, will be offline, and the spacecraft will directly become a target in space. Of course, there are ways to discharge waste heat. Generally, ships use a method of converting waste heat into radiation and discharging it through radiation ports. Each ship has its rated radiation efficiency, and its principle is similar to that of a microwave oven. In other words, as long as it is properly controlled, a ship can slowly dissipate and control waste heat. But in a one-on-two situation like Li Bin's, it is difficult to control the waste heat of the three-legged cat within the safety line. He needed time to suspend the ship's functions and activate the forced radiation rejection system, converting all waste heat into thermal radiation and discharging it like shitting. In thermal imaging, the three-legged cat will be as dazzling as the sun. Normal spacecraft. The spacecraft with forced radiation rejection, with red catkins around it, is the forced radiation rejection. As we all know, people are most vulnerable when they are defecating, and the same is true for ships. At this time, they can do nothing. The process of forced displacement is irreversible. Although the process only takes a few tens of seconds, once it is started, it will be at the mercy of others. Go full speed ahead, knock away the robber class, target the Cerberus class. Li Bin gave the order, and as the Cerberus class that had fallen behind was locked onto, the worker bee drones swarmed out, ignoring the pirate ship that was within reach, and rushed forward as if they were ready to die. But Captain, the shield collision puts a lot of pressure on the battery pack, a crew member reminded. Li Bin waved his hand and said, "We are a destroyer, and the other side is a frigate. Our battery pack is at least twice as much as theirs, so we have an advantage over the waste heat of the batteries. Kill the hellhounds, and launch the sledgehammer torpedoes." Sledgehammer torpedoes are in place. I need a better shooting angle. Jeffrey responded in the channel. Okay, I'll give you the shooting angle. Li Bin slapped the table and pressed a button on the command console, activating the dromedary level tactical system, backup deployment. The aircraft carrier's printing factory located directly below the bridge immediately began operation, assembling all the parts originally used to repair drones. The second batch of drones were assembled and launched in less than a minute. This batch of drones ignores safety and stability and only seeks to enhance firepower at the moment. Even if they survive, they will soon be destroyed due to malfunctions. Their mission was simple, to force the Cerberus-class armed merchant ships to turn their firepower towards themselves and create a close combat opportunity for the three-legged cat. Li Shu looked up and shouted, "Collision warning." Boom. The moment the shields collided, the batteries of the two ships began to discharge with a crackling sound. Fortunately, the number of crew members on the three-legged cat was not large, and the damage control personnel originally responsible for maintaining the battery packs had been transferred to the middle of the ship in advance to deal with emergencies, so no one died. However, in order to cope with the high mortality rate in boarding battles and the need to immediately drive away captured ships, pirates always prefer as many people as possible. Now, there must be a skilled worker on the other side who was electrocuted to death. The two ships did not actually collide, but their shields rubbed against each other. The flash destroyed the nearest optical observation equipment. The pirate captain's fierce insults popped up in the public channel. Li Bin only replied with WCNM, and blocked the pirate while the other side was confused and said, "I don't have a mother." The battery pack waste heat has exceeded 50%, and the pirates who only have the frigate battery pack are not having a good time either. After urgently pulling away, they dare not chase closely, fearing that they will be hit again by the madman on the opposite side, so they keep their distance and force radiation. The 320-meter-long three-legged cat rushed towards the Cerberus class with terrifying kinetic energy, covered with shields and anti-aircraft firepower nets. You should know that the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier is only 317 meters long. When it was parked in the port for people to visit, the people below only felt that they were in front of a moving town. Now the town has been created. A void. A void with full left rudder. The bridge of the Cerberus-class ship sounded an alarm, and the pirate captain didn't even have time to command the artillery to sink the drones that were harassing him. This ship is called an armed merchant ship. Although it is armed, it only refers to its firepower. Its hull is still a civilian ship. What's more, the Dromedary is a civilian destroyer hull, and the Cerberus is a frigate. How can a small 80-meter-long Karami withstand a 320-meter-long giant? If they collide head-on, the shield will be overloaded and paralyzed, and then it will have to withstand a high-speed, high-strength alloy space mud truck weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. Soon after the robber turned, the Skydome combat system gave a possible analysis of its direction. Li Bin directly passed the analysis to the gunner, watch the lead time and sweep their shields for me. Li Changjin was in the weapons operation room, sweating profusely and shouting loudly until his voice became hoarse. There is no air in space, but the ship is solid. The sound wave transmission rate of solids is much higher than that of air. The sound of the light machine gun firing continuously could not be heard because of the soundproofing on the bridge. Jeffrey was under the gun and could hear it more clearly than anyone else. He had to shout to speak. Because the barrel is small in size and has a fast liquid cooling speed, a timely heat dissipation system is used. However, the hot water will pass through the cabin where the gunner is located. Under long-term firing, the indoor temperature has reached 30 degrees. But he was in high spirits. Li Changjin and his fellow workers stripped naked, stuck their butts out and fired their guns. The dull sound of the gunfire overhead made people feel ecstatic. Some of them even sang war songs in the channel at the top of their lungs, howling like ghosts and wolves. Li Changjin couldn't understand the situation, didn't know what tactics the pirates were using, and didn't know what danger he was in. He only knew that the three-legged cat was longer and bigger than the two pirate ships combined. The eldest brother is also a man of courage. He drives the boat fast and well. With one acceleration, he directly knocks a ship away, beating the opponent like a rat. The opponent dares not to approach. He is really fierce. There is no way we can lose this battle, so the result will surely be a huge win. If you don't show your face when the wind is favorable, do you have to wait for the wind to go against you? Just be happy. Jeffrey in the torpedo room was not so happy. Li Bin put the power of victory on him, and he was responsible for the life and death of the entire ship. Jeffrey blinked his sore eyes, his bloodshot eyeballs showing signs of fatigue. But Jeffrey took stimulants and forced his body to recover. The printing factory is working at full capacity to produce drone parts. There are currently 4 torpedoes in stock and the torpedo launch bay has 2 doors, which means the first 2 are the most effective. Patience, be patient, Jeffrey muttered to himself, his eyes reddened by the sight. In the camera, the light machine gun bullets created dense yellow flowers on the enemy's shield. The pirates' shells blasted intermittent waves on the three-legged cat's shield. Li Bin even frequently turned off the shield, adjusted the ship's posture, and used armor to absorb damage just to avoid overloading the battery pack. In order to avoid the collision course of the three-legged cat, the Corsair could not take care of the battery pack. As Li Bin tried his best, the waste heat accumulation of the pirate ship reached the critical point first. It had to shut down the shield and retreat with all its strength in an attempt to force the radiation to be discharged at a safe distance. This is the fighter plane created by Li Bin. If the Cerberus class does not remove its shield, it will be overloaded by light machine guns and drones. If it does remove its shield, it will be difficult for the sledgehammer torpedo to miss at the current distance. Fire. Jeffrey hit the launch button, and the torpedo left the launch bay propelled by liquid fuel and flew towards the Cerberus pirate ship slowly but steadily. It's a sledgehammer torpedo. The pirate bridge was in chaos, and the captain was still trying to operate. He desperately discovered that the robber behind his prey had turned and ran away as soon as he discovered the sledgehammer torpedo. The Allies decided that he was beyond help and went to monopolize the fuel tanker. You cowardly rat. The pirate captain was so sad that he chose to raise the shield again. The frigate is so small that if it were hit by 2 missiles, there would be no chance of survival. The battery pack can be overloaded, as long as people are still alive. He pulled out his air gun and ordered to lock the bridge and kill any pirates who tried to break in. At the same time, he summoned his loyalists to kill the extra people on the bridge, and then he commanded his loyal followers to head for the escape hatch next to the bridge. As the ship shook and the batteries shut down and the power was cut off, the pirate leader and his core members fled decisively. As soon as they left, a 4-meter diameter torpedo smashed into the bridge observation window and exploded right in front of them. Send. Jeffrey Tan sat on a fixed chair and shouted happily, imitating Li Bin's habit of speaking. The ship was already scrapped. The frigate was hit by a torpedo head-on, and was paralyzed on one side. It lost its bridge and became a vegetable. Bosun. Li Bin said in high spirits, gather the crew, distribute food and combat potions, and prepare to seize the ship. The old one-eyed man looked at the fleeing robber-class frigate and was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Among all the wars he had experienced in his life, this was probably the most trifling one. It was obvious that the pirates had the upper hand, and he had prepared himself mentally for special warfare on the ship. But in the end, the pirates had 2 leaders and were clearly indecisive, so he was defeated by the young and inexperienced captain. It was a game of 2 losers fighting each other, but the crazy temperament of this ship in dealing with crises was very much to his liking. Yes, Captain. The one-eyed old man agreed, thinking about something in his mind. He left the bridge. The crew members of the engineering team had just finished shooting and were exhausted. They had to eat a meal and rest before they could work again. There was no rush now. As for Li Bin, he is cooperating with the damage control to count the extent of damage to the ship. Captain, this ship can't hold on any longer. We've been hit by 15 shells. There's not a single piece of armor on the front that's intact. The deck of the aircraft carrier is damaged, and one of the cabins has exploded. We need to repair it. In the projection, the person in charge of damage control was wearing a helmet, holding the pipe like a sloth, hanging upside down at the welding gap, and his mouth was full of bad news. Li Bin was in high spirits after winning the battle. The fatigue from the heavy data work for many days was also swept away with this release. In addition, he could also salvage another ship to make up for the loss, so he readily agreed to repair the ship. Jeffrey. Are you still alive? Get out and work, it's another ship. It looks like it can be repaired. Li Bin was speaking in the channel. Jeffrey's rough voice was filled with joy and exhaustion. Even if you die, I won't. Besides, I attacked this ship, and I have accomplished great merit. You have to give me more bonuses. Battlefield salvage and wreckage salvage are not the same. The most significant difference is that there are often many living people in the parked ships on the battlefield. How to deal with these people becomes a problem. Detain them. They will consume food and may rebel and seize the ship. Let's kill them all. Searching them out one by one will be troublesome first. A pirate may appear out of nowhere and cause casualties to the crew. These crew members are all Li Bin's fellow soldiers. In ancient times, they were serious hometown soldiers and the backbone of the future fleet. It's so heartbreaking to die like this. Besides, wouldn't it be a bit too extreme to have a full picture? Li Bin held his chin and thought deeply. He would not recruit pirates anyway, especially hyperspace pirates. It might be unfair to shoot them one by one, but if they shoot every other person, they will definitely slip through the net. Besides, if you capture pirates alive, you can still collect rewards. Confused, he decided to seek professional advice. No one on the ship was more professional than the veteran, Old One-Eye. After hearing Li Bin's doubts, the veteran quickly gave the best solution. Then use it to train soldiers. Captain, you want to train armed sailors. Armed sailors cannot be trained by shooting. They have to kill people. Don't we have the right environment and criminals here? If a pirate is killed, it's his fate. If he survives, we can collect the reward. The old one-eyed man said as he thrust a high-powered air rifle into Li Bin's hands. Captain, you come along too. I'm going too. Li Bin was confused. I'm not going to be an armed sailor. The old one-eyed man turned around and grabbed a gun, muttering, Captain, let me be honest, you are good in everything except your temperament. If you don't change soon, you will suffer. This is not the era of the leader. How can a captain not have blood on his hands? When you enter the tavern, people can tell you are a novice at a glance. You have to be tough and kill people, one ship at a time. Not bombing a ship with cannons, nor fighting a crew, but killing people through a whole ship. Don't be afraid, Old One-Eye will follow you, and nothing will go wrong. As he spoke, his prosthetic legs opened up into several slender and sharp metal legs. The Old One-Eyed Man shrank in height, and the whole person looked like a half-man, half-spider like a spider walker. A chainsaw chain knife popped out of his left arm prosthetic, spinning with a hissing sound. The most terrifying thing was that the Old One-Eyed Man still had a nonchalant look on his face. The contrast between the two was indescribably horrifying. After this, you and your men will be different. Very different. Jeffrey in the channel swallowed his saliva and whispered, "My goodness, Captain, where did you find the god of killing? You talk about killing people as if they were cutting vegetables." Li Bin didn't reply, thinking that killing people is nothing. Look at the Old One-Eyed Man's current appearance. His pants are soaked with fear. He is not a human being at all. He is simply a mechanically modified super soldier. No wonder this guy has been able to fight in battles for more than 20 years. It turns out he has so many amazing tools on him. With his skills, he is probably qualified to be an instructor. I don't know why he would want to work on a ship. Could it be that he has the same fate as the chief instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards, and shares the Snow Mountain Temple? Li Bin shook his head, pushed away the distracting thoughts, and asked tentatively, "Can I be strong if I kill him?" The Old One-Eyed Man nodded and shook his head, "Kill more to be tough." "Okay." Li Bin nodded. "I believe you. Wait for me. I'll call the first mate as well." Jeffrey's anxious voice came from the channel, "Hey. I've killed people before. I don't need to practice. I just fired and killed a lot of people. Stop talking nonsense. Haven't you heard that only by killing more people can you become tough? Just accompany me to hell." Li Bin's voice was still in the channel 1 second ago, and the next second he kicked the door open, grabbed Jeffrey, and dragged him out like a dead dog, ignoring his wailing. Poor Jeffrey, the effect of the stimulant had just worn off, his body was weak and his mind was tired, he was unable to resist, and was taken away by Li Bin. "Come on. I'll kill you. Put down your weapons. I repeat, put down your weapons." In the narrow restaurant, two groups of people who had broken up the negotiation kicked over tables, chairs, and cabinets and pulled out guns to shoot at each other. After 1 hour on board, they had advanced less than 200 meters and had not even searched one deck thoroughly. They had already encountered 3 waves of pirates. There were 20 people on board, and 4 of them were injured. The specialized air guns in the cabin are not as powerful as the rifles on Earth, but they have almost no recoil and are powerful enough to kill people. Li Bin didn't have money to buy combat uniforms for everyone, so everyone wore crew uniforms. The front row was equipped with bulletproof shields made of high-strength alloy, but in the narrow and complex space, there were always stray bullets at strange angles that hit the unlucky guys. After all, there is no gravity in space, and people can run up, down, left, and right. The pirates can just lean the tables and chairs against the wall to create a shelter. The smell of blood and the faint wailing in his ears all stimulated Li Bin's mind. Unlike the boarding battles he fought in Minsheng Company, regular companies never actively invaded pirate ships, but always stayed inside the ship to deal with pirates who boarded the ship with their home advantage. At that time, Li Bin also took up weapons many times to protect the company's property, but above his head was the cabin surveillance camera recording pirate data. In his headphones he heard the efficient instructions of the complete command team, and around him were a large number of Marines and armed sailors, so he had the advantage no matter how he fought. Now. With a popping sound, the air gun bullet embedded into the dining table. The polyethylene dining table cracked at the location where it was hit by dynamic energy, leaving a thumb-sized hole and a bulge at the tip of Li Bin's nose. He instinctively shrank his face back, and at the same time, the second round of bullets hit near the crater, and the plastic structure could not hold up and a fist-sized hole was blown out. On the battlefield where death was only 10 centimeters away from him, Li Bin's adrenaline was rushing like urine, his heart was beating so fast that it seemed to be soaring into the sky, his brain was congested and his mind was a little dizzy. He rolled his eyes and saw the one-eyed old man making gestures at him. Li Bin subconsciously shouted, "Cover." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his gun with both hands and fired at the opposite side. The crew members raised their guns one after another, and the firepower network immediately suppressed the opposite side. The one-eyed old man's legs turned into alloy spider legs again. The toes were inserted into the cabin structure. Under the cover of gunfire, he climbed up to the ceiling. His 8 spider legs ejected and crashed into the pirate bunker above his head like a cannonball. The chainsaw blade popped out of the prosthetic limb, and without any movement, a large amount of blood spilt out, and he trembled in the air like a living thing. The sudden change caused the pirates to deflect their guns, leaving a huge gap in the opponent's defensive firepower. Seeing this, Li Bin kicked the first mate and his brother who were cowering on the side and said, "Charge!" Li Changjin raised his bulletproof shield. Li Bin put the gun on his brother's shoulder, pulled the trigger and pressed forward. Jeffrey also climbed up and put the gun on the shoulder of another crew member. The crew members quickly organized a suppression formation and swarmed forward. Li Changjin pushed down 2 pirates with his shield, stepped on the ground with his heels and sucked his magnetic boots, then he threw his body forward to press down the pirates. Li Bin stepped on his brother's back to prevent the pirate from pushing Li Changjin away. At the same time, he thrust his gun downwards and fired at the pirate's waist while the pirate pulled the trigger frantically. Then he pulled out his gun and repeated the process in another direction. 2 pirates with strange tattoos on their faces died in extreme pain from their kidneys being blown out. The ruptured kidneys added a strange smell of blood to the air. Li Bin picked up his brother and patted him on the shoulder. "Good job. Now keep going, press forward." The 2 groups of people had completely collided with each other and were squeezing each other. The limited space made it impossible to use air guns at all. Everyone dropped their guns and drew out their cold weapons to fight. In the chaos, Li Bin stabbed the pirate's ear with the handle of his knife, shattering his cochlea and eardrum. Just as he was about to finish him off, Jeffrey shouted in shock and panic, "Li Bin! Captain! Come quickly! You'd better be in trouble!" Li Bin yelled back. He pulled his brother along as they fought and leaned against each other. When they reached the first mate, he found Jeffrey was as still as a log. Who died? Or did they catch a big fish? Jeffrey pushed open the cold storage door and said dully, "Look for yourself." Li Bin was stunned by these nonsensical words. He stuck his head inside and his whole body froze instantly. Li Changjin also curiously poked his head out, but Li Bin's big hand pressed his head. No matter how he twisted, he couldn't get free. "Brother, what the hell are you hiding? Don't look at it, kids. Your eyes will fall out." Li Bin retracted his head, his face was ashen, and the words squeezed out from between his teeth. It was as if there was a chill brought out from the cold storage, which made Li Changjin tremble all over. Jeffrey murmured at the side, "There are so many, how can I do it, they are only this big." Li Bin gripped the knife handle tightly. The scene in the cold storage flashed through his mind again and again, and he was filled with rage. This bunch of bastards not only robbed the boat and killed people, they actually beheaded the bodies and dug out their stomachs, then hid them in a cold storage like meat. They also sorted them by age and did not even spare babies. At this time, Li Bin deeply understood the reason why the one-eyed old man wanted him to lead the team to see blood. Such a great stimulation finally made him deeply realize what the evil of human nature is. When the Great Famine and cannibalism, mentioned lightly in history books, actually appeared before his eyes, its impact was no less than a spiritual tsunami. He felt that his thoughts were being tested. The sunny human beings who were born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze were dying, and he himself came into being with blood on his hands. Don't let anyone go, kill them all. The atmosphere in the restaurant of the Hellhound-class frigate was very abnormal. Although the old one-eyed man's charge attracted firepower and achieved an impressive record of one seriously injured person in exchange for 26 people, everyone had a look of shock on their face, including the gangsters in the industrial zone. After suppressing the restaurant, Old One-Eye went to the cold storage and suggested to Li Bin that each crew member enter the cold storage and the kitchen in turn. Li Bin expressed his concern about this. He believed that some of the crew members who went to war were under 20 years old and their mental age was still young, and he was afraid that they would have psychological trauma after seeing it. This is a legacy of Li Bin's universal concept from his previous life, which prevents him from truly regarding these physically precocious people as mentally sound adults. In response, the old one-eyed man advised, "Captain, I can see that you are an old-fashioned person. Perseus is not what it was 200 years ago. Old-fashioned people have friends, but they are useless. Your people are no longer the same as civilians when they are on board. They have to wade through blood and fire for their days. Some things are better seen sooner rather than later. As for psychological trauma and illness, forgive my harsh words, but they are also due to fate. Li Bin finally nodded, and went in one by one, starting with his younger brother. The people who came back were initially in a great panic, and some even vomited, but after a few minutes, the anger ignited everyone's reason. The upper half of Li Changjin's face was crying, tears soaking his eyes in the weightlessness, and he kept wiping them away. The lower half of his face was angry, his gums were clenched, his lips were pale, and his whole face looked extremely ferocious under the helmet. People like Vulcan who came from a gangster background felt it even more deeply. He was originally wrapped tightly in work clothes and felt extremely hot after the intense exercise. After just one look, he felt completely exhausted and his whole body was cold and shivering. Memories of charging fees on the street in the past came flooding back to him, and he felt a little scared, as if there was a shadow of himself in the cold storage, cutting meat. If the captain hadn't helped him, he might have really become a beast in human skin. The former gangster's mouth trembled, sometimes regretting, sometimes feeling lucky. In his heart, he felt only gratitude towards Li Bin. The original plan was to take a 10-minute break to eat something to replenish energy, but after witnessing the cruelty of being hidden in the cold storage, no one was ready to eat. What this bunch of bastards did is too heinous to describe even in ancient history. They didn't eat people just to fill their stomachs, they eat people for fun. Among the Perseus pirates, the scum on this ship are first-rate. If other pirates knew about their inhumane behavior, I'm afraid the first thing they would do is to skin these guys alive and be ashamed to share the same profession with them. Li Bin locked the cold storage and glanced at the people lined up in the restaurant holding their weapons in silence, their fiery gazes focused on him. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I heard that in ancient times there was a ritual to commemorate the dead, called blood sacrifice, which required the heads and hearts of criminals. I want to use the pirates on the ship as a blood sacrifice for the dead in the cold storage. Is anyone willing to join me?" Roar. Roar. The unspoken primitive cry represents the hatred and anger of the intelligent life called human beings towards the non-humans. Li Bin raised his hand and yelled, "Leave no one behind." After saying that, he kicked open the door of the restaurant and rushed out holding a bulletproof shield. Behind him were the crew members who were breathing heavily and sticking closely behind him, forming a moving wall of flesh and steel. Crew quarters, cargo holds, decks, armory, the crew pushed forward with amazing fighting spirit. The pirates wanted to concentrate their fight, but the frigate was small and there was not enough room. When there were too many people blocking the door and those holding bulletproof shields were beaten back by the dense kinetic energy, Li Bin directly called for support and asked the engineering team to take out welding guns and cut holes on the spot to create shooting holes. If they still resisted, the ship's light machine guns would lock onto their positions and fire violently, tearing the pirates and the cabin to pieces. The wounded were dragged back, and after leaving, the wounded told others about the pirates' brutal acts. The remaining crew members heard about it and volunteered to join the battlefield to make up the number. After half an hour, the number of pirates became fewer and fewer, and their morale became increasingly low. When the first pirate leader surrendered, the remaining pirates began to give up resistance one room after another. More than 30 surrendered pirates were disarmed and gathered outside the restaurant's cold storage. They lowered their heads anxiously. Li Changjin's eyes were red, and his hands and feet were weak from exhaustion. He panted and said, "Brother, what should I do? You said you wouldn't leave any of them, but there are still so many left." Li Bin stroked his brother's back and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and have a rest. I have my own way here." Li Changjin shook his head stubbornly. "I have to watch them die, otherwise I won't be able to sleep." Seeing this, Li Bin stopped trying to persuade them. He grabbed a screwdriver, pliers, and a crowbar from the toolbox in the cargo hold and threw them into the crowd, saying, "How many people can survive as long as there are tools here? The others will die. It's your choice." After saying that, he winked at the one-eyed old man and turned away. Behind Li Bin, a clever pirate grabbed a crowbar and stabbed it into another pirate's eye socket. A pirate saw through Li Bin's plan and shouted that Li Bin just wanted to see them fight among themselves and had no intention of letting them go, and that everyone should unite to resist. Before he could finish his words, the man was stabbed in the back by several pirates armed with tools, leaving a bloody mess. Everyone knew this possibility and instinctively resisted this outcome. They had lost their air guns, and now there were 20 air guns and several bulletproof shields blocking the front and back doors. What could they do? They could only bet that Li Bin would keep his word. If someone talks too much at this time, wouldn't it harm the person who grabbed the tools? Then the only thing he can do is shut up forever. When Li Bin dragged his tired body through the docking hatch and returned to the three-legged cat, he saw that the hatch door was crowded with crew members. Everyone was looking at the terminal in their hands, watching the pirates killing each other. Li Shu saw her brother and younger brother's dark red work clothes that were wet and dry again and again. The strong smell of blood pierced her nose. Her face turned pale and her fingers stretched out tremblingly. When Li Changjin saw his sister, his legs went weak and he collapsed, leaning against Li Shu and burst into tears. "Sister, you are beasts, you are all a bunch of beasts." Li Shu hugged her brother at a loss, stroking Li Changjin's sticky helmet, her eyes full of heartache, but she had nowhere to express it. She quickly looked up at Li Bin again. Li Bin smiled weakly inside his helmet. "I promised a blood sacrifice, and now the pirates are carrying it out." Seeing that his sister's eyes hadn't changed at all, he comforted her. "Don't worry, it's all the enemy's blood. I'm the captain and I'm well protected. Is there any room in the bathing cabin? I need to take a shower." The crew uniforms are work clothes that can ensure that the crew can survive even if they are thrown out of the cabin. They can isolate the air and blood. However, Li Bin, who took a shower and changed into new clothes, seemed to smell blood from his body. The blood that soaked into the respirator seemed to penetrate into his body with his breathing. Li Bin looked at his clean hands and realized what the bosun meant by different. Even though he was weak from overwork, he felt as if he could easily kill himself a few hours ago. "Captain, it's done." The bosun's voice rang out in the channel, and the old one-eyed man was as calm as ever, as if he had not just experienced a battle but was taking a bath. Li Bin nodded, cheered up and said, "Let's hold on for a while and seal this ship. We can't stay in hyperspace for too long. We can't think about looting until we enter the port for repairs. After all, 2 pirates have escaped and may come back at any time. As for the cold storage..." At this point, Li Bin was a little speechless. He didn't know the names of the victims, nor did he know where their hometowns were. After a while, Li Bin sighed and said, "Don't move the bodies in the cold storage. Everyone is under enough mental pressure. Don't torture them anymore. Let Jeffrey use the exploration robot arm to dismantle the cold storage and launch it according to the procedures of a cosmic funeral." The memorial service he promised was completed as promised. The dead are gone, and the living still need to struggle to live. The sealing operation is much faster than dismantling the ship. By blocking the gap in the cabin with steel plates and then using high-strength alloy cables and trusses to secure the wreckage to the belly of the tripod cat, it can be taken away. The pirate's body was thrown directly into hyperspace, and the three-legged cat slowly dragged the wreckage into the nearest New Asia galaxy. The New Asia galaxy is the first galaxy colonized by the human leader in Perseus. Its geographical location is very advantageous, and the distance to any edge galaxy in the Perseus star field is very even. It can be said to be truly in the world of the Perseus star field. Because of its geographical location, the human lord originally planned to use it as the base for the governor's office of the Star Domain colony, and named the galaxy the New Asia Galaxy, placing great hopes on it. After the Great Collapse, this place was divided up by several giant companies one after another. Later, the Overlord established with the former leader of the Navy as the core swept across all the giant companies in this galaxy and incorporated it into its territory. Today the system is ruled by the Sindarin Power, an independent military junta that rebelled against the overlords. The politics and diplomacy of the Sindarin powers are extremely conservative. In order to maintain their economy and fight against their former masters, they had to reach an agreement with other giant companies and recognize the existence of Noria as a free planet. Although Nosha is deeply influenced by the Sindarin power, at least on this planet, heavy weapons are not among the prohibited items. Spaceship docking. Air circulation duct connected. Order sent. The bridge of the three-legged cat was crowded with people, and the crew was busy. Nosha is a metal/silicate planet that makes money mainly from seasonal mineral mining. Food is scarce here, but it has accommodated a large number of refugees, and the price of food is 2-star coins higher than that of Elfi. The crew had just experienced a bloody battle and were extremely tired. Li Bin could only give them 2 days off. Just find something to do at the port, don't go to the space station, and be careful. Li Bin paused and added, this planet is very chaotic, there are many pirates and smugglers, you should be careful when drinking and eating, don't let others drug you. My ship does not accept drug addicts. The crew members responded with shouts and left the ship in batches to rest. The crew of the engineering team was on the second repair list, and they had to loot the pirate ship. Li Changjin looked at the pirate ship and felt a little distressed. This ship is so good, it's an armed merchant ship, it can be loaded and fought, why should we sell it? Li Bin pointed at the cargo hold of the three-legged cat in the terminal projection and said, first of all, we have no money. The repair of the three-legged cat costs hundreds of star coins. Besides, we don't have enough people. Adding a ship requires 20 more crew members. Where will the money come from? Should we dismantle you and sell you? Secondly, didn't you see that the cargo hold of the three-legged cat is still 3/4 empty? We are loading high-value goods, and the cargo hold is very spacious. Instead of expanding the fleet, we might as well fill up the ship first. And Li Bin kicked his brother and said, as a team leader, why are you standing next to me instead of working? Go find the first mate. Li Changjin rubbed his butt and ran away muttering to himself. Li Bin sat on the captain's throne, enjoying a rare leisure time. The bridge, which was busy just a dozen minutes ago, finally became quiet. The technical crew had nothing to do during the ship repair and had been given a holiday. His sister Li Shu also went to the port to take a pilot improvement course. The last time they fought pirates, the girl felt very guilty for not being the first to discover the pirates' traces. Later, her brothers and sisters went to fight in the battlefield, but she could not do anything, which put a heavy psychological burden on her. It's not that women are not allowed to fight. Genetic debugging has made the strength difference of space humans due to gender not obvious, and they have truly achieved equality at the genetic level. In addition, the proportion of women among the armed sailors trained by the old one-eyed men is not low. The reason for not letting his sister go to the battlefield is very simple. She is one of the few skilled workers on board, and she is also the only navigator. Deep space navigation depends on her to share the work. This kind of work that requires brainpower is not something Li Changjin Vulcan is capable of. Li Bin slumped on the throne, melodious music was playing in the bridge, the star map in the projection was slowly changing, countless stars were rising and falling like a sea of fireflies. He slowly closed his eyes and relaxed his tense spirit. Brother, brother. Come quickly, it's a big one. Li Changjin's hoarse voice exploded in the channel, startling Li Bin. You'd better be okay. Li Bin, who was woken up by his younger brother, was in a bad mood and had a dark face and a bad tone. Li Changjin instinctively shut up, then shouted excitedly, brother, pirates are so damn rich. What goods are there to sell? Let's become bounty hunters. We can do good deeds and make money at the same time. The younger brother was calling him cheerfully, and Li Bin's face became darker and darker. This bastard boy is also a bounty hunter. What kind of bounty hunter drives an exploration ship with a light machine gun and a small water pipe? Besides, in the old American cowboy era, the real money was made by doing business and panning for gold. You can't always stare at the thief to eat meat, you have to think about the thief getting beaten. Be a bounty hunter. Do you really think that it's luck that pirates have a place in the chaotic regime of the Perseus star field with giant companies everywhere? Be a bounty hunter, and you won't know how to die. Fortunately, the first mate was a well-informed man. He pushed Li Changjin away and said, don't listen to the nonsense of this young man. Captain, you should contact the repair shop immediately. This is a lucky one. I estimated that if we repair this hellhound in our ship, there will be some left. Wait. Li Bin snorted and walked towards the cargo hold quickly. He was still complaining in his heart, this Jeffrey, the captain with the wind and Li Bin against the wind, really looks down on me. When they arrived at the cargo hold, Li Bin checked the cargo with the terminal, then turned around and slapped the terminal on his brother's forehead and scolded him. That's just a small amount of money. Is it worth it for you to be a bounty hunter? Can you be a little more idealistic? The Cerberus class is a frigate, less than 100 meters in size, so the cargo hold naturally cannot accommodate too many things, not counting the food and standard supplies that need to be intercepted for personal use. This group of pirates must have stayed in hyperspace for quite some time, robbed many ships, and the types of cargo in the hold are very diverse. 10 boxes of civilian daily necessities, using the human leader standard. Each box contains clothing, accessories, daily necessities, and work tools, including lathes, etc., which can meet the industrial, agricultural, and daily consumption of 100 families in the colony for 1 year. Because of the Nosha refugee wave, each box can be sold here for 30 star coins. 14 boxes of organic matter, composed of a large number of complex carbon-based compounds and their derivatives, mainly petroleum, which is the main raw material for light industry and suitable for the production of food, plastics, fuels, solvents, and polymers. Because it can produce food, it can also be sold at a high price in Nosha. Each box is worth 16 star coins in the place of origin, and 25 star coins here. There are 3 luxury items, a portrait painting that covers an area of 12 square meters, and 2 pieces of solid wood furniture. These things have to be sold at an auction house. Not to mention that it will take a long time to cash in. He also has no channels to go the way of local nobles and capitalists, so they are of no use to him for the time being. Group 18 of heavy machinery, this is good stuff. Li Bin's eyes lit up. The main ship dismantling equipment of the 3-legged cat is the exploration mechanical arm mounted on the top of the cargo hold, and the rest relies on the crude propeller assembled from compressed gas tanks. With this thing, the crew can deploy heavy machinery on the wreckage and asteroids to conduct remote automated mining. Not only does it greatly improve efficiency, but it can also adopt a shift system and use the saved manpower to train the old one-eyed men. These machines can even be used for cargo loading and unloading and assembly. Therefore, even though each set can be sold for 126 star coins on Nosha and 140 star coins on Elfi, Li Bin does not plan to sell them and keeps them for his own use. In addition, there are 33 boxes of hull components. Different from the components in the supply boxes, these are special parts removed from ancient spacecraft, and their production process has been lost in the territory of men. The giant companies are very happy to buy these ancient components. The giant companies will use them for the maintenance and spare parts of the main battleships. On the planets directly under the giant companies, they can be sold for hundreds of star coins. Because Nosha is a free planet, the value is very low, only 60 star coins. Finally, there were 5 sets of human organs and 16 boxes of powder injections. These 2 types of goods made Li Bin frown. The source of human organs is unknown, and they may come from innocent people in the cold storage. Since the Great Collapse, giant companies have gradually broken through the moral bottom line. Since many rich people hate prosthetics and artificial organs and pursue natural ones, the human organ trade that was originally strictly prohibited has also flourished. The lifetime contract of a skilled and mature crew member is only 96 star coins, and a complete set of human organs is worth 240 star coins. This makes many pirates keen on robbing people rather than ships. If it weren't for the conservative stance of human-led forces such as Overlord and Sindarin, coupled with the religious influence of the Luddite Church, 70% of giant companies would list human organs as contraband. In today's world, the trade in human organs would probably be even more rampant. The forces that openly allow the use of human organs are the unscrupulous technology giants such as Tachyon Technology. As for the powder injection, there is nothing much to say. Even though it is a drug, it is still strictly prohibited by conservative forces, but Tachyon Technology has no problem with it. Excluding the human organs and powder needles, and the heavy machinery for our own use, this batch of goods plus the pirate ships on board weapons, if we dismantle them and sell them separately, can be worth 2,630 star coins. Li Bin sorted out the list and posted it online. The repair shop is on the way. After we sell this hellhound, we will purchase heavy weapons here and then set off. Jeffrey was very puzzled when he heard about the deduction of the 2 most valuable goods. No, buddy, the market for Nosha powder needles is so prosperous. There are so many refugees here, so there is no problem of not being able to sell them. 1 box can be sold for more than 200 star coins. Li Changjin was educated by his sister since he was a child, and he felt from the bottom of his heart that powder needle was not a good thing, but when he heard that the price was more than 200, he hesitated and went to see Li Bin. Unlike Jeffrey, a native of Perseus, Li Bin traveled through time as a 5-good youth in the 21st century. He was educated about the harm of drugs from a young age. The unforgettable historical memory and the tragic end of drug addicts who appear on TV every year are unforgettable. Letting him sell drugs is equivalent to asking him to commit suicide. This is not allowed to be written. Those who want to see the selling of powder can go away. Writing books is for money, not for jail time. It is mentioned here because it can really be done in the game. It is a way to make money in the early stage, and it is explained reasonably to the players and readers. Li Bin warned the first mate seriously, whether it's heavy weapons or buying and selling spacecraft, they are all tools in the end. They can be used to kill people or defend oneself. The powder injection is different. Its ingredients can be used as an anesthetic, but the powder injection is designed to harm people. The source of these human organs is unknown, there is no voluntary donation certificate, and no medical institution verification. I will treat them as live organs. There are many ways to make money. There's no need to do business that specifically harms people. Just because you don't see people die after selling the powder needles doesn't mean no one will die. What's the difference between doing this and killing those cannibalistic bastards we killed? This is my bottom line. If you can't stand it, I'll return your shares and dividends to you, and you can do business on your own. After saying that, Li Bin asked the engineering team to destroy the powder needles and human organs. Jeffrey looked at Li Bin's back and said awkwardly, "If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Why are you so angry?" He was crazy to withdraw his shares. He had been following Li Bin for half a year. He had just finished the hardship of starting a business and now saw the profits rolling in. Today he got 2,600. He would make another profit by selling the ship and then selling the heavy weapons. Star coins were constantly rolling up in the continuous buying and selling. If he ran away at this time, wouldn't it be suffering without happiness? There was no way Jeffrey could do such a deal on his own. He had lost all his family fortune. Besides, Li Bin doesn't sell powder needles but arms. Saying that he is really flattering him is also a black-hearted person. Although he never said anything nice, Jeffrey admired Li Bin's previous business operations from the bottom of his heart. Besides, what Li Bin said was right. He could make money without being a drug dealer, and it wouldn't matter if he started later. He had wasted many years, so he didn't mind a little more time. Jeffrey whistled, not feeling embarrassed, squeezed aside a crew member, and under everyone's gaze, picked up the powder needle box and threw it into the grinder. The repair process was unremarkable, with only the damage control and the chief engineer supervising. After 2 days, the 2 ships were repaired. Li Bin immediately sold the Hellhound-class armed merchant ship to the intermediary for 1,900 star coins, and the intermediary earned at least 300 with tears in his eyes. After deducting the 380 star coins for repairing the ship, a total of 4,150 star coins were obtained. Then, we went to the black market and purchased 9 boxes of heavy weapons at 0 tariff. The 3-legged cat set sail without stopping. The heavy weapons business is all about timeliness. War waits for no one. If you go too late, the war has already started and the ships cannot enter the port, so you can only risk smuggling. If you go too late, the war will end and the goods will rot in your hands. The destination of this trip is New Maxios in the Majek system, whose full name is New Maxios Orbital Station. Route, the red box is the coordinates of the Thule galaxy. This galaxy originally belonged to an independent galactic government. Later, the capital of the regime was bombed by tachyon technology, and the planet was completely unsuitable for living. The orbital station that was originally attached to the planet simply ran to the asteroid belt, gathered refugees and established itself as New Magos, and the galaxy was also controlled by tachyon technology. With the intervention of the Overlord, New Magios survived as a free planet, but they no longer had a planet. The original Magios was in ruins, with only a few stubborn survivors. A space station that relies on collecting minerals from the asteroid belt for survival is even worse than Elphi. The governor's office here recently received information from an informant that the interstellar pirates received an invitation from Khanda to hunt for tachyon technology ships in the Mag galaxy. On the bridge and under the holographic projection, Li Bin explained the history of this galaxy to his younger brothers and sisters. There are pirates here too. Pirates have even occupied a planet. Li Shu was a little shocked. She couldn't understand why in almost every galaxy, no matter which giant company controlled it, pirates were like cockroaches in the room, invisible but definitely existing. Li Bin shrugged, giant companies are not governments, so they won't do anything that doesn't make money. Besides, pirates can be not only suppressed, but also hired to do dirty and tiring work. It's normal. This kind of thing is too common in times of chaos. In the late dynasty, even officials and bandits could become one, let alone merchants and bandits. Li Changzhen also asked, so it's Kanda's pirates who are going to rob New Magios? Our heavy weapons are useless. Of course not. Li Bin glanced at his younger brother. This guy has been very enthusiastic about pirates since the last time and always wants to kill a few more. Kanta is the pirate king of the Magog galaxy. All pirates in this galaxy obey her. She was originally a powerful logistics officer in the human territory, with many ships and supplies. After the Great Collapse, Tachyon technology destroyed the original Magog planet, and the galaxy regime collapsed. She took the opportunity to occupy a deep space mining station and named it Kanta's Nest after herself. Overview of the Magog galaxy. The red space station is Kanda's Nest, the blue one is the Tachyon Technology Outpost, and the white one is the New Mugos space station. Li Bin released the hologram of Kanda's Nest, and Jeffrey interrupted, I know this person. During the AI war, she defected to the Overlord, and then when the Perseus Alliance invaded, she defected to the Perseus Alliance again. She is just like the Lubu in the story the captain told. She is a treacherous slave and a treacherous villain. First of all, he is a traitor. He is the pirate king after all. What do you mean by that? Li Bin sighed and corrected, secondly, I have read the files of Minsheng Company. This Kanda is not a treacherous villain. On the contrary, she is ambitious and idealistic. She claims to be loyal to the destroyed Magios regime and is committed to destroying the rule of Tachyon technology in the Magios galaxy. In short, she will join whoever attacks Tachyon technology. Hearing this, Li Changzhen thought of the pirates he had encountered before and couldn't help muttering, how can these be pirates? They are definitely the rebels. Li Bin drew a few more portraits and put them on the projection. This time, Kanda summoned the pirates for the same purpose as before, but pirates have always been difficult to control. New Magios plans to buy a batch of heavy weapons to prevent possible pirate invasions. When Li Shu heard this, she had some guesses in her mind. Li Changzhen didn't understand and asked again, that's not right. What kind of heavy weapons are needed for naval warfare besides, brother, Tachyon technology is fighting pirates, why don't we go to Tachyon technology to sell? I see that Tachyon technology is invading and bombing, and also selling human organs and powder needles. It's a shame for a giant company. Don't we make all their money? Jeffrey scolded, you know nothing, and you still want to sell to a giant enterprise. How can a few dozen boxes of heavy weapons be enough to do business with a giant enterprise? Don't you understand? Your brother brought a batch of ordered Byzantine wine, talking about face, and ran to the southern part of this star region. He must be looking for an acquaintance. The first mate looked at Li Bin and said, Captain, please give me a definite answer on what to do. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly, Li Bin raised his hand and pointed at the figure in the projection. The people here are all friends I met when I was doing business at Minsheng Company. They also sent me the news of the pirate attack. Currently, no one knows about this except the governor of the space station and large companies. Companies only purchase them secretly, so the price of heavy weapons on the market is not high. Li Bin pointed at the projection of the market catalog of New Magios. Our average purchase price for this batch of heavy weapons is 430 star coins, for a total of 24 boxes. The current selling price of the space station is 500 star coins. We get the Byzantine wine for free, the market price is 160 star coins, for a total of 11 boxes. In other words, as long as we make some operations, the final transaction price of the heavy weapons is above 580 star coins, and we can recover all the profits according to the market price. He waved his hand and said, what we need to do is to use our connections to let the news of the war leak out inadvertently, so that the market price can be driven up, and we can sell at a high price and try to pay off all debts in one fell swoop. New Magio's orbital station, a room in the shipping bureau's administrative offices. Li Bin was carrying a briefcase, wearing a suit and glasses, and looked like a gentle beast. He sat quietly at the door of the office, waiting for all kinds of people to come in and out of the office. He sat there until the bell rang and no one came. He heard groans of people stretching their muscles in the office, and then he opened his briefcase and stood up. As soon as I entered the office owner wearily reminded me, it's time to get off work. Come back tomorrow if you have anything else. Li Bin turned around immediately after hearing that and said as he walked, "It's a pity that I don't have the good fortune to drink authentic Byzantine wine. It's a pity that I flew over 10 light years and fought a battle with pirates to bring it here." Li Bin. The men stood up immediately, and then saw the wine label sticking out from the open briefcase, and immediately shouted, "Are you serious?" He rushed over, grabbed Li Bin's hand, and pulled him in a servile manner. He did not forget to stick his head out to take a look, and then slammed the door shut. Li Bin put the wine on the table and leaned against it skillfully to block the camera with his body. "Doya, why are you being so cautious? If someone doesn't know, they would think you are having an affair in the office." The man nicknamed Bean Sprout, whose real name is Dua Bellino, put his finger in front of his lips and said, "Show. Do you want to kill me? That's Byzantine wine. If I'm found out, I'll be detained and investigated for bribery. What if this is fake?" Li Bin scratched the tin cap with his fingers, which made Duya feel distressed. He ran to grab the wine and saw that the label on the tin cap was fine. Then he slowly said, "That can't be possible. Since you are here, you must be here to thank me. If you bring fake goods, our business will not be able to be done." Li Bin laughed and said, "Is it that scary?" "Nonsense, this is Byzantine wine. If you put such high hopes on me and then make fun of me again, I will kill you and show our friendship is stronger than gold." Duya put down the wine and said, "But I didn't expect you to come. Not long after I sent you a message, I heard that you resigned from Minsheng Company. Where are you working now?" "I'm out on my own." "Have you saved enough money? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Li Bin slapped Duya on the shoulder. "I've been waiting for you for a whole day. I'm hungry. You have to treat me to such good wine." New Magio's Orbital Station, Lloyd Colony, Wandering Train Restaurant. The Lloyds can be called the gypsies of Perseus. They wander around the core star region and make a living from mining, including mining, refining, and mining ship modification. After the old Mugos was bombed by tachyon technology, resulting in the extinction of civilization, refugees flocked to New Mugos, bringing with them a large number of workers. This further boosted the productivity of the orbital station, which was already dominated by mining. This also attracted the Lloyds to come. The Lloyds living here today have completely integrated into the local community. Dua Bellino has half Lloyd blood, and the fact that he can work in the administrative office of the shipping bureau is a reflection of the orbital governor's new policy of treating everyone equally. There were more than a dozen dishes on the table in the private room. There was no inferior food like nutritional paste, but it was not luxurious either. There were stir-fried mice, roasted egg cases, fried worms, and stir-fried iron lizards, which were not recognized as natural foods because their growing environment was polluted and they were not carefully cultivated. These things were classified as middle-class food. During the dinner, Duya tasted Byzantine wine, and he looked intoxicated after drinking a small cup. The two chatted while drinking, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Duya began to curse tachyon technology for being inhumane. Tachyon technology nominally controls the major system, but in reality has no interest in improving the system, and only uses it as an outpost to monitor the overlords. The galaxy is a binary star system, with a blue giant and a very distant white dwarf. Tachyon technology would rather recolonize the metal-rock planet near the white dwarf than restore the order of the old Magios. As for the pirates under Conda and the new Magios, apart from regular inspections to eliminate the influence of the overlord, they are indifferent. Every year hundreds of people starve to death in orbital stations because of tachyon technology. You are a giant company, and I have no complaints if you blow it up because we are weak, but such a good planet, hundreds of hydroponic farms are just abandoned like that. What a beast. Duya was scolded so much that he burst into tears. Li Bin could not help but comfort him. Duya and him met when they were doing smuggling business at Minsheng Company. The formal company had strict management, so it was difficult to smuggle. In addition, the customs conducted random inspections, so they needed to cooperate with local forces. At that time, Duya needed a batch of food, so he asked someone to find Captain Saradu. The task fell on Li Bin, and the two became familiar with each other. After venting our emotions, having enough wine and food, it's time to talk about business. Duya rubbed her red eyes and said, I originally wanted to buy 100 containers of heavy weapons and 800 containers of food from Saradu. But he said that you had resigned and could no longer do the smuggling business, so I came to you. I originally thought that you could join other transportation companies to start smuggling business, but you said that you were going it alone. Brother, New Magios is in a difficult situation, and I am grateful for your kindness. But I checked and found that your company only has one destroyer, and it is an exploration model. I am afraid you have to find someone else for this business. He looked at Li Bin and said sincerely, it's not that I look down on you, it's just that the amount of money for this job is too large, and it's hard for my boss to trust your company. How about I introduce you to other orders? Don't worry, New Magios is short of everything except opportunities. Li Bin looked at Duya and felt that he was not lying, so he shook his head and smiled, there is no rush for this matter. Let me ask others first. How long does this order take? Duya said honestly, I don't know the exact time, but it will be about 3 months, or 2 months to be exact. After 2 months, the pirates under the command of Pirate King Kanda will be enough to blockade the galaxy. By then, the galaxy will be in chaos. Li Bin nodded and calculated the time in his mind. Duya is a typical anti-tachyon techno-faction. The other half of his bloodline comes from refugees from Old Magos. His mother was the daughter of a noble in Old Magnus, and her family had 2 hydroponic farms. After the bombing, he fled to the orbital station and married a Lloyd to establish a political alliance in order to continue his family. Yes, in Perseus where both marriage and marriage law have disappeared, political marriages based on blood ties are still widely practiced among aristocrats and capitalists because elements such as politics and property inheritance still exist. In short, for the poor, marriage and childbirth are luxuries, and they cannot afford them and will die. For the rich, marriage and childbirth are necessities, and they can afford them and continue to exist. The Tachyon Technology faction will not take the initiative to expose the invasion plan of the Kanda pirates, but it is hard to say how long the pirates can keep it secret. Sooner or later, the Tachyon Technology headquarters will get the news, and then the suppression fleet will be on the road, and the entire major galaxy will be plunged into war again. Duya said 2 months, but the actual time may be earlier than this. Once the news leaks out, the Pirate King Kanda will definitely raid Tachyon Technology before the suppression fleet arrives. In more than a month, with a little effort, the bicycle was transformed into a motorcycle. That was enough. Li Bin raised his head and asked seriously, Duya, we have done a lot of business over the years. Ask yourself, have all the business I promised been successful? Duya nodded, yes. Li Bin leaned forward and said, okay, now what if I tell you that I really can't take your entire order, but what if I split it up? How do we dismantle it? Give you all the heavy weapons. Duya shook his head like a rattle. The food business has always relied on bulk trade to make profits. 800 boxes of food can only fill a medium-sized transport fleet, so the profit is too small. If we want companies to accept orders, we have to rely on the profits from heavy weapons to attract people to take orders. Don't lie to me. Li Bin exposed Duya's lie. Duya, you are from Chio Suzy Technology. You contacted the smugglers because you were afraid that the public order would make the analysis agency of the giant company aware of the war signal. You will not issue orders to any company openly. You only dare to use the smuggling route to force the captain to remain silent with benefits. Am I right? Duya fell silent. Li Bin was not annoyed and continued. In fact, the orbital station has food reserves and weapons reserves. You prepared these just to prevent the trade stagnation caused by the pirate blockade. Besides, I think it's more likely that you will use the food to support pirates rather than store it yourself. After all, Kanda's nest is also an orbital station, and there is no food production there. Starch is synthesized by electrolyzing carbon dioxide, which refugees can eat but pirates can't. Heavy weapons can not only be used for self-defense, but also for pirates as invasion weapons. Well, this explains why you must keep it secret. After all, Tachyon Technology has a history of bombing. Duya's face suddenly changed color. He stood up, his hands and feet were stiff, and his voice was also hard. What do you want to do? Tell on me. He made up his mind that if Li Bin showed any unusual behavior, he would kill him here. He was half Lloyd, and if he killed someone here, the store owner would help deal with the body and no one would find out. Look, it's urgent again. Li Bin smiled and waved his hands. You know my hometown, Elfei Star, is controlled by an organization called the Industrial Complex Association. This organization claims to be self-determined, but most of the companies in the association have giant companies as shareholders. I grew up in an industrial zone. My family used to have a factory, but we lost everything and both my parents died. You might as well guess what the name of my family's factory is now. Li Bin said calmly, I came here to do business at the invitation of a good friend. Why should I sell out my friend to please the giant company that hurt me? The giant company can give me money, and my friends can also give me the opportunity to make money, right? Now, he said to Dua, tapping his fingers on the table. Sit down, my friend. We haven't finished drinking the fine Byzantine wine yet. Let's talk slowly. Duya's expression was very ugly after being said to, and Li Bin could understand this. After all, his friendship with Duya was based on economics, so chatting and joking was fine, but once it came to family and politics, their friendship was too fragile. After all, those who dare to offend giant companies are mostly lawless pirates and fanatical religious elements. It is not unreasonable for Duya to suspect Li Bin. However, Duya is lucky that Li Bin is not a native of Perseus, but a time traveler. He has no awe of the giant enterprise, and the idea of being a dog for the giant enterprise is far less attractive than the idea of overthrowing the giant enterprise and replacing it. An uprising in troubled times and unifying the world are ideas engraved in the cultural genes of every Chinese person. Li Bin is no exception. Although he now only has one boat and dozens of people, didn't Zhu Yuanzhang also start with a broken bowl? Let's just take it one step at a time. Now that Perseus is here, if we don't stir up trouble, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Of course, Li Bin would not say these little thoughts. He poured a glass of wine for Duya, thought for a while, and slowly said. I have 24 boxes of heavy weapons on board, which can meet a quarter of your weapons needs. Duya, let me be honest with you. Whether you agree to my terms or not, I will sell this batch of goods. These things are all I have, and I have also borrowed a lot of money from the bank. I cannot accept failure. Duya was frightened by Li Bin's frank attitude. The most taboo in business is to let others know your cards. Li Bin told Duya about his financial situation. If he had a bad heart, he could just delay it until the other party could no longer afford it and then buy it at a low price. Li Bin's words were to hand over his own handle. In this way, the two of them pinched each other's weaknesses and formed a balance of power. Although Duya does not think that the financial secrets of a startup company are qualified to be exchanged for evidence of conspiracy against a giant enterprise, this reflects Li Bin's sincerity. In consideration of Li Bin's sincerity, Duya did not say anything and let Li Bin continue. I think there must be many families in New Magios that support the pirates. Maybe the governor is among them. After all, the feud with Tachyon Technology has historical roots. These 100 boxes of heavy weapons and 800 boxes of food are definitely not all. This is probably the quota for your family or the Lloyd settlement. Kunda has been guerrilla warfare since the early years of the Great Collapse. No matter how capable a pirate king is, it is difficult to maintain the situation alone. The support of the New Magios must have continued secretly for a long time, right? Duya's heart sank, and he tightened his face and tried not to show any abnormality. Li Bin took out the terminal, disconnected the internet in front of Duya, and used only local data to project the Perseus star map. My idea is very simple. Since the Kanda line has been proven to be very reliable over time, why don't we give more? Duya said, what do you mean? Li Bin showed a meaningful smile. My meaning is very simple. 100 boxes of heavy weapons are too small, you can give more. 200 boxes, 300 boxes. The cargo capacity of my ship is 125 standard units. If the cargo hold is expanded, 150 to 160 boxes of heavy weapons can be transported at a time. Add another ship, and you can carry 300 boxes in one trip. Leaning back, Duya said coldly, you want us to fund you a ship, plus the capital of 300 boxes of weapons. Why? Just based on your 24 boxes of heavy weapons? No, of course not. You misunderstood me. Li Bin laughed. How could I let my friends take all the risks? Li Bin fiddled with the star map with his fingers, calling up planets and orbital stations, and the portraits of various executives, pirates, and corporate leaders were listed among them. What I mean is that I only know you now, and the people behind you don't know me. I need to make some contributions to express my feelings and accumulate capital at the same time. Li Bin explained, first, I need to sell the goods at a higher price. I think so. With the favorable market price of arms in the future, I will mortgage this batch of weapons to you. If the subsequent plan succeeds, I will buy this batch of arms back. If it fails, you wait until the pirates and the giant companies go to war and the prices go up before selling them. In this way, you will not suffer any loss regardless of success or failure. Li Bin's first step was to let himself take all the risks. Duya's face looked a little better, and he asked, then what? Then, you will lead the way and let me curry favor with the powerful. Your family used to be noble in old Magios, right? I have a batch of Byzantine wine here, right, the bottle we drank, from the same batch. This stuff is very rare in the southern part of the Star Zone, right? Use it to open up a lot of convenience for us. Li Bin patiently persuaded her, Duya, your family is the link between the new Magios and the Lloyds, but it is not the only one. Doesn't your family have any further ideas? Let's make some achievements, I'll make money, and you can help your family become an indispensable link in the link. On the bridge of the three-legged cat, Li Shu placed the freshly prepared hangover soup on the command desk. Li Bin, who reeked of alcohol, held his head up and down, as if he was about to pass out at any moment. When he smelled the spicy and bitter taste of the soup with the hangover remedy added, he was shocked and tremblingly grabbed it to drink. This situation has been going on for nearly a week. My brother would go out with 1 or 2 bottles of Byzantine wine every day and come back reeking of alcohol. However, it is impossible to get drunk so much from wine. The genes of interstellar humans have been fully strengthened, and even if they drank wine by the box, they would not get drunk like this. She advised with some concern, brother, don't work so hard, take care of your health. After taking the hangover medicine, Li Bin's spirit gradually recovered. He forced a smile at his sister and said, if you want to succeed, you have to fight hard. Drinking a little is nothing. But don't worry, this matter is over. The hatch opened, and Li Changjin came in, stretching his arms. He reported to Li Bin, brother, as you said, the remaining boxes of wine have been placed in the docking hatch, and the first mate is registering with the people who are going to receive the wine. The heavy weapons have also been labeled as minerals, and the customs people have taken them away. Li Bin nodded and said, hurry up and rearrange the location of the crew quarters and leave one room empty. We are going to have guests on board. Then go and check the supplies and fuel. We will set off soon. Ah. You're leaving now. We haven't received the money yet. Li Changjin was a little anxious, as this was about the debt issue. Li Shu stood beside Li Bin, rubbing her brother's temple to help him relieve stress. She frowned and glared at her brother fiercely, the meaning of which was self-evident. Just go when I tell you to go, why are you talking nonsense, can you be as smart as your eldest brother? Li Chang was so frightened that his hair stood on end and he ran away crawling. An hour and a half later, the three-legged cat broke away from the orbital station and sailed away from New Magos. On the bridge, Li Changjin stared at the first mate, who stood in front of the projection with his arms folded, thinking with a serious face. So far, Li Bin has not announced the net profit of this order. According to past habits, Li Bin will let everyone know the harvest as soon as each business is completed. Now the situation is not right. Either Li Bin had made some trouble and had to pay for the goods. If that was the case, Jeffrey planned to have a good talk with Li Bin and tell him not to take any risks. As for splitting up the family, Jeffrey had given up on that idea a long time ago. Or maybe this business trip has not been completed yet and Li Bin has some ulterior motives. The three-legged cat sailed along the asteroid belt of the MAG system for 3 hours, slowly slowing down, and the detector detected the signal of a ship. According to the feedback from the optical observation post, it was a shuttle. The two ships quickly connected and the shuttle left soon without any communication. After a while, the crew led a man wearing an industrial exoskeleton into the bridge. Li Bin, now I'm really on your pirate ship. The visitor complained to Li Bin on the throne with a complaining tone. I've already praised Haikao, you better really be able to bring in 500 boxes of heavy weapons. Jeffrey's eyelids twitched when he heard this number. Li Bin stood up and held out his hand to the person who came over. Welcome to the three-legged cat account, Duya. Where is my capital? Duya took out the magnetic card and said, 640 star coins per box, 24 boxes total 15,360 star coins. Your wine is guaranteed by my uncle. 13 buyers have placed orders, 203 star coins per box, 9 boxes total 1,827 star coins. In addition, there are orders for 100 boxes, and the deposit is 50%, which is 10,150 star coins. The magnetic card was slapped on Li Bin's chest. Duya gritted her teeth and said, a total of 27,337 star coins. Do you know how much effort I put into this batch of goods to get tax exemption? 100 boxes of Byzantine wine. If you breach the contract, not only will you get a full refund, but you will also have to pay 100%. My uncle almost scolded me to death. Li Bin took the magnetic card calmly. Don't worry, as long as you dare to get on board, the deal is half done. Only half. Duya's eyes turned red. Li Bin was surprised. Half is not high. We have to run 20 light years. Brother, this is how business works. If you win, you will get a young model in the club. If you lose, you will go to work in the sea. But don't worry. He patted Duya on the back and consoled her. Even if you go to the sea, I will accompany you. Isn't that considerate enough? Get out. Duya cursed. The destination of the three-legged cat is Old Magos in the Mag Galaxy, a once prosperous human colony. Magios, abandoned. According to various videos, immersive electronic tourism resources and photos that can be found on the internet, Magios was once a planet with an independent ecology. Due to its proximity to the blue giant star, the temperature of the planet was very high. After human colonization, they planted grass seeds from the tropics here. After hundreds of years of development, they built a large, fragile but beautiful grassland. After the bombardment by tachyon technology, the fragile artificial grassland ecology quickly died out, and the planet is now desolate, with few signs of life except for the survivors and predators. Captain, we have reached the high orbit of Magos. It will be dangerous to go any further. First Mate Jeffrey felt his scalp tingling when he looked at the dense space junk in the near-Earth orbit and medium orbit of Magios in the projection. These metal wreckages were composed of Magios satellites, escape vehicles, and corpses of the defense fleet. Tachyon technology destroyed the planet's orbital defense forces, and the bombing caused the people to flee in panic on atmospheric vehicles. These vehicles did not have the ability to fly in space, and either lost lift and crashed, or ran out of fuel and turned into metal coffins, starving their owners to death. The rest were blown up by artillery fire by the evil-minded crew of Tachyon technology. These space junk are the epitaphs of Magios. There were tears in Duya's eyes. He rubbed his eyes, suppressed his tears, and input the program into the projection. As the program loaded, the originally disorganized space debris was quickly marked with colors, and a tortuous and constantly changing route appeared. He said dejectedly, "This is the route that the new Magios have cleared over the years. There are still many residents on the ground who are unwilling to leave. We will provide some assistance regularly." The first mate looked at Li Bin, and when he saw the captain nod, he commanded the ship to sail in. The shield of the three-legged cat was on and off, and the collision of metal against the shield caused the battery pack to accumulate waste heat. A low roar spread from the battery compartment to the bridge, as if a giant beast was overwhelmed. The crew was silent, and the bridge was exceptionally quiet. As the spacecraft approached low Earth orbit, there was less space junk. The debris here had gradually turned into meteors and returned to the Earth because it was too close to the planet. The sparse craters on the ground were proof of their existence. Engineering team, prepare for work, release the heavy machinery. As Li Bin gave the order, the cargo hold slowly opened. Vulcan and the crew tied safety ropes, facing the planet and the spacecraft, and used thrusters to push the machinery into place. Vulcan looked at the Earth above his head and the changing lead gray and dirty yellow clouds, and he felt his hands and feet go weak and his whole body was sweating. At this distance, as a spaceman who was born and raised in the space station, he could really feel the gravity of the planet deeply. If it weren't for the safety rope, he would have fallen over his head by now. Heavy machinery in place. News from the engineering team came over the channel, and Duya entered another program. Under the direction of Li Bin, the spacecraft began to speed up and synchronize with the rotation speed of the planet. After 18 minutes, the synchronization was completed. Li Bin stood up and began to assign tasks to the crew. I will lead the landing this time, followed by Engineering Team 1, the bosun and the armed sailor, and the others will stay on board. When I am not here, all ship operations will be carried out according to the orders of the first mate." "Yes," everyone responded. Li Shu watched her brother take her younger brother away, and her heart ached again. In front of the escape capsule, Li Bin said to the first mate who was seeing him off, "The ship depends on you." Jeffrey forced a smile. "What can happen to me? The space junk shield will solve it once it's activated. The crew members all respect you the most. If I try to escape, they will tear me to pieces. As for you, the Earth is not like the sky. I heard that places like this where civilization has been extinct are full of predators. You can't convince these high-tech barbarians with your mouth. You better be careful. If it doesn't work, retreat." He said this bluntly, calling the people of Mugos barbarians, without considering Duya's thoughts at all. According to Jeffrey, Li Bin should stay on the ship. His brain is the most expensive thing on the ship, comparable to a rare AI core. Li Bin didn't reply, just said, "Let's go," and entered the cabin first. As an exploration ship, the three-legged cat naturally has the ability to explore planets. In addition to escaping, its escape capsule can also serve as a planet landing capsule and return capsule. The heavy machinery is deployed only for the purpose of dropping supplies and recovering spoils. Escape pod launch countdown, 59, 583, 2, 1 launch. Severe turbulence, frantic rotation, dizziness in the brain, bloodshot eyes, boiling stomach, suppressed cries, and finally the parachute opened and the G-force changed again. The alarm went black before my eyes and I passed out beautifully. The rest of the pain was forgotten by my brain. When Li Bin woke up again, what he saw was the ugly face of the one-eyed old man, which was carved with a knife and an axe. As an experienced former Marine, he was the only one who got out of the cabin as soon as he landed, staggered a few steps, adjusted the power of his leg prosthesis, and immediately became full of energy. He first took out live ammunition weapons, set up surveillance and mines around, and then opened the escape pods one by one. When it was Li Bin's turn, the camp had already been built. The first time he stepped on the ground in his life, Li Bin felt heavy all over, his limbs were weak, and he couldn't even stretch his spine. Duya was lying on the ground with a respirator on his face. He said with despair, "This is your first time landing on a planet, right? It's like this for everyone. There is no gravity in space. Even if there are a lot of supplements in the nutrient paste, muscle atrophy is inevitable. Fortunately, we have all been genetically adjusted and adapted in one day." He raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at the one-eyed old man who was carrying the truss to assemble the signal tower. "As long as you have a few experiences, the relevant genes will be activated. If you log in again in the future, you will be like him in a few hours." Li Bin was lying paralyzed like a boneless man, surrounded by crew members who were called armed sailors but were actually far from being so. Li Changzhen appeared from nowhere, half lying on his stomach and struggling to carry a bag of green nutrients. "Brother, eat something." The bosun said that after the gene is activated, a large amount of muscle will be synthesized, and the nutrients will be consumed quickly. Li Bin inserted the suction port of the nutrient solution into the replenishment interface on the side of the helmet, took a sip from the replenishment channel of the helmet, frowned instinctively, and drank the supplement while suppressing the stomach discomfort caused by the G-force, and then pushed the nutrient solution to Duya. When Duya vomited immediately after drinking, he kept vomiting. He looked at Duya, whose helmet was covered with dirt, and then he laughed and asked, "How come you can move so quickly?" Li Chang's Henhen smiled and replied, "Our engineering team was the first to be awakened, and I was the first one. Brother, the bosun even praised me for my talent and said I could have a job in the Marine Corps." Li Bin praised his younger brother and sent him to help Duya. Amid Duya's cursing, Li Bin reached behind him and felt the familiar traces of ravines. He turned around with difficulty and saw that he was leaning against a broken wall built of stones and cement. This wall may have once been the facade of a villa, or a temporary residence of a herding family. There was once abundant grass and water here, and children smiled innocently, setting out from the earth with hope, traveling hundreds and thousands of light years to continue their lives. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, the wind blows the grass low and you can see cattle and sheep. Li Bin hummed an ancient poem and looked around. There was nothing but rolling dust and endless Gobi Desert. The ruins of buildings made up of rusty metal poles and concrete piles showed almost no trace of their past. Occasionally there is half a building, which may collapse at any time just like the broken wall behind it. What a pity. Li Bin closed his eyes regretfully. The night fell, and the wind blew up the sand and stones. The night on Magios is very different from that on Earth. The pollution clouds are as thick as ink that cannot be dissolved. At dusk, it looks like feces covering the sky, and at night it becomes rolling black cotton. The oxygen content in the air here was so low that even a fire could not be started. The camp had to separate a separate room for oxygenation and cooking. The ingredients were ready and there was plenty of time. Li Bin rarely cooked, and the small room was filled with a strong aroma. Duya couldn't forget it after smelling it, and was both shocked and angry at Li Bin. What surprised him was that Li Bin actually had the skill to turn ordinary things into something magical, making nutritional paste and compressed grains comparable to natural delicacies. What angered him was that he and Li Bin had known each other for several years, but this was the first time he had eaten a dish cooked by Li Bin. Li Bin was annoyed by Duya who disturbed him while cooking, so he drove him away. Duya, who was unwilling to give up, kept knocking on the door. "Brother, I have a cousin who is very pretty. How about we meet next time? If we become relatives, my uncle will definitely support you. My family is quite powerful. How about 2 destroyers as a dowry? As a betrothal gift, just give me a cookbook you wrote yourself." Amid the shouting, the roar of jet motorcycles came closer and closer, and the camp became noisy. Duya stopped shouting. After Li Bin finished cooking, he put on a mask and walked out of the wind curtain that isolated the air inside and outside with the help of crutches. After a day of adaptation, he was able to walk with the help of support. There were a dozen more people in the camp, chatting with Duya. Li Bin nodded to the old man with one eye, switched to the private channel and asked, "What's the matter with you? I have prepared a table of food here, but there are 2 tables of people now, I'm afraid it won't be enough." The one-eyed old man shook his head. "I don't know, but they look like good fighters. Each of them has killed at least 10 people. If they ambush us, we will all die. If they set up a battle formation to attack us, we can only run for our lives." Li Bin looked carefully after hearing that. It was obvious that those people were not as well equipped as his crew members. His crew members were wearing proper space work suits with a self-circulating system. In order to cope with the complex environment on the ground, they were additionally equipped with bulletproof splints. Each set weighed more than 50 kilograms. They were also equipped with live ammunition, as well as rocket launchers and thermomelt bombs. What about those people? They were wearing synthetic clothes, simple respirators, their joints were wrapped in iron sheets, and they had scattered metal plates hanging on their bodies. Li Bin could even see that the so-called bulletproof plates on some people's chests were made of road signs, and the road signs were vaguely visible. Most of the weapons are handmade, with battery circuits exposed. The barrels are probably made of water pipes, with huge calibers and electric triggers. When filled with bullets, they are likely to be able to kill an elephant with one shot. The strong wasteland style can be sensed at a single glance. If they could easily defeat their own crew, wouldn't they beat their own crew if they were equipped with the same equipment? Li Bin immediately thought of recruiting them. Duya, who was chatting, also saw Li Bin coming out and immediately brought people over. His excited voice came over the public channel. "Li Bin. Let me introduce you. These people are survivors from nearby 3 tribes. They came here after hearing my news. They have had many dealings with new Magios before and can be trusted." Although there were 3 tribes, Li Bin could see clearly that these people were led by a woman. She was tall and strong, even taller than ordinary men. Her arms were thicker than those of miners, and she had a charged electromagnetic sniper rifle on her waist. The weapon that ordinary people use with both hands looked like a pistol on her. The whole stereotypical high-tech barbarian look. "You can call me UPA." The woman took off her respirator, revealing her tattooed face. Well, Li Bin thought, this name is more stereotypical. He looks normal even without the respirator. His muscles are not trained in vain. They are of high quality. Li Bin smiled and said, "Hello, I am Li Bin, responsible for the transportation of goods to the tribes. I believe Duya has already told you about the trade." Wu Pa nodded and pointed behind Li Bin. "You don't look like you can fight very well. I thought your leader was that old man." The one-eyed old man had a calm expression, but Duya was a little embarrassed, fearing that the two would come into conflict. For this deal, Dia had already put all his family power into it. Li Bin looked calm. Space is no different from here. There is no necessary connection between being the best fighter and being the boss. Only those who can use their brains can survive. I think you can survive in this hell, relying on more than just your muscles. UPA laughed and stared at Li Bin for more than 10 seconds. She half knelt down to make herself almost as tall as Li Bin and stretched out her hand. Many people despise us because of our appearance, calling us barbarians and treating us as fools. I hope you can keep your word. Li Bin held UPA's big hand and said, I always pursue a win-win situation. Another huge tent was set up in the camp, and everyone gathered inside it. The table was filled with food, the air was filled with strange aroma, and everyone was feasting with relish. Among them, UPA and others ate the fastest and the most. In order to satisfy these people's bottomless pits, Li Bin called the complaining Li Changjin to help in the kitchen. Vulcan was responsible for suppressing the crew and preventing them from complaining because all the food was snatched away. After finishing another plate, UPA reached out and snatched a piece of steamed bread from his tribe friend beside him, broke it open, pointed at the candy center and asked Duya, are these really made of nutritional paste and starch? Duya sipped some jelly and nodded quickly, it's the compensation for hiring you. 50 boxes of nutritional paste with various flavors, and 2 starch synthesizers. They use carbon dioxide to synthesize starch. The byproducts are oxygen and water, which are what you need. As for the catalytic enzyme, you will need to buy it from the giant company. This thing is the confidence of the giant company to sell starch synthesis machines. They have the secret recipe. Who wants to talk business with you? Wuba ate a sugar-filled bun as big as an adult man's fist in one bite, and said angrily, I'm asking about these foods. Oh, Duya said repeatedly, yes, they are all made of starch and nutritional paste. Li Bin also said it was a pity that he didn't bring the food additive package, otherwise he could make fruit-flavored glutinous rice balls. What are glutinous rice balls? Are they delicious? How do they compare to this steamed bun? I don't know, I haven't eaten it, I just heard what he said. UPA pondered, then reached out and grabbed the noodles from his friend next to him. The friend dared not say anything in anger, so he turned around and grabbed another person's food. She asked Duya in a low voice, is this Li Bin a poor man? Is he? Then he must not be married. I know you poor people in heaven can't afford it. What do you think I marry him? Duya almost choked on the steamed bun, and he beat his chest and glared at UPA. UPA frowned, why are you glaring at me? If he is so good at cooking and doing business, marry me directly or I marry him. He will be the chief in the future, and my tribe can eat these good things every day. If it didn't work out, I just snatched him away and took his men back with him. After a few years, when they had children, their thoughts on God faded away. It's not like this has never happened before. We have experience. Her friends also started cheering, yes. Take that cook away. The skills of the cooks in the tribe are so bad. Duya took every possible precaution, including how to get the survivors of Muggos to talk business properly and how to prevent Li Bin from being offended. However, he never expected that UPA would have the idea of robbing the bride. He quickly took a big gulp of water to swallow the steamed bun, and used the future of the survivors and the banner of Magio's hatred to persuade Wuba to stop his plan. If he was any later, the survivors would have to find a time to act. Li Bin, who was in the kitchen and had no idea that he was almost robbed of his bride because of his cooking skills, sneezed suddenly. He pinched his nose through the mask with his starchy fingers, and was a little confused. Could it be that I'm not used to the local climate? I haven't eaten anything from the planet, this is really strange. Li Changjin, put this basket of steamed buns in the steamer. The hungry Li Changjin responded slowly and listlessly. He looked at the hot food delivered with a painful expression and cursed in his heart. These barbarians have already eaten up 2 days' worth of our food. Leave some for me. After finishing cooking, Li Bin's hands were shaking. He sat leaning back in a chair, eating noodles in small bites. Duya and UPA were opposite him, while Old One Eye and Li Changjin were behind him. How about I go out and wait until you finish eating, said UPA. Li Bin waved his hand weakly, no need, let's eat and talk at the same time. Talking about business over the dinner table is a traditional virtue in China. Eating can cover up the time for thinking. Li Bin has food while the two opposite him do not, so he has gained the advantage in thinking. UPA scratched his head awkwardly. It's mainly because I watched you eat that I became greedy again, but I just can't eat any more. Dia was speechless, thinking that you, the future chief of the tribe, are too unambitious. At Li Bin's insistence, the talks began. UPA spoke frankly and took the lead. We already know the situation. You want to excavate the ruins on the planet Magios. You have reached an agreement with the Bellino family and let Dua be the middleman. You hired us to protect you and take you to find your target. The price is 50 boxes of nutrient paste and 2 starch synthesizers. To be honest, it's a bit too little. Li Bin knocked the bowl with chopsticks. Theoretically, the starch synthesizer can produce unlimited amounts of nutrient paste. The nutrient paste is compressed, and one piece can meet all the needs of a person doing heavy physical labor for a day. If starch is added at a ratio of 1 to 4, it can feed 5 people. How many people are there in your 3 tribes? This is a wasteland, and your population is small. These things are enough for you to survive the winter. UPA retorted, don't bother with data. Artificial starch tastes no better than shit. You astronauts don't even want to eat it and would rather spend money on nutritional paste. So why should we be willing to eat it? There are many ways to obtain natural starch, such as corn, potatoes, wheat, and even rice. The starch produced from these things can be used to make different delicacies, such as noodles, steamed buns, dumplings, and so on. This is because natural starch contains not only starch, but also a large number of other ingredients. Human taste buds are delicate and sensitive and can distinguish the different flavors and textures of food. In comparison, artificial starch is like a deformity. It is purely synthesized by machines and does not contain any plant flavor. It even has a strange smell from machines and the air. The different atmospheric compositions will produce different tastes. Artificial starch can satisfy the stomach and body, but it cannot satisfy the tongue. Eating this stuff is like swallowing industrial exhaust gas raw. That's why UPA and her friends were so impressed by Li Bin's ability to cover up the smell of artificial starch with cooking that they even had the idea of robbing him. There are plenty of ways in the Chinese culinary world to cover up the odor of food. The simplest one is to use a lot of ingredients and oil. Hot pot and barbecue can cure everything. Li Bin reminded, this is not a problem. The problem is that you need food. Food is a basic need, and taste is secondary. Wu Pa was stunned for a moment. She wanted to bargain again, but Li Bin's words undoubtedly hit the mark. She couldn't help but glare at Duya, hating this man for talking too much. After hesitating for a while, she finally gave the bottom price. Okay, I'll add one more thing. You write down the cooking methods of the food you made today and teach us. This is not too much, right? Duya, who was being stared at with hatred, had no words to complain about. Ever since he was persuaded by Li Bin, he had been pushing the matter forward with all his strength. When Li Bin benefited, he also benefited. He looked like a middleman, but in fact he was in cahoots with Li Bin. It was impossible for him to give his all and end up getting nothing, right? There is nothing to keep about the production process. It is better to say that promoting food is just what Li Bin wants. The impact of the collapse is too far-reaching, and the lack of food preparation methods is just one of them. If everyone can eat well, it will be a great merit. Inspired by China's simple moral values, Li Bin agreed readily. Okay, I won't disturb you while you're eating. The temperature in Magios is too high during the day to move around. I'll go back now to get some help and come back tomorrow evening. Having reached a deal, UPA stood up angrily, and before leaving, he did not forget to grab Duya's neck with his arm and take him away. Duya looked at Li Bin for help, but Li Bin turned around and ate noodles silently, pretending that he saw nothing. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. I just landed and I have to use a cane to walk. This woman has a physique that can do the work of 3 people at once, and there's nothing I can do to help her. If you can't make it, no matter where you are, I will burn paper money for you on your death anniversary. Don't worry, the paper must be made of good wood. At dusk the next day, more than 200 fully armed survivors appeared outside the camp. Some had shoulders made of license plates, and some had rice pots stacked on their heads. They were all in a wasteland style, and it looked like a cosplay convention for Fallout players. These are the armed forces of the 3 tribes. There were 8 more alloy ropes in the camp that were dropped from the sky and were as thick as a baby's forearm. One end was connected to a fixed foundation on the ground, and the other end was connected to the 3-legged cat in low Earth orbit. Heavy machinery was operating in the sky, and the cargo was airdropped along the alloy ropes. UPA verbally distributed the supplies with the leaders of the other 2 tribes. The survivors lacked artificial wombs, and population reproduction depended entirely on natural reproduction. The 3 tribes regularly exchanged suitable people, and they were all relatives and had a deep tradition of alliance. They did not quarrel over the 2 starch synthesizers. The main reason was actually that there were predators in the wilderness, and it was better to secure the goods first than to quarrel now. Half of us will escort the supplies, and the other half will take you to find the ruins. Let's start the work now. How about that? We always keep our word. Wu Pa stood in front of Li Bin to take credit. Li Bin also complimented him sensibly. Wu Pa saw this and held out his hand. Stop talking nonsense and bring me the recipe. After UPA took the recipe away like a treasure and solemnly handed it over to someone he trusted, and all the goods were transferred, the camp was quickly dismantled. After 2 days of adaptation, the crew members were able to move basically normally. They sat on the tribesman's transport truck and felt the bumps and vibrations of the vehicle with curiosity. This feeling of being able to fall apart at any time was something they had never experienced in space. If the space station and the spacecraft have such frequent vibrations, they are not far from disintegration. After 3 hours, when darkness had completely fallen, the temperature had dropped sharply, and snowflakes began to fall, the team passed through the wasteland and drove over a small hill. The unchanging sand and gravel were left behind, and a magnificent, decaying, dilapidated and empty building complex came into view. In addition to the sound of wind blowing against stones, there was also the occasional monotonous ding-dong sound. Do you explain to Li Bin in a low voice? It's the sound of the remaining automatic machines in the city. Those things are buried deep underground. Most of them are sewer machines. They are powered by nuclear power and can operate for hundreds of years. The people who designed them had great expectations and gave them a lifespan of 100 years, but the users have already fled here. UPA said regretfully, everything edible in the city has been taken away a long time ago. Maybe there is some left, but we can't find it or it is locked in a military warehouse and we don't have the tools to open it. There is only metal left in these places. Unfortunately, metal is the least lacking thing here. This city was built on the basis of a factory. It is said to be an assembly plant. It should have what you want. After passing through a concrete building with only a skeleton left, the convoy stopped in an open area. A jet motorcycle reconnaissance in the distance came back with the good news that no predators were found. Li Bin jumped off the car and, under the guidance of the survivors, entered the deep factory area. The factory's ground buildings are rigorously designed and have a high structural strength, and are much better preserved than the surrounding residential buildings. These factories are made of chrome alloy and coated with a thick titanium anti-corrosion coating. Although they appear to have holes everywhere, they are all plastic roofs and the main structure is intact. Li Changjin pressed the detector on the alloy pillar, and various numbers popped up on the instrument. He was amazed, it's really rich. The rare metal content is so high, better than the keel of a spacecraft. Duya in front looked back proudly. Of course, Magos was the industrial center of the galaxy in the past, and all the factories were built on the ground. Building factories on the ground requires considering gravity, so naturally we have to use good materials. This is just the beginning. If you test it underground, the concentration will be even higher. These words made Li Changjin feel itchy. After being the leader of the engineering team for half a year, he had developed a habit of taking away good iron when he saw it. When he first arrived at Magos and saw the sky full of space junk, his first reaction was that the sky was full of money. This was going to make him rich. When he arrived at the factory area, his eyes were already shining with gold. He wished he could ask his elder brother to start digging on the spot and hollow out the entire city. Wouldn't he be able to make a fortune by then? Fortunately, Li Changjin could still distinguish between the big and small Wangs, and knew that his eldest brother was the smartest. There must be a reason why he looked down on these things, so he could only look around with regret. At the front of the team, Wu Pa had already led the team deep into the factory area, where they could already see the remaining production equipment. She said to Li Bin, the peripheral equipment had long been taken away by the survivors and replaced with other equipment. Our tribe's power system was also dismantled from here. But there are too few survivors to demolish everything. The looters are greedy idiots. They don't care about these things, so they can only be left behind. She said in a longing tone, my mother told me that these machines used to produce thousands of weapons and clothing every day. Now some people are trying to repair them, but they can only produce a few hundred sets a day, and they need dozens of people. The cost is too high. Li Bin casually comforted UPA with a few words. This interstellar Mulan was born after the war and naturally did not know the scale of industrialized production. It could not be achieved by a simple production line. A production line was like a giant beast, greedily devouring electricity and materials. Therefore, at least one power plant is needed, and if it is coal-fired power generation, a mine is also needed. A single piece of clothing requires chemical fibers, yarns, metals, plastics, paints and other materials, each of which is a factory, and the rail transit, roads and trucks for transportation are not included. Even if all the raw material problems are solved, there is still the problem of intelligent control. This factory does not seem to have been affected much by the bombing, that is because the architect is very skilled. But the problem is that automated production has long surpassed mechanical automation and entered the era of electrical automation. Chips and semiconductors are very fragile. Machinery can withstand the aftermath of explosions, but intelligent control equipment cannot. Coupled with decades of aging, these devices are no longer possible to repair in the wasteland environment. Li Bin looked at the equipment around him and compared it with his memory. The equipment he saw was either too cheap or so broken that it was better to buy it than to repair it. The cargo hold of the three-legged cat is limited. For a ruin the size of a city, Li Bin needs to carefully choose the goods to take away. He doesn't have much time, and the mining can only last 1 or 2 trips at most. There is also a cargo list of heavy weapons that needs to be completed. Thinking about it, UPA took him into a production line and walked underground on the dusty tracks. She explained awkwardly. Normally, we have to go through the employee passage, but the door is locked and can't be opened, so we can only go through the raw material passage. But don't worry, we have walked this route many times, it's very safe. The advantages of three-dimensional industry are innumerable, whether it is in terms of floor space or operating efficiency. The only drawback is the high technical requirements, but in the interstellar age, these are not a problem. It's okay, it's okay. Li Bin waved his hand and turned on the helmet spotlight. Above his head were the out-of-service robotic arms and surveillance cameras, and there were a few clumps of gray, shapeless raw materials on the tracks. He kicked it and felt it was plastic. Li Bin thought that there must be a concentrated organic matter storage room underground. It would be very troublesome to make finished products in the wasteland, so it would most likely be taken away. One can be sold for 26-star coins, so keep it as a backup. In the limited field of view of the spotlight, the underground factory area is much more terrifying than the one above ground. The underground factory uses a large number of automated equipment and is where raw materials are roughly processed. Therefore, there are countless ferocious robotic arms hanging from the ceiling, walls, and installed on the ground. Some of these robotic arms have pliers at the ends, some have screwdrivers, some have planes, and some have hydraulic hammers. They are all strange and varied, and from a distance they look like the claws of countless giant insects. Although the crew members had only seen a few kinds of insects and the survivors had never even seen a bug, the fear engraved in their genes still made them tremble and sweat on their foreheads when facing these things. We can set up camp here. Wu Pa pointed to a rare open area and said to Li Bin, this should have been a storage area. We can use this place as a campsite. There are 3 ways to go deeper. When we came down here, we walked from here. Li Bin asked curiously, what are you investigating here for? Wu Ba said as a matter of course, looking for looters. Those scum live in very secluded places. We will regularly scout the surrounding area. If we find a looter camp, we will contact other tribes and kill them together. Skin them and pull out their tendons. She spoke with great hatred, and Li Bin could sense from her words alone that the actions of those plunderers were probably no different from those of the hyperspace pirates he had killed. It took some effort to set up the camp and recruit people, mainly because several women among UPA's group of survivors became interested in Li Bin's crew and began to invite them to discuss the meaning of life. Li Bin had to go to UPA to protest, and then severely reprimanded the two crew members who almost failed to control themselves, and deducted their performance, which shocked everyone. One-night stands are not a problem, the problem is the timing. If you have fun now, won't you become a wimp if you encounter a predator? Apart from that, there was nothing else to do. Li Bin wandered around the camp idly, piecing together the divided areas in his mind like a puzzle. The more he put the map together, the slower he worked, and the clearer his thinking became. Along the way, there are plastic product conveyor belts, mold rooms, several plastic product sub-workshops, and then there are outfeed belts, metal operation belts, and a large number of milling machines and planers. Let's not talk about plastics for now. Even if we grind existing metal sheets, what about the waste? We can't just throw it away, and we can remelt it and reuse it. UPA said that the whole floor is assembly equipment, so what about the furnace? The furnace could only be on the next floor, so where was the way down? The discharge belts on the first floor below were all narrow and specially designed for the products, making it impossible to walk through. Li Bin suddenly realized that the open space where the camp was located might not be a storage area, but an elevator, an industrial elevator that could accommodate large cargo transportation. It was just that none of the survivors had worked in a factory, so they didn't find the elevator operating panel, or maybe this thing didn't rely on a panel at all. He ran back quickly, grabbed Duya and told him his guess. Duya also showed a surprised expression. He recalled the information he had and further mentioned. It's possible. If your guess is correct, then the noise underground is not from the sewer reactor, but from the energy system on the next level still operating. Duya became more and more excited as he spoke, and then his mouth trembled. But how do we get down? The industrial transport platform can bear thousands of tons of weight. The platform is so thick that it will take a day for heavy machinery to cut through it. How do we cut it? Are you sitting in the office stupid? Since it's an elevator, there must be an inspection hatch. Li Bin was so disappointed that he wondered how his brother could be on the same level of intelligence as Li Changzhen. This place has been used as a camp many times by the survivors. There is a layer of garbage and dust on the ground. Hurry up and find UPA and ask them to clean it up. Soon, the camp was in chaos. The survivors in tattered clothes were cleaning one by one with shovels and industrial blowers, making the whole space gray. The crew members ran to a distance to set up tents, took off their helmets, replenished water, and took the opportunity to repair themselves. Found it! UPA shouted. As expected, she found a rectangular gap in the corner that was visible due to the dust. She directed the survivors to go to other corners immediately, and soon they found 3 inspection holes. After opening the concealed metal plate, a code door was revealed. The crew members directly set up gas welding torches to cut it. An hour later, the door lock was cut off, revealing a metal ladder. At the end of the metal ladder was another code door. After cutting it open again, a dull airflow surged up. Even through their work clothes, the crew members could feel the burning heat. Li Changzhen volunteered to explore the way, but was kicked away by Li Bin. You are filming a horror movie here, and you are exploring the way in person. This is not allowed in the 21st century. Stand back a little, brother. He took out a wired camera and put it down. The camera extended its magnetic limbs and climbed along the bottom of the platform. At the terminal, Li Bin's eyes lit up. He handed the instrument to Duya silently. Duya's eyes almost popped out. So many components. At the bottom of the platform, there are densely packed hull components, which are stacked on top of each other due to the stoppage of the upper conveyor belt. Most of the furnaces in the distance have stopped working due to malfunctions, and only one is idling due to lack of raw materials. There is a row of huge signs hanging on the top of the workshop. Shipborne Heavy Armor Production Room. Turret Armor Production Room. Reinforced Wall Cabin Production Room. Li Bin was stunned. Duya grabbed Li Bin's arm, gritted his teeth, and said in a barely audible voice, Li Bin, I will take care of the extra ships you want. Our family will take care of the modification and weapons of the entire ship. Other conditions can be negotiated. These 3 production lines are taken over by my family. Li Changzhen was impatient to go down, but Wu Pa dragged him away and said, Why are you so anxious? You don't even know if it's safe down there. She pressed the button on the communicator on her neck and said a few words. Soon someone pushed a box over and took a few minutes to open it. Visible white cold air filled the air, and a dog jumped out, shivering with its ears shaking. This dog is an ordinary short-haired breed. Its coat color and body are a bit like a pastoral dog, but its head is like a fighting dog. Its teeth have been replaced with alloy ones. The silver canine teeth are covered with saliva and are quite scary. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a protruding instrument on the dog's head, extending from the forehead to the nose, and a trachea is connected to the oxygen tank in the equipment bag on the waist. Do you explain to Li Bin, this is a chemical dog. It was originally a special breed bred by unscrupulous dog-fighting dealers in the black market. It is very ferocious and can withstand repeated injections of combat drugs. After the bombing of Tachyon technology, many camps and tribes lacked combat power. When someone was exploring the ruins, they found a black market clinic with fertilized eggs of chemical dogs. After training and transformation, it became a combat dog to protect the homeland. The chemical dog quickly recovered from its hibernation and scanned the area, focusing on observing Li Bin and other people he had never met before. After confirming that they were safe, it did not bark, but circled around UPA affectionately. UPA rubbed the dog's head and took out a small piece of nutritional paste to feed it. These chemical dogs have enhancement devices on their heads. They are equipped with processors that are linked to their brains. They can enhance the dog's IQ and adjust the oxygen input power according to demand. Looking at the scars left by the battle on the chemical dog and the numerous signs of transformation, Li Bin was speechless. The inhuman condition of the dog was just a reflection of the miserable state of the human beings who were struggling to survive on this land, and he had no right to comment. However, Li Changjin and other crew members had never seen a dog before. Instead of feeling pity for the dog, they were amazed and thought it was a cool thing to have such a smart and capable pet. UPA pointed downwards, and without hesitation, the chemical dog went against its instinct and climbed down with its head tilted downwards, hooking its claws and toes on the metal ladder. Its eyes were covered with lenses, allowing it to look directly into the glaring furnace in the dim light. The chemical dog climbed to the end of the ladder, bit the rope, and was lowered to the bottom level. UPA opened a rather bulky terminal the size of 2 suitcases and began to operate it. As the chemical dog investigated the next floor, a simple map was drawn. With the help of the enhancement device, the chemical dog even marked information in some areas. It's hot and bright here. There are a lot of metals piled up here. Increase oxygen output, speed up reconnaissance. There is a machine moving here. Inspection completed, safe. The more Li Bin watched, the more convinced he was. The wasteland environment lacked semiconductors and production environment, but these survivors had the ingenuity to combine animal brains with instruments. By enhancing their IQ and adding acquired training, they made the chemical dogs serve as intelligent reconnaissance units. Although the vocabulary that chemical dog can learn after being enhanced is very limited, the efficiency can still be greatly improved as long as brain-computer translation is combined. Li Bin thought that if whales were also brought to Perseus, there would definitely be giant companies trying to put the whale brains into the spacecraft. If it weren't for the self-awareness and resistance of the human brain, they would even dare to use the human brain. After the reconnaissance, the team split into 2 parts. The survivors deployed defense forces on the upper level, while the crew members entered the lower level to conduct further exploration based on the mapping of the chemical dogs. UPA also followed, walking around with the chemistry dog to look at the new things. It was the first time she had seen automation on this scale. Li Bin wore terminal glasses and took photos of the facilities inch by inch for comparison. Relying on his photographic memory, he was able to perform an appraisal speed comparable to that of an expert. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Duya, who was always by his side, he took off his glasses and rubbed his sore eyeballs and said, "I've finished the inspection. There are only 3 production lines in this factory area. I don't think I have time to check the other parts. You can clean up the equipment later. But I don't think there will be any better equipment than this." I checked the maintenance records. The last automatic maintenance machine was broken after it was repaired and tripped over the components piled on the ground. He looked at Duya and said, "According to the contract we signed, you hired me to excavate the ruins in Magios. All the materials belong to me, and the profits from the production facilities, technology, and blueprints are split 30% and 70% respectively. These production lines are worth 50,000 star coins in total, and I get 15,000. Duya nodded frantically. Okay. In fact, production lines are something like this that are priced out of stock in the interstellar market. 50,000 star coins is just an estimate. In fact, Perseus hasn't had any large-scale, high-tech production lines for sale for more than 60 years. What's circulating on the market are production equipment from canning factories, hydroponic farms, and maintenance machinery. The reason is simple. After the Great Collapse, Perseus actually experienced a huge decline. When the giant companies were established, they fought each other and became crazy. It was not until 100 years ago that the large-scale giant company wars stopped. Even now, local wars between giant companies still exist. In recent years, the situation in Perseus has finally eased somewhat, and the giant companies have formed cliques and factions to confront each other, so expanding production scale and boosting corporate economy have become the new round of competition indicators. Whether it is a giant company's own factory or any free planet self-operated, as long as it is large-scale equipment or high-tech production facilities, they are often secretly selected while they are still in the manufacturing process. Duya boasted that he had helped Li Bin to get the cargo ships and the assembly, just to take over these 3 complete ships, which only needed a little effort to repair and could be transformed into production capacity, thus becoming a treasure trove that would continuously make money. As long as he can bring the production line back, Duya will be able to get back his entire fortune, at least from his family, with a profit. Li Bin also saw this clearly. It was like a motorcycle factory. It was nothing in China, but in Uncle Hay's eyes, it was enough to become the industrial core of a city. However, Li Bin was not at a loss. He bought a boat in the market with 15,000 star coins in cash, but nearly half of it was eaten up by the intermediary and customs. By following Duya's approach, he could exchange it all for good things for himself. And this harvest is enough to significantly improve Duya's status in the family. He is Duya's friend and will become a close friend after this time. Then I can also rely on the power of the Bellino family in the future. This is a win-win situation. In the long run, Li Bin can even win twice. What else are you talking about? Good luck. Li Bin nodded and asked the crew to start dismantling the equipment. I have limited time and cannot transport all the production lines back to New Magos. You go to the ground now and find the signal tower to send a message to the family, let them sail to pick up the goods. Duya's face wrinkled when he heard this. Brother, dear brother. This is really not okay. The Bellino family is not without competitors in New Magios. They will come to grab it after hearing the news. As long as the meat is rotten in the pot, the governor will not say much, at most he will give some compensation. Li Bin looked at you with disdain. You've been sitting in the shipping office for so many years, have you forgotten about smuggling? Your family should have a mining fleet, right? Let the fleet go to Magios and pretend to mine, then separate the production line and mix it into the minerals and take it away. Duya, who was so concerned that she was confused, immediately clapped her hands and cheered. You really have a smart mind for business. He pointed at the piled-up hull components and winked at Li Bin. You must have made a lot of money this time, right? Even the materials for the modification are ready for you. You are really rich now. Tell me the truth, how much did you earn from these? Li Bin snorted. How much can I have? I have to spend it all on buying weapons. Don't forget that I signed several wine orders. I only have 9 boxes of Byzantine wine. I cheated their deposits to buy weapons, and I have to pay double in the end. Speaking of this, I need your help with something. Brother, you decide. Duya, who had made a profit, was in a good mood and agreed immediately. But after hearing what Li Bin said, he regretted it and wanted to slap himself in the face. Li Bin smiled and said, I remember that among those who placed orders with me, several were from Tachyon Technology. I was thinking that for 100 boxes of Byzantine wine, I would have to pay 40,000 star coins for double compensation, which is too much. Aren't you guys just going to support pirates? Oh, aren't you just going to support Kanda, the hero who is fighting against the evil giant? Isn't Kanda just going to mess with Tachyon Technology? You said, if during the uprising of the Kanda heroes, the friends invited from other star systems accidentally killed these customers and blew up the database, then I don't have to pay for it. Why are you running away? Come back. Li Bin locked Duya and held his shoulders. There's an old saying that goes, people make mistakes, horses stumble, right? These people are big capitalists, they exploit people ruthlessly, and I don't know how many people have lost their fortunes. They are dead, but God has eyes. Duya, who was locked up, was shocked by Li Bin's vicious plan. He hesitated for a long time and only uttered one word. Ah. Dismantling the production line is a tedious task. Moreover, although the inspection opening of the industrial lifting platform is 3 times 3 and covers an area of 9 square meters, which is enough to accommodate a car in and out, it is still insufficient for transferring the production line. Li Bin could only abandon large equipment such as furnaces and presses. Fortunately, most refineries have replacements for these things, so as long as the core components can be taken away, Dia will have no complaints. As the crew was busy dismantling the machine, a slight vibration came from the ground. Li Changjin stood up shakily and carefully put the robotic arm into the cart. He raised his head in annoyance and said, "What's going on?" UPA had already taken the lead in grabbing the halyard and leading the chemical dog up, while shouting, "It's the predator." At this time, Li Bin also received a message from Duya, who was acting as a supervisor on the surface. "Li Bin, something happened. The sentry said that there are many looters outside the city. There are hundreds of them. Their equipment is much better than that of the survivors. I saw artillery." Li Bin threw down the component in his hand and asked while riding the lifting cable, "Doesn't your family have influence in the local area? Can we negotiate with their boss and give us some supplies as bribe? We have gained a lot on this trip. I don't mind if it is scratched, but I am mainly worried that you will feel bad. I feel so sorry for you." Dia was anxious. "What are the plunderers?" "They are space pirates from the wasteland. They are worse than pirates. Whoever talks about cooperation with them will be in trouble. They are a bunch of greedy fools who live and die in a day." The channel was filled with rough singing and gunfire. The group of looters had already begun their attack. He spoke quickly. UPA said they can definitely hold the camp, but there's no way to recover it. The ropes of the heavy machinery could be destroyed at any time. "Li Bin, do you have any solution?" "There must be a way, but you have to go and negotiate first. Harmony brings wealth. If we can't reach an agreement, we can talk later." Li Bin crawled out of the platform and asked the crew to continue dismantling without stopping. He walked to the surface and contacted the 3-legged cat at the same time. Surface, city ruins. Kwanggu is the temporary leader of this group of plunderers. He killed the leader of his own tribe 2 months ago. He is full of ambition and is planning to annex other plunderer tribes. 3 days ago, a younger brother reported that there were many survivors in the city ruins. He originally thought that the survivors were collecting building materials as usual, and wanted to grab a few casually, but when he was investigating, he actually found a track rope connecting the sky and the earth. Kwanggu immediately realized that there was a treasure in this ruin. If he can attract people from heaven, the treasure must be of great value. The people from heaven will definitely send heavy troops to guard it. He cannot handle it all by himself, so he has to find a few more companies to cooperate with. So he sent out a message, inviting 3 nearby raider tribes to hunt together. The looters have always looked down on the old, weak and disabled, and their teams are only young and strong. They are smaller in size than the survivors, but have better weapons. Hundreds of people from 4 tribes were fully armed and wanted to sneak into the edge of the camp and wait for an opportunity to attack, but the chemical dogs in the camp smelled the blood on their weapons. There were too many looters, and even if they intentionally maintained their weapons, the mixed smell was still too obvious. As soon as the people who tried to make a move stepped forward, they were shot in the head by the one-eyed men, and the first round of attack ended after leaving behind 7 or 8 corpses. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Kwanggu ordered his men to start a tentative attack. His tribe had 2 artillery pieces, and as long as they could find the enemy's weak points, they could use high-explosive bombs to blow up the gap and then rush forward. At that time, as the initiator of the looting and the temporary boss, he can make some adjustments in the distribution of the spoils, stir up conflicts among the 3 tribes, and then the opportunity to grow stronger will come. The first raiders to charge into the battle were slaves equipped with electric shock coils and new recruits. They needed to serve as cannon fodder for a few rounds to prove themselves, which was the so-called token of allegiance. The power of live ammunition weapons is not comparable to that of air guns. The sound of gunfire is dull, and the sound of bullets hitting metal and cement rises and falls. The powerful bullets make amazing bullet holes in the camp, which makes Duya's scalp numb when he sees live ammunition for the first time. When the 2 artillery pieces from the opposite side were launched, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and turned on the signal tower to demand negotiations. Negotiation. Sitting with other tribal leaders, Kwang Gu took off his respirator and held it in his hand, grilling meat on a hot iron plate. While chatting and laughing, he occasionally took a few breaths of oxygen from the respirator and grinned at the leaders. So the people in heaven have never planted anything, either in the past or now. They always talk about it, just like the mice who only know how to plant and scrape the soil. The bosses all nodded. The people in the sky divided them into survivors and predators, which was actually bullshit. Those so-called survivors were just the sheep raised before the bombing, and they were the legendary wolves that ate sheep. After the bombing, all order was restored. The so-called predators were nothing more than the winners who had readapted and evolved to occupy a higher ecological niche. After Dia finished his request for negotiations, he began to threaten, saying that if they went any further, everything would be turned upside down, and that he should not say that he had not warned them. Upon hearing this, Kwang Gu immediately pulled out his gun, took a deep breath of oxygen, squinted his eyes, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The broadcast on the signal tower exploded. The whole set of actions was smooth and fluid, and was greeted with applause from the audience. He swung his arms and swung his hips ostentatiously. That's nothing. My marksmanship is learned by shooting at 2-legged sheep in the wilderness. Moving targets are my real skill. As Li Bin left the factory, there was a loud bang above his head. The broken radio speaker fell to the ground with a rustling sound and rolled to his feet. Dia opened the tent curtain and saw Li Bin kicking the loudspeaker to pieces. He ran over awkwardly and said, "Li Bin, it didn't work out." Li Bin patted Duya on the shoulder and said, "You are just too nice. These predators look like humans. There is no need to talk about morality when dealing with them, let alone brotherhood." He pressed the communication button on his neck and said, "First mate, you heard me, these hanged men are going to take us." Jeffrey's voice was like a knife being sharpened. "Listen, this is a product worth tens of thousands of star coins. Even his grandfather has never eaten such fat meat. These bastards dare to look at him straight in the eye. They are rebelling against him. Release the drone. All engineering teams, get out of the cabin." Jeffrey's face twitched and he shouted loudly on the bridge. He owes a lot of money, and the company owes a lot of money. Whoever goes against the money will go against his life. Mining drones and crew members jumped into space like dumplings. Following instructions, they grabbed nearby space junk, tied thrusters on, and pushed towards the planet under their feet. At the camp, Li Bin leaned his hands against the pergola and looked up at the sky. Duya didn't know what Li Bin was doing. Listening to the gunshots getting closer and closer and the occasional artillery fire, his heart was in his throat. "Here I come." Li Bin suddenly whistled. Duya looked up at the sky and saw sparse meteors breaking through the thick leaden clouds and streaking across the sky with brilliant tail flames. This beauty did not last long, and soon someone discovered that these sparse meteors were not just one batch, but waves after another, flying towards the ground continuously. Kwang Gu stood up suddenly, looking at the sky in disbelief. He always knew that the people in the sky flew spaceships, and there were weapons on the spaceships, but they never used them on the Mugos people, saying that they were of the same blood and should unite. This was the basis for their arrogance as predators. Why are the tactics that always worked in the past no longer effective today? Of course, he didn't know that the leader this time was not a Magios person but a time traveler named Li Bin. He didn't even consider Elphi as his home planet, let alone such a wasteland. Even if he took a step back, he didn't have the guilt that the new Magios had for their compatriots living in the wasteland. The looters feed on the survivors, which can be described as treasonous, and there is nothing wrong with killing them. The beautiful meteor was getting smaller and smaller. With the fine-tuning of the bridge-assisted AI, the space junk was being steadily lowered into orbit by the thrusters at an increasingly faster speed. Kwang Gu kicked down the driver of the nearest car and drove the car himself. In the middle, he pulled out a gun and shot 2 predators who tried to get in the car and slow it down. But he was no faster than the meteorites that were scattering flowers from the sky. These streams of molten metal, with colorful tails of flame, covered the entire area with their unstoppable momentum. The shaking of the land is like a playing drum, people are like fleas on the drum, and the flying meteorites are the rising and falling hammers, together forming a drum song called death. The high temperature caused by the impact of space debris melted the sand and gravel, turning them into fine glass fragments that scattered all over the ground. The rain of space junk had just stopped and the ground was still steaming when the one-eyed old man casually rushed in with a gun in hand. Li Bin fell behind and heard sporadic gunshots from time to time in the smoke and heat waves. Those were some lucky people who were not hit and ran into the bosun who was on a killing spree. Looking at the one-sided result, Li Bin thought that these predators had been too well protected in the past and had no fear of the spaceship, an aerial vehicle with all the advantages. As the old saying goes, those who attack from high and those who attack from low are idiots. Li Bin, who owns the spaceship, can choose an altitude ranging from several thousand meters to hundreds of thousands of meters. At this altitude advantage, a single date can kill a person, not to mention the space junk everywhere in the sky. UPA, who was holding the chemical dog, followed behind. The chemical dog carefully avoided the hot ground and jumped around among the ruins. UPA looked at the artillery and corpses that were smashed to pieces by space junk with regret. This is such a waste. With so many weapons and equipment, you can't recover much like this. She looked at the team with 0 casualties again and swallowed the rest of the sentence. If you can achieve this kind of exchange ratio every time, it doesn't seem to matter whether you get any spoils or not. Captain, I found a poor guy who was hit by a small piece of melted space junk and lost half of his body. The wound was carbonized and the blood loss was not serious. He is still a leader. The old one-eyed man spoke in a tone that sounded both lucky and unfortunate. Li Bin immediately became interested and ran over to take a look. As the one-eyed old man said, a man with a mohawk hairstyle, who completely fits the stereotype of a wasteland violent man, with a leg missing, half of his stomach missing, and many pieces of vehicle debris stuck in his body, was lying on a rock, staring and struggling to put on the respirator. Every time he breathed, blood foam came out of his mouth and it was obvious that he was about to die. TSK, I don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky. The vehicle battery was hit directly and exploded, and the man was blown away, but your life was saved. Li Bin squatted down and slapped the man's trembling hand holding the gun. Wu Ba said in a complicated tone, this person should be Quangu. He recently killed the leader of the tribe and established himself. We have fought before. She didn't expect that this ruthless plunderer who had recently become famous in the wasteland and caused headaches for many survivor tribes would become like a dead dog today. Quangu raised his head and murmured, "Save me." He dropped the gun and reached out to grab Li Bin's trouser legs. As his movements became larger, large burn marks were revealed, and Duya's throat tightened. Li Bin stepped on Quangu's hand asking for help and said with a smile, I heard from Wu Pa that you are quite famous in the wasteland. I guess you must have killed a lot of people. Why didn't you think of saving them before? Quangu showed a miserable look and begged, I was wrong, I repent. Seeing that Li Bin's expression didn't change at all, Quangu's face changed several times, and his instinct for survival made him raise his voice, you can't kill me, you left us in this shitty place to fend for ourselves, you owe us, you swore not to use the spaceship. The more he spoke, the more incoherent he became, and at the end he even started crying, which made him look extremely miserable. However, Duya, who originally had an expression of pity on his face, suddenly turned pale. Li Bin slowly shifted his center of gravity, and his foot on his hand became heavier. He said in a cold voice, first, if we really want to talk about murder, you were the first to kill, and you killed people all over the country and deserved retribution. At most, I am acting on behalf of heaven and stopping killing with killing. Morally, you deserve to die. Second. Li Bin pulled out his gun and pointed it at Quangu's forehead. I have asked around. New Magios and all the people who stayed in the mainland have received assistance. It was you plunderers who did not produce anything. After you ate up the assistance, you went to grab other people's share. In the end, no one assisted you, so you went to become plunderers, right? This was also the reason why Duya was unhappy when he heard Li Bin's request to negotiate with the plunderers. The new Magios used to treat everyone equally, but later they only cooperated with the survivors. You are plundering, committing crimes against humanity, and killing people. According to the law, you deserve to die. You have no respect for the law or morality. How dare you make demands of me? Kwanggu had already started crying, with no leadership at all. His face was covered in dust and tears. He hesitantly said, "We are all Mugos people, we are compatriots." Li Bin said with a playful smile, "Who are we from the same country? I am from the planet Elfi, and I won't fall for your tricks. Alas, it feels like you're a bit too easy to just collapse like this." Li Bin put away his gun and stood up, calling the old one-eyed man, "Find 4 steel pipes. He's missing a leg, so let's get 3, nail his hands and feet, and kill him with the wind." Okay. The one-eyed old man had no psychological burden at all. He rubbed his hands and searched for materials of suitable thickness in the ruins. Li Bin asked Wu Pa to lead people to clean up the battlefield, to replenish the guns where necessary, to interrogate those who needed to be interrogated, and to rebuild the sentries where necessary. After giving the orders in a few words, he found that Dia was standing there looking at him, hesitant to speak. "What's wrong? You don't want to tell me that I'm brutal?" Li Bin said jokingly. Dia shook his head and said, "He said we left them here." "Okay, you don't have to say anything more." Li Bin interrupted Doya, and you knew Meijio's people are too sensitive about these things. I won't be shaken by the words of a shameless and brainless person grasping at straws before his death. Instead of trusting the predators, why shouldn't I trust that you can cooperate with all the survivors on the planet? Dia hesitated for a while and whispered, "Thank you. We are all brothers, why are you thanking me?" Li Bin raised his thumb to the sky. "If you really want to thank me, please drive yours over here quickly. The 3-legged cat is almost full." "Oh, about half a day. The family's mining ship will arrive in half a day." Dia responded immediately. In fact, the mining fleet arrived later than Duya said. It was not until dawn the next day that the 3-legged cat received the handover signal, which also brought an unexpected surprise. The ship promised to Li Bin has arrived. "Captain, the mining fleet said there's a cargo ship for me. I've sent you the data. Now we can start work at the same time and bring the hull components along," Jeffrey said happily on the bridge. At this moment, the crew members who were transferring on the ground also stopped their work and gathered together to look at the ship. The second ship is a pure cargo ship, a Buffalo-class cargo ship, 340 meters long and 150 meters wide. The hull is extremely simple and eye-shaped, with the bow and stern as the main body. The middle part is composed of 3 sturdy alloy trusses as the keel. With the truss as the core, multiple layers of cargo decks extend to the left and right of the eye-shape. Buffalo-class freighter, destroyer-sized. Only the eye-shaped part of the ship is sealed, while the cargo deck is directly exposed to the space. Dozens of space containers are fixed on the cargo deck. There is only one small weapon position on the front head, and the ship's power system can only power light machine guns or anti-aircraft laser cannons in addition to maintaining the shield. As for actual combat air defense, forget it. The purpose of this weapon position is to break up space debris and meteorites during navigation. This ship is only the size of a destroyer, and is a standard civilian ship with a thin skin and a large body. But what makes Li Bin and Jeffrey happy is its extremeness. This ship has the largest capacity among all ships of the same class, a full 400 standard cargo holds, 3 times that of the 3-legged cat. And thanks to its open cargo deck, this ship also has the fastest cargo loading and unloading speed. There is no need to dock with the barge port, the space station can directly load and unload containers with a robotic arm. The work that the tripod needs nearly 2 hours to complete using manpower and carts only takes 20 minutes for the Buffalo class. Li Bin immediately called Wu Pa. "One more deal. I will provide another 50 boxes of food, and you bring everyone in the tribe who can move to help transport the goods. Also send a message to all the survivor tribes nearby, inviting them to bring goods. I will hold a makeshift fair in this ruin. We will provide security for the market, and your tribe will be responsible for maintaining order. All survivors can trade freely in the market, but we have priority in purchasing. Don't worry, I only want the items they found in the ruins. As for food, bean sprout. I'll give it to you in exchange for star coins. Ask your family's mining fleet to bring a batch of goods next time. I'll give you the list later." Okay, so this is how you play it. You're not satisfied with making me bankrupt and putting all my money on you, and you also want me to suck up to you and ask my family to help you transport food. We're all missing teeth ourselves. You even pretended to sign contracts to raise funds, and you wanted to kill a few orders so that Party A could reduce the compensation. You really deserve to make money. If you don't get rich, who will? Do you laughed with gritted teeth? Do you felt like she was in a dream these days? He was originally encouraged by Li Bin to put his entire fortune on the line and, despite the family's doubts, he even took leave and boarded the ship in person to help him get a fake wine contract. His bet was that Li Bin could really bring in 500 boxes of heavy weapons, so that he could make a contribution to the fight against the giant enterprise while settling the accounts, thereby increasing his voice in the family. But who would have thought that in just a few days, before the heavy weapons business was settled, 3 available ship modification production lines had directly achieved the ultimate goal. Not only that, Li Bin further proposed to expand the recruitment of survivors, set up a temporary fair in the ruins, and recycle materials from the ruins under the banner of the Bellino family. The current situation is that, under the influence of word of mouth and food temptations from the UPA tribe, nearly 600 survivors have gathered at the ruins, and many more are watching. The mining fleet keeps traveling back and forth between new Magios and old Magios, attracting the attention of the governor. So far, because the family acted first and kept it secret, the governor and other families only thought that the Bellino family was using the surplus from mining to develop the economy. The giant company has also sent observers to make contact and has tentatively determined that New Mugos has the possibility of returning to the planet. It is currently using Li Bin from Elfi as an agent to do business on the planet. This behavior will not affect the interests of the giant corporations in the galaxy for the time being. On the contrary, due to the economic actions of the Bellino family, the possibility of the family's funding of pirates attracting suspicion from the giant corporations may be reduced in the future. And Li Bin, who accomplished all this, only spent a few thousand star coins to buy food from beginning to end. He even made tens of thousands of star coins. What is meant by getting something for nothing? This is meant by getting something for nothing. Is this how business is done? Do you looked at the various newly opened shops in the camp? The survivors wore respirators and built simple tents and houses with discarded building materials. They carved the name of the tribe and the main products on rusty metal plates and talked quietly with customers in the wind and sand. He pulled his hair in confusion, thinking that the new Magios had also thought of opening a market among the survivors before, but there were few responses. Could it be that killing the predators was really so popular? Was the non-participation policy jointly formulated by the families really wrong? Duya, who was born in New Mugos, couldn't understand it, because he and his family were fundamentally different from the residents of the planet. In addition, their interests were concentrated in space, and they had neither the intention nor the ability to deeply understand the contradictions between the survivors and the predators. On the contrary, Li Bin has a clever understanding of wasteland ecology. In his opinion, the relationship between survivors and predators can be explained by the relationship between Nobita and Fat Tiger. Regarding Fat Tiger bullying Nobita, there are 4 choices on the surface: 1. Help Fat Tiger; 2. Help Nobita; 3. Ignore; 4. Think both are wrong. But from the standpoints of the two, there are actually only 2 choices: help Fat Tiger and help Nobita. The same goes for the looters and the survivors. Dua and his men did not intervene in the conflict of old Magios. They seemed to be staying out of it, but in fact they were also alienated from the survivors. Because the survivors were the weaker party, if they did not directly help them, whether they remained neutral or ignored them, they were all condoning them. After all, the predators will not stop hunting the survivors just because you ignore them, and Fat Tiger will not stop bullying just because the teachers and parents ignore them. Therefore, when encountering bullying, teachers have only one correct choice, which is to step in and stop it immediately. Anyone who claims that a fly won't bite an egg without cracks or one hand cannot clap is blaspheming the teaching profession. Li Bin bombarded Quang Gu and objectively eliminated several groups of looters. In the eyes of the survivors, he was one of them, and his actions won him trust. Now when Dia walks around the camp, the survivors don't react at all, but when Li Bin and his crew appear wearing company badges, people nod in greeting. There were even men and women who approached the crew and expressed their desire to breed. Thinking of this, Dia's fists hardened. It was obviously Li Bin who was hired by him, and it was his family's fleet that transported the food. Li Bin had earned all the good reputation. Dia's footsteps unconsciously turned and walked underground. When he walked angrily to Li Bin waved at him. "Hey, you're here. That's perfect. I also need to buy a boat. I'd be grateful to you for helping me with this. Get lost. Dia said angrily, you have less than 100 people in total, and 2 ships are barely sailing. Where did you get the third one? What's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? If you feel so irritated, go to Tianlai Dihua and make contributions to the survivors. Li Bin was surprised. He quickly put aside the topic and continued, I am considering that we will have to transport heavy weapons over long distances. With only 1 cargo ship and 1 armed cargo ship, the fleet is too weak and will be easily targeted by pirates. No, brother. Talking about money, do you calm down? He frowned and asked, do you really have to go so far to transport weapons? There's no need. You have a lot of money now, right? After paying off the loan and the compensation for the wine, you can still have a few thousand star coins left. You can be debt-free. Then what? Li Bin asked. Diaki said, what do you mean by then? The universe is so big, you can go wherever you want. 2 small boats, not even up to the standards of a small commercial fleet, what can they do? Will they be robbed by pirates and destroyed overnight? Even if Perseus is a smuggling fleet, it has 3 or 4 ships. What can 2 destroyers do? They are just trembling with fear and uncertainty. Any large transport fleet of a regular company has ships worth 700,000 or 800,000 star coins. Captain Serrato, whom Li Bin previously served, was in charge of the fleet's command and control of 2 Atlas-class transport ships. Li Bin is now like Xiangzi, who has just earned enough to pay off his rickshaw loan. Compared with other rickshaw drivers, he is a boss, but compared with other people in Peking, he is nothing. If he is not careful, the car will be gone, and what awaits him is ups and downs, becoming neither human nor ghost. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Only by establishing your own colony can you truly control your own life. Thinking of this, Li Bin burst out with a strong belief, and his eyes were full of ambition. Seeing this, Dia knew that Li Bin's gambling life was different from her own idea of being content with a small fortune. He chose a risky path, so she gave up persuading him and said, tell me what you need, and I will definitely help if I can meet your needs. Li Bin was touched, good brother. No matter how intimate we are, I won't give you any discounts. I need to eat something to moisten my mouth, too. Didn't you just eat 3 production lines? My family is my family, and I am me. Dia said confidently, at most I can give you a rebate. NTM I need a group of crew members. Don't you have Lloyd blood? Help me find 30 Lloyds. I need them to take on damage control and engine work, and recruit a group of skilled crew members. Dia leaned on his chin and thought for a while, then said, I promise to take care of the crew issue, but I suggest you don't rush to buy a ship. Talk to our family's fleet commander first. He has a lot of experience and can help you adjust the fleet ratio. At this point, Dia solemnly advised. Fleet command is a profound subject. The basic content such as fleet composition, weapon installation, and ship modification can exhaust the efforts of a commander. A first-class fleet is the result of many years of hard work by a commander. Li Bin, I admit that you are very talented, but in matters that are extremely dependent on actual combat and time, you still have to listen to the advice of an old man. Li Bin nodded with feeling, well said, then where can we find such a fleet commander? I have a bottle of Byzantine wine here, waiting to chat with this commander. Dia pointed to the sky and said, the commander of the mining fleet is the one you are looking for. What's that look in your eyes? Don't underestimate him. The production line family values him very much. They specially transferred him here to take charge. He has a lot of war experience and his annual salary is 1,700 star coins. Li Bin did not immediately go to find the fleet commander introduced by Duya. The transfer was not over yet, the other party had his own family mission, and he, Li Bin, was also busy picking up bargains in the big market. As time went by, more and more survivors set up stalls at the market, and such a huge flow of people attracted the attention of predators. So much so that Old One-Eye led armed sailors in batches, accompanied by UPA's tribe, and went out hunting on jet motorcycles. However, there were rarely any high-value goods in the market that would catch Li Bin's eye. Instead, there were mostly various spare parts. These large quantities of low-value goods were all recycled by the Bellino family. Li Bin naturally did not share this part of the profit. In fact, Li Bin was a little surprised that the Bellino family actually fulfilled their contract. He thought with a dark heart that they could lead the fleet to kill him after discovering the production line and take all the profits for themselves. After all, Mugos has nothing to do with Li Bin either in terms of law or strength. Li Bin could only explain this as the Bellino family using money to silence others and also to demonstrate their family's credit, which was also an investment. Li Bin walked in the market, smiling and rejecting the invitations of many beautiful women. As a normal person, he certainly has needs. But who can blame Wu Pa, the female elite, for being so eager to see him? Dia had warned himself implicitly that the future female chief seemed to have set her sights on him, and if he showed any willingness to meet any woman, it would be a signal. What happens next is that before you can enjoy enough of the good days, one dark and windy night, UPA will seize the opportunity and drag you into a small dark room to feel the terrifying power of industrial grade. This amazing woman, who is over 2 meters tall, can bend steel bars with her legs. Li Bin doesn't think his spine can withstand a few rounds. Your life is more important, please do not receive me. However, you can occasionally find some good things in the big market, such as luxury goods. In some underground factories and the management rooms of shelters, expensive items such as solid wood furniture, solid wood musical instruments, paintings, and sculptures can be found. For survivors, they are just combustibles and building materials with a lower fuel value than oil, but for Li Bin, they are good commodities. You can even exchange a box of compressed biscuits for a painting. By the time the fair ended 5 days later and the survivors had dispersed, Li Bin had accumulated more than 60 luxury items that were in line with the style of the new Magios and could be auctioned for a high price. He entrusted them to Dia to be put up for auction, and he would be able to withdraw the money when he transported the heavy weapons back. The transfer was completed and the market was over. Li Bin was about to leave. Before leaving, Wu Ba held Li Bin's hand tightly and refused to let go. If it weren't for the help of other people in the tribe, Li Bin even suspected that he would be dragged away. He felt that what UPA wanted more than his 100-pound meat was the recipe in his mind. He left this planet, which still had great development value, with lingering fear. The future income from this land had nothing to do with him anymore. But it doesn't matter. Outside the core star region of Perseus, there are countless former colonies whose civilizations were extinct due to the Great Collapse. As long as he is willing to go there, he will have countless opportunities to make a fortune. As the life capsule started to work, the churning of gastric juice and dizziness caused by the G-force came again. After breaking through the gravity concentration area, the world was spinning. After a long time of weightlessness, the blood that had gathered under the feet due to gravity filled the brain again. The increased intracranial pressure and sufficient blood oxygen brought dizziness and clear thinking. The slight musty smell in the cabin and the strange smell of recycled water that remain unchanged for thousands of years make me nostalgic. Li Bin returned to his loyal three-legged cat. As soon as he entered the bridge, before he could even start chatting with the first mate, a beautiful figure flew over, grabbed Li Changjin's shoulders and looked him up and down. Li Changjin was originally a burly, muscular guy, and the genes activated by gravity further increased his muscle density. However, he was pulled back and forth by a pair of arms, and he turned around and squatted without any temper. Because those hands came from her younger brother's suppression of the holy body, Li Shu checked her brother up and down and confirmed that he had no scars, then she breathed a sigh of relief. Li Changjin, who was tormented by his sister's big hands, finally dared to speak. He shouted excitedly. "Sister! You don't know, my brother organized a big fair down there, and I also went there to set up a stall, using additives, nutritional paste, and starch. My stall was very popular, and the survivors lined up like a long dragon. I made a lot of money, and I sold the waste products to the Bellino family for 9-star coins." The crew members were moved by this data. After all, everyone only earned 8-star coins a year as a regular employee. With Li Changjin's cooking skills, he earned everyone's annual salary in just a few days. Although there were bonuses for eating something new in the first big market, the money could not be faked. However, Li Bin had already said in advance that both the crew members who went on the expedition and those who stayed behind would receive extra dividends, so although everyone was jealous, they did not complain. After all, it was recognized that the Li family's cooking skills were unique. Li Shu didn't care how much money her brother made, because no matter how much he made, Li Bin would still be the one to pay off the debt, and as long as Li Changjin was safe and happy, that was all that mattered. So she just patiently listened to her brother bragging about his cooking skills, just like coaxing a child. Seeing his sister's rare gentle expression, Li Changjin became more and more excited and couldn't stop talking. There are still people who want to get my recipe. They are all good-looking, with black and brown skin, and good figures. They just treat me, Li Changjin, as a fool. Sister, didn't you say that some people are just sugar-coated bullets, and we have to shoot them back? Li Bin noticed that Li Shu's gentle face stiffened and the corners of her mouth turned downward. He took a step back calmly and waved to the first mate. Oh, the shells are fired back. Li Shu said in a clear voice, did you eat the sugar coating? Li Changjin was so excited that he didn't realize that there was a Death Star flashing above his head. He might have boasted about this too many times before. He said it all at once, of course I ate it. I'm not stupid. Sister, it hurts. Li Shu had already grabbed her brother's ears and started to do a 360-degree Thomas turn, with a half-smile on her face. Okay, you want to eat the sugar coating, right? How old are you, and you want to eat the sugar coating? Tell me, how far have you gone? Have you taken off your clothes? Have you done it? Li Bin thought it was not good. After scolding Li Changjin as a fool, Li Shu would find trouble with him for poor supervision. He had already walked to the edge of the bridge, pressed the switch, and left. At the corner, I could vaguely hear the miserable voice of, Big Brother, save me, and the tiger-like roar of my sister, Li Bin, how can you, as a brother, take care of your younger brother? I thought to myself, my good brother, just fly without worry, and I will take responsibility if anything happens, so I hid in the crew dormitory. By the time Jeffrey came over, Li Bin had already hung up the hammock and was leisurely relaxing. Jeffrey sat on the bed and sighed, your brother is so miserable. He is still kneeling on the bridge. You are so disloyal. Your sister couldn't find you and took out her anger on him. If you were there, you would at most be scolded a few times, but if you were not here, your brother would have to bear the anger of two people. Oh, he was raised by Li Shu, right? It would be double the amount. Li Bin sneered, who told him to brag? I have someone watching him. He doesn't deserve any sugar coating. He is just an underage boy. He is under control. Just touch his hand and blow on him and he will confess everything. If he brags to Li Shu, I will not accompany him. He lifted his feet onto the hammock and said, let's get down to business. Have all the components been moved away? Jeffrey held the e-cigarette and exhaled thick smoke. No, there is still a batch in the cargo hold. The three-legged cat has been in low Earth orbit. After deducting the number of components we need for our own modification, there are about 400 boxes left. The Bellino family has taken them all and offered 26 star coins per box. Li Bin nodded, it's slightly lower than the market price, but that's normal. After all, the quantity is large, and they are all armor and bulkhead modifications, with low technical content. If it's radiation coils or engine modification components, the price can be doubled. Jeffrey, holding an e-cigarette in his mouth, laughed, Captain, tell me the truth, how much did we earn? When talking about the profits, Li Bin couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and he also chuckled. According to the contract, we will get 15,000 star coins for the money from the production line. Duya will cancel the money I spent on food. The modification parts will be discounted by 10,400 star coins. Luxury goods will not be included for the time being. In addition, Li Bin raised his finger, the pirate ship sold 4,150 star coins before, and the wine sales in New Mugos, the wine contract, and other miscellaneous items added up to 27,337 star coins, a total of 56,887 star coins. With Jeffrey's rotten peach blossom smile, Li Bin added leisurely, don't forget that we also earned a Buffalo-class cargo ship for free. Let me tell you, that ship is pure second-hand, there is nothing wrong with it. It also has its own hidden cargo hold, which is perfect for smuggling. This ship can be easily sold for 20,000 star coins. Okay. Jeffrey laughed like a fool, they even include modifications to the ship and additional equipment. The Bellino family is pretty nice. Although it is a bit regrettable that they can never develop Mugos again and the ruins of a planet worth hundreds of thousands of star coins will no longer have anything to do with them, but on second thought, at least they have saved enough for the loan this time, right? Jeffrey was very satisfied. He even felt a little ecstatic at the moment. He sighed, "How can you say that I have good vision? There were so many people who wanted to buy this ship back then. I could tell at a glance that you, the captain, were not an ordinary person. I immediately sold the ship to you at a low price. That's why I am here today." "Stop talking nonsense." Li Bin scolded with a smile, "No more jokes, I want to discuss something serious with you. We have to buy another ship later, and Sanjiameo will be the flagship for the time being, so you can't be the captain. But now there is a position for the captain of the Buffalo-class ship and the captain of the new ship. Which ship do you want to go to?" Jeffrey stopped smiling instantly and his expression became serious. Three-legged cat, leisure cabin. The three-legged cat, which is larger than an aircraft carrier, has most of its space used to store cargo, but it is still more than enough for a crew of less than 100 people, so a place for venting and entertainment during the long voyage across the starry sea is also indispensable. After confirming the income and large expenses with Li Bin, the first mate hummed a cheerful tune and went into the leisure cabin, ready to do a few sets of muscle-stretching exercises. He saw Li Changjin already riding on the spinning bike, practicing with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. He was in a single room that was shielded from sweat, chewing on cleaning gum, his face bruised from his sister's beating, and he nodded to Jeffrey, "Here I come." Jeffrey sat in another single room, stretched his muscles and started to practice with the flying bird butterfly machine. "The engineering team has such intense work every day, why should we train muscles?" Li Changjin was sweating profusely. "If I don't practice on the ground, I will grow muscles. If I don't practice in the sky, I feel that my bones will become loose." "Is it really that scary?" Jeffrey found it a little funny to see Li Changjin looking serious even though his face was bruised and swollen. Li Changjin said seriously, "Really? After all, humans are creatures that originated on planets, and their adaptation to space is still too poor." This is true, but Jeffrey believes that it was definitely Li Bin's words that were copied by Li Changjin. He pointed to his mouth and said, "Do you have any more cleaning glue? Give me some." Li Changjin took out a piece and threw it over. Jeffrey tore it open and stuffed it into his mouth. It was impossible to brush teeth with water in space, so cleaning glue was a substitute. The two chatted for a while, and Li Changjin asked again, "The company has bought another ship, and it needs to buy more ships. First mate, have you decided which ship you want to be the captain of?" "Boy, I was wondering why you were so enthusiastic. It turns out you were waiting for me here." Jeffrey laughed. He could see what Li Changjin was thinking. This boy was hoping that he would be promoted quickly so that he could replace him as the first mate and become the captain after accumulating experience. To paraphrase Li Bin, the calculations could be heard clearly across 2 single rooms. He shook his head. "I rejected it." "What?" Li Changjin stopped, his muscles tensed, and looked at the first mate in shock. "You don't want to be the captain? Oh, you want to wait for the three-legged cat to be free? That's right, after all, this was originally your family's ship." "No, the captain has already promised me that when the company expands, he will give me this ship as a dividend. This has nothing to do with it. The main reason is that I don't want to be a captain," Jeffrey said while doing chest expansion exercises, panting. "Why?" Li Changjin was puzzled. "Nonsense, you can't just watch the thief eat the meat and not watch the thief get beaten." Jeffrey sneered, "Didn't you see how miserable Li Bin was? He lived like a monk in Lud. He didn't even have time to go to the beautiful women on the ground who were begging him to get on his bed." "Why?" "Because he was busy. I just settled the bill with him, and it made my brain explode. There's the fuel cost for the long voyage, the maintenance fee, and the salary, bonus, and food for each crew member. Every time we hire one more person, all the data will change. There are also star charts, market information, and news purchases for social events. Do you think anyone can be a captain? Do you think your brother can make money just because he's lucky? He's amazing. I met your brother, and I'm lucky. I can make money even if I lie down. Why do I have to beg for money and suffer?" Jeffrey poked Li Changjin, "Your sister beat you up for holding hands with a woman. I have a lot of girlfriends on the boat. I'm a man with a comfortable life. Sometimes I want to learn from old One Eye and get a pair of prosthetic limbs." "Ah, why?" Li Changjin was a simple-minded man, and as he was teased, his ability to play the supporting role improved rapidly. Jeffrey slapped his thigh and said, "My legs are so weak from exhaustion." He stood up, opened the single room to blow dry the moisture on his body, wiped off the dried sweat on his body with a wet towel, and said, "So, you better give up as soon as possible. Your brother is poor now and can't afford to buy talents. The captain's job requires both brainpower and body, and you can't handle it. When your elder brother is worth hundreds of thousands of star coins and you are assigned a good staff, you can become a captain." He left the leisure cabin and waved his hand behind Li Changjin. "You kid, practice more. Also, why are you chewing the original cleaning gel? Let me tell you, this cleaning gel has to be the authentic jasmine flavor. Let's go." Li Changjin felt a little uncomfortable after being belittled by the first mate in disguise, but then he remembered that the cleaning glue he used every day smelled like jasmine. His eldest brother told him that jasmine is a plant on Earth whose flowers have a unique fragrance, so many foods and perfumes are made based on its scent. But when the human territory was colonized, jasmine was not brought over, so there is no jasmine in Perseus. All jasmine-scented products are made of diluted scatol. However, space on a spacecraft is limited and isolated in outer space, so organic substances such as coal tar are hard to find. But jasmine-scented cleaning glue is in endless supply. Why? Because as its name suggests, scatol can be extracted from feces, and there is everything missing on the spacecraft except feces. Thinking of the first mate's arrogant tone and the fact that he had to eat second-hand shit every day, Li Changjin's mood suddenly improved and he pedaled more vigorously. Li Bin had just finished communicating with the commander of the Bellino family fleet. As fleet commanders, this one had a very different style from Saladu of Minseng Company. Saladu had obvious transportation industry habits, with a rough tone, delicate thoughts, and slow movements. This commander had a strong military habit, speaking directly, without considering human feelings or face. This man warned Li Bin straight away not to think about buying another destroyer. There were 9 hand destroyers with a lot of problems, but the market price was not high and the cost performance was low. Most of them were resold by agents and merchants to pirate dens for renovation. Ordinary second-hand goods cost 30,000 to 40,000 star coins. Only the junk made of meteorite hulls can be sold at the price that Li Bin wants. For example, the Vesta-class destroyer starts at 20,000. Under the fleet commander's analysis, Li Bin's boiling mind gradually cleared up. He listened carefully to the advice and realized that what he lacked at the moment was not a big ship, but a flexible small boat. Although the frigate has less shield radiation energy, weaker armor, and less cargo capacity, it is not expensive and flexible. In a naval battle, it can harass pirates and buy time for your cargo ships to retreat. As long as the pirates do not have an absolute advantage in numbers, they can even retreat calmly. The practical faction not only had insightful views, but also played a simulated sandbox game with Li Bin to prove his point. Li Bin was unable to capture the cargo ship even though he controlled a fleet 3 times the size. This was certainly due to his rich experience as a commander, but it is undeniable that phased evacuation was the best option during the transition period. Li Bin gave away the last 2 bottles of Byzantine wine that he had originally planned to enjoy himself, and asked the commander to help him choose a suitable frigate. Now, he was going to collect the ship. At the port, the agent stood respectfully holding the terminal. When he saw Li Bin, his eyes lit up instantly. "Mr. Li Bin, the boat you want is ready. Please follow me." After a few steps, the agent opened the hovercraft behind him and asked Li Bin to get in. After a few turns, Li Bin arrived at the other side of the port. All the guards here have been replaced by security guards wearing the Bellino family emblem. This berth area has been cleared. The agent considerately put on a mask for Li Bin and came to the outer berth. Hundreds of crew members in work clothes and neatly arranged looked over as soon as Li Bin arrived. "This is the crew that Director Duya prepared for you. Because you adjusted your ship purchase requirements, the number of crew members has been reduced. There are 20 Lloyds and 40 ordinary crew members. The lifetime contracts have been packaged together. You just need to sign them." The agent said. Seeing that Li Bin didn't care about this matter, he changed the subject smoothly, "But this is also a small matter, let's look at the boat first." Li Bin nodded, and the agent led Li Bin to the side of the boat. The 2 frigates were restrained by trusses at the berth. Their gun positions had been modified by Bellino and covered with armor recovered from the planet Mugos. In order to meet the fleet command's requirements for high-speed harassment, the two ships were not equipped with heavy armor, but only reinforced wall cabins to strengthen the hull structure. The agent introduced in a low voice, "It is a modified Jaime-class gunboat, 61 meters long and 28 meters wide, barely reaching the size of a frigate. It was modified from a Hermes-class shuttle. The appearance has not changed, but the cabin has become very narrow to meet combat needs. The cargo hold has only 10 units, and the maximum passenger capacity is 6 people, and the minimum passenger capacity is 3 people. Jaime-class gunboat, frigate-sized. Detailed parameters. 2 small live ammunition guns and 2 small composite weapon positions, equipped with light machine guns and flame-tongue anti-engine missiles respectively, to delay the enemy ship by damaging its engine. 2 standard cannon fodder ships, which have no cargo value as they have only been in service for 5 years and have not experienced any baptism of war. Therefore, each ship is worth 9,700 star coins. Li Bin nodded with satisfaction, 99%, a rare item. But the light machine guns should be replaced with shortbow automatic cannons. The gunboat needs to undertake dangerous missions to cover the flagship, so it is necessary to strengthen the firepower. In this way, the last piece of the puzzle of the small fleet was completed. Ah! I simply can't stand it anymore. How can we fill such a big gap? Li Bin, you are really going to kill us. The bridge of the fleet flagship, the three-legged cat. Jeffrey grabbed his hair and looked at the data in despair that could not be balanced no matter what. The dark circles under his eyes were the embodiment of his deep resentment. Jeffrey originally thought that the income of more than 50,000 star coins was already unstoppable, and he was happily calculating the dividends after the new year. As a result, when Li Bin told the number of heavy weapons he promised to give to new Magios, Jeffrey's face instantly fell. 500 boxes, a full 500 boxes. Even if we calculate it based on the production price, 500 boxes will cost more than 100,000 star coins. Jeffrey paced back and forth on the bridge, his mouth turning into a light machine gun and spewing non-stop. After deducting the purchase of 2 frigates, we only have 37,487 star coins left. I finally understand why the Bellino family is so enthusiastic, sending crew members, weapons, fuel, and supplies. It seems that you are not doing business, but doing charity. Brother, we only have more than 2 months. How are you going to make up for the remaining 70,000 star coins? The first mate's eyes were bloodshot, and he supported himself on the command desk with his arms, glaring at the captain. The bridge crew was dead silent, with only the flashing of warning lights and the soothing beeping of signal devices adding to the heavy atmosphere. Li Bin was looking at the ship data at this time. With the strong support of the Bellino family, the combat capability of the three-legged cat had been greatly improved. After the modification of the reinforced wall cabins, heavy armor, and turret armor, the physical resistance of the ship was comparable to that of unmodified warships of the same level. The medium weapon position was also replaced with a heavy automatic cannon, bringing the combat capability of the spacecraft to the level of a destroyer-armed merchant ship. What's even more amazing is that Dia used his connections to personally donate an LPC version of the broadsword heavy fighter. This military fighter is equipped with 2 light machine guns. The three-legged cat can dispatch a team of 4 aircraft at a time, with a total of 8 light machine guns to deliver firepower. It is no exaggeration to say that if Li Bin faces the hyperspace pirates again, he is confident that he can defeat them with conventional naval warfare means. Seeing that the first mate was still staring at him, Li Bin asked in confusion, "Jeffrey, I don't understand why you always only consider the worst outcome when you encounter difficulties. We are no longer a startup company. We have a fleet, hundreds of employees, and we have a cooperative relationship with new Magios. The situation is not just slightly good or moderately good for us, but very good. You should be confident." Jeffrey said bluntly, "Confidence is nothing. Half a year ago, the total debt was less than 20,000. Now even if we sell them all, we still owe at least 50,000. How can I be confident? So you don't have a mind for business." Li Bin sat up, straightened his clothes, looked up at the first mate, and glanced around. Vulcan, Li Shu, Li Changzhen, and the one-eyed old man were all looking at him. Although the other crew members didn't dare to look and were busy with their hands, they all leaned sideways and pricked up their ears. This scene was very similar to the one in which the first mate doubted himself before, but it was also different. Since the age of discovery, the ship has been a closed kingdom. The captain has absolute authority, but is also the most open-minded. The captain leads the sailors to brave the wind and waves to make money, while the sailors work closely around the captain to fight against natural disasters and pirates. A successful captain will get unconditional support from his subordinates, but once he fails, there are many cases of crew members rebelling and killing the captain in the vast ocean. There is no doubt that many pirates in space were honest crew members before, but after killing the captain and seizing the ship, they became lawless. Although everyone is waiting for his words on the current three-legged cat, because of the repeated successful experiences in the past 6 months, everyone is just wondering whether his position as Captain Li Bin is still as stable as a rock. As long as he succeeds again this time, all the crew members recruited from non-industrial areas, led by Jeffrey, will dispel their last bit of doubt and become loyal backbones of himself and the company, and he will dare to lead everyone to do more adventurous undertakings. Create your own colony. Okay, let me briefly explain my thoughts. Li Bin crossed his legs and looked at the first mate. Do you know what is the most important thing for a trading company like ours? Jeffrey said as a matter of course it's the star coins. Wrong. Li Bin denied it flatly. He stood up and looked at the first mate. Seeing that her brother was about to talk about the plan again, Li Shu reached out and grabbed her brother's ear, who had already begun to lose focus, and pulled him to her side. Listen carefully, and learning a little will be enough for you. Next, let me demonstrate the magic called economy, Li Bin said loudly. It's capital circulation. Capital circulation, as the name suggests, is the process in which an enterprise starts with monetary funds, goes through several stages, and then returns to monetary funds. With only money but no orders and no business, how can we expand production? Jeffrey retorted, but now we have orders, but we have no money. Where will we get the money for 500 boxes of heavy weapons? Who says we have to buy 500 boxes at one time? Li Bin asked. This Jeffrey was dumbfounded. Li Bin pressed on, this order has never required a one-time payment. As long as it is within the time limit, we can even complete it in multiple trips. He drew a circle with his finger in the air. Every time we use star coins to purchase heavy weapons and then sell them for star coins, it is a capital cycle. As long as our capital cycle is fast enough, the more goods we can buy within the time limit, the greater our profit. Why do many street vendors and even businesses use the strategy of small profits but quick turnover? Don't they know that if they raise the price of goods, the total amount of inventory sold will be higher? Of course they know, but real business is never a one-time deal. As long as the funds can maintain a healthy cycle, they can sell quickly through low prices and spread the profits of one product over multiple products. Only luxury goods will sell slowly at high prices. Heavy weapons are military equipment and are essentially consumables. As long as there is a war, they can be sold quickly like toothpaste and toothbrushes. Li Bin made a chopping gesture. Our capital is insufficient, but we can still buy a lot with more than 30,000 star coins. As long as we transport the acquired heavy weapons back to New Mugos, we can exchange them for star coins and buy another batch. Jeffrey started scratching his head again. He cried out in pain, I know what you mean, but we don't have time. We only have more than 2 months. Space is not land. We don't have that much time to circulate the star coins. Of course. Li Bin smiled, and under Jeffrey's gaze, a figure popped up on Li Bin's terminal. He said confidently, my connections are all over the core star region. If the capital circulation speed is not fast enough, I will go to attract investment. This Father Pucci is the investor I am looking for. 4 trips, just 4 trips, I can use 30,000 star coins to leverage 500 boxes of heavy weapons, a trade order worth over 100,000 star coins. In the navigator's seat, Li Shu covered her mouth and looked at the figure in the projection, trying not to shout out. Jeffrey was shocked again and said in disbelief, You want to do business with the Luddite lunatic. You are going to die. Li Bin corrected him, please call them religious people. The Luddite Church is just a conservative religious group with great war power. It is different from the radical lunatics in Luddite switching. After leaving the MAG system, the fleet headed west, heading directly for the EOS system. Star region map, red is the core star region, green is the iOS galaxy and the MAG galaxy. Inside the iOS system. This galaxy is completely controlled by the Luddite Church, and the only free planet is used by the Luddite Church to resettle refugees devastated by the war between giant companies. The distance of 2.8 light-years only takes 3 days in hyperspace. After passing through the jump point called the Paladin Bridge and entering the iOS system, the bridge transponder immediately transmitted high and low-pitch hymns occupying various channels. Praise the Lord, you are the most high and great, you lead us to praise Saint Lourdes in the midst of collapse, you preach righteousness in Perseus. Lishu immediately took off her headphones, covered her ears that were buzzing with noise, and closed her eyes in pain. Lutheran Church logo. Zeal, enthusiasm, holiness. With the help of the galaxy sensor array, the Luddite doctrine spreads back and forth throughout every inch of space in the galaxy. All ships, regardless of their origin, can hear the 24-hour uninterrupted praises coming from the choir of St. Lourdes Cathedral on Tarsus. The religious atmosphere can be felt even across tens of millions of kilometers. This is the Lourdes Guard of the Paladin Bridge, the Knights of the Most Sincere, visiting fleet, show us your identification code and navigation record. Harsh, suspicious words overwhelmed the hymns, and a small patrol led by a destroyer intercepted Li Bin's fleet. How fierce! Where is the Lord Knight? Li Changjin wrinkled his nose and looked at his sister rubbing her ears in distress. He felt angry inside. This Luddite church seems to be even more arrogant than a giant corporation. The first mate immediately dissuaded him, that's still good. Don't cause trouble. This is someone else's territory. Li Bin submitted all the data as required, and soon received a reply that the verification was passed. Ha, Universal United Transport Company, a company with a total of 4 ships, you are so arrogant, but don't play tricks, the Knights of Lud are watching you, tech guy. The patrol team cleared the road and roared to check the next batch of ships entering the jump point. Li Bin silently commanded the fleet to enter the galaxy and flew towards Tarsus, one of the holy places of Lud. Li Bin was busy contacting Father Pucci, while Jeffrey took the captain's microphone and told the entire ship and the entire fleet about the precautions. Everyone has heard of the Lutheran Church. This time we are going to someone else's holy land, so no matter what you think of religion or the Lutheran Church, you should behave yourself in someone else's territory. Stop whining. If you are caught by the Lutheran Knights, they will really take you out for a target practice. Also, the Luddite Church is conservative and even hostile to technology. They believe that the Great Collapse is the punishment of the Lord for humanity's overdeveloped technology. You are not allowed to take any of your projection terminals and smart devices out of the ship. You are also not allowed to connect to the Luddite network. The fleet was docked at the Tarsus orbital station, which was built using the early construction technology of the human territory. The space station was very bloated, and with the constantly expanding living and armed areas, the entire space station was like a swollen triangle, more than 28 kilometers long, a real behemoth. Tarsus rotated slowly under everyone's feet. It was a gray, dry planet with a large amount of wilderness and hills on its surface. There was only a small amount of shallow siltation sea with a depth of no more than 50 meters. The surface water content was far lower than the demand of human activities. However, due to the lack of geological movement and rich mineral deposits, since the Lutheran Church occupied this place, it built the planet into the economic and population center of the Lutheran Church. This is a naturally formed planet that is rare in the Perseus constellation and is habitable to humans. Tarsus, dry planet. The Lutherans see it as a gift from the Lord. Before leaving, Li Bin solemnly handed over to Jeffrey, there are still 300 units of metal plates on the ship. No matter what the merchants in the port say, you can't sell them. These things must be donated to Father Pucci. Wait until I come back. The port area of Tarsus orbital station was completely different from any other port area I had seen before. There were no flashing holographic projection advertisements, and no public network for merchants to quickly buy and sell goods. Instead, there are religious flags and artworks made of a lot of silk and animal skins. These luxury goods can be sold at high prices on other planets, but in the areas controlled by the Lutheran Church, the prices are very low. Although the Lutheran Church advocates simplicity, that is only for personal life. When it comes to religion, they have always spent a lot of money. The Luddite Church aims to return humans to nature and can be called interstellar druids. They control nearly half of the food production and natural resources in the Perseus star field. Many precious species from the earth have reproduced under the careful cultivation of the Luddites. The dense crowd of Luddite merchants, dressed simply, with their faces covered leaving only their eyes exposed and their hands hidden in their wide sleeves, were whispering to the captains who were unloading the cargo. Here, there is a sense of the backwardness and prosperity of a 20th century port. Wearing alloy plate armor and looking like medieval knights, the Luddite knights holding electric spears hold their heads high and walk among the crowd in small steps. Once they find any radical Luddites criticizing and scolding the captain or the merchants showing high-tech products, these Luddite knights with funny movements will immediately stride over, carry the believers and take them away. Although hostile to technology, the Luddite Church has to rely on technology in the interstellar age, such as the orbital space station under its feet, the Luddite fleet in space, and even industrial production. If it wants to fight against giant companies, the Luddite Church must use what they hate. The Luddite Church can gain a foothold in the star field thanks to the large number of believers, who exist at the grassroots and middle levels of the overlord and tachyon technology. The Luddite Church's planet is not as barren as other metal planets or lava planets, but a rich and beautiful planet with life that produces food continuously. Religious belief in the left hand comforts the spirit, and food supply in the right hand fills the stomach. Therefore, in the port area, any goods except human organs and drugs can be sold, but if you go further to the living area or even land on Tarsus, you will be under strict surveillance. Li Bin found a store specializing in sacred objects in the port area and spent 5-star coins to buy a 2mo paper, which was handmade by Luddites and blessed by a lured priest. It was made of pure natural wood pulp paper with faint holy words printed in light yellow. He printed his request for permission. Then he put the license into the bronze scroll and came to the docking aisle at the port. He walked straight past the merchants in line and opened the scroll under the unfriendly gaze of the guarding lewd knights, revealing the complicated cursive license. Under the watchful eyes of the Lord and Saint Lourdes, I joyfully received the request from my church friend Li Bin to sign as the executive priest of the tribunal, Father Pucci. Knight Lud immediately put away the electric spears that were blocking the road and roughly pushed away the other merchants. The merchants did not dare to complain and quickly made way for Li Bin to enter the living area leisurely. If the port area is still in the style of the 20th century, then the living module is a return to the Middle Ages. A huge lighting lamp was embedded on the top of each block, creaking and running regularly along the track, simulating a star. What was underfoot was not metal, but a layer of sand mixed with glue that stuck to the floor. Under the gravity provided by the rotation of the space station, there was not much dust. The low houses built with plastic and metal are all painted to look like wood. They are all built in ancient style. Some have a distinct medieval style, but most are a mix of styles. They are obviously Scottish sheds, but there are tropical stilt houses underground. Or they are Japanese-style houses with flat roofs that are found in the Middle East where there is little rain. The whole thing is in a mess, as if each house is showing the owner's understanding of ancient times, but because the public in Perseus lacks history and education, people cannot distinguish the origin and belonging of each style. Apart from its hatred of technology, the Luddite Church does not criticize the public's aesthetic tastes. The people living here maintain a leisurely life, different from that under the control of giant corporations. Almost every 2 or 3 households have a spinning wheel. Some spin chemical fibers, some spin silk, and some seem to be specialized breeders, raising alien economic creatures that Li Bin cannot name. The habits of small peasant economy were overwhelming, and Li Bin was even a little at a loss. The clothes of these residents were also very retro, and he looked out of place among them. Every household here has children, and when they see Li Bin, the elders will pull the children behind them and look at him warily until Li Bin disappears around the corner. It is precisely because of this inefficient use of space that the orbital space station is extra bloated. It took Li Bin a full 20 minutes to reach his destination. The Inquisition at Tartu's orbital station is a magnificent stone-clad church with a distinct Baroque style. After another round of inspection by the lured knights, the huge 8-meter-high metal door, wrapped in gold foil, inlaid with artificial diamonds as big as human heads and engraved with the story of St. Lourdes' mission and salvation, slowly opened amid gears and steam. Looking at the church in front of him that seemed to be there, Li Bin's heart was filled with countless memories. He seemed to have returned to Earth at this moment and was traveling to a foreign scenic spot. He followed the priest's instructions, memories swirling in his mind, and he didn't know where he entered, until he entered a spacious and bright room. As the door closed, Li Bin came back to his senses with a crisp click. "Brother Li Bin, I met Captain Sarada when he came to buy food half a year ago. He said you had left Minseng Company, and I felt sorry for it for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It's really a blessing from my lord. A black man wearing a simple church robe that didn't fit in with the surroundings left his seat and came to Li Bin. I believe you can bring more help to the Lutheran Church this time. The Lutheran Church calls all non-believers unbelievers, but when they meet, they call each other brothers affectionately, implying equality. But Li Bin is not stupid enough to think that he is really a half-brother of someone else. He respectfully performed the Luddite ritual of making circles on his chest to show respect. Yes, Father Pucci, I got a piece of excellent news, so I came to you immediately. The evil tachyon technology has angered the people of a galaxy with its inhumane and unscrupulous actions, and the local heroes are planning to retaliate. Father Pucci's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He led Li Bin to sit down, pressed his fingers on the side of the table a few times, and refused to make any further arrangements. Brother Li Bin has come a long way, why don't you sit down and have some tea or coffee and talk slowly? Father Pucci belongs to the moderate faction in the Luddite Church. The tribunal he belongs to is mainly responsible for the screening and testing of foreign scientific and technological items and technologies from various planets and space stations, and determining whether their technical content is in line with the doctrine. Stargate. In short, all technologies from the late human territory are prohibited in the eyes of the Luddite Church, including energy weapons such as lasers, phase technology, Stargate technology, AI cores, etc. This has a lot to do with the gentle attitude of the interstellar businessmen and small and micro businesses they come into contact with on a daily basis. On the contrary, the Luddites of the Inquisition are mostly called radicals because they have been exposed to a large number of disasters caused by high technology, such as the out-of-control intelligent AI, afterglow spread by tachyon technology in Perseus, the extinction of civilization and ecological destruction caused by tactical bombing by giant companies, and other tragic events. As for Lud, they are a group of lunatics who are considered too radical even by the followers of the Inquisition. They want to destroy all technology and return humans to the primitive society of slash-and-burn agriculture. Force-lured left path sign. In order to raise funds quickly, Li Bin directly told the plan of New Magios and Pirate King Kanda. Although this violated his agreement with Duya, Li Bin was sure that it would not fail, but would win new allies for Duya. Because the first AI war was a protracted world war launched by the Lutheran Church and the Overlord Group against tachyon technology and the Perseus Alliance. Even in the second AI war, the Lutheran Church did not directly ally with the Overlord, but also provided help in secret. There are too many people in the Luddite Church who have a blood feud with tachyon technology. Over the past hundreds of years, these people have gradually become high-level officials in the Church. Even if they refuse to help, they are unlikely to sell out information. Distribution of mainstream forces in the Star Zone. Sure enough, after hearing the information provided by Li Bin, Father Pucci rested his fingers on his temples, lowered his eyebrows and said slowly. Tachyon technology is the cancer of Perseus. The afterglow AI they left behind in the outer star regions is still proliferating disorderly. What's even more ridiculous is that when we captured the AI laboratory of tachyon technology, we found that these lunatics had deleted the control program just to disgust people. Now tachyon technology can't even control afterglow itself. Father Pucci showed a look of disgust when he said this. Extreme rationality brings extreme arrogance. They despise all order. The result of technology-centeredness is that they regard people as machines and exploit them without any bottom line. In the iOS galaxy, there is a planet that still has residual poison leaked from the tachyon technology experiment. The atmosphere is shrouded in poison, witnessing their crimes. Li Bin echoed, yes, tachyon technology is still reselling human organs, and their market is openly selling drugs. Talents are the core of civilization, not pigs and dogs. There is an old saying that water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Sooner or later, tachyon technology will suffer the consequences of its own actions. The employee lifetime employment system was first implemented by tachyon technology. Due to its cruel last-in first-out system, it greatly improved the company's competitiveness and also forced other giant Perseus companies to follow suit. Eliminated employees will have their organs directly removed and sold, or transferred to laboratories. This unscrupulous behavior is unique even among giant companies. Compared with tachyon technology, The Luddite Church restricts technology but provides a standard of living for poor small farmers, which can be called a paradise on earth. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This is a very philosophical sentence. I haven't been on the sea by boat for a long time. Li Bin, you always say profound things. Father Pucci showed an appreciative look. I'm so ashamed. Li Bin waved his hands repeatedly. It's just that when I was excavating the ruins, I copied what I saw from the previous database. Father Pucci shook his head. Many people have excavated the ruins, but they only focus on technology and never learn from history and lessons. The fact that you wrote down these words shows that you have a heart. You once said, the fields are far apart, the chickens and dogs can hear each other, but people never come into contact with each other until they die, because they are self-sufficient. That's very interesting. If everyone has equal access to resources and is self-sufficient, there will be less fighting. This is the key to Li Bin's connection with Father Pucci. Father Pucci initially met Li Bin only because of smuggling. At that time, the two of them only had a business relationship, and Li Bin helped the Lourdes Church smuggle refugees. Later, during a casual chat, Li Bin repeatedly said words that were quaint and full of philosophy, which made Father Pucci realize that this was not just a businessman who was obsessed with money, but a destined person who spontaneously understood the true meaning of Lud from a different perspective in life. Li Bin's attitude of using technology and being wary of giant companies was very consistent with the views of the Luddite moderates, and the two men's friendship was thus formed. Father Pucci sighed for the endless war in Perseus, and after a while he got back to the point. According to the situation in the Mag Galaxy, the outcome is bound to be suppression. Pirate King Khanda has multiple goals, revenge is only one of them, and plundering tachyon technology is also one of the goals. Khanda's lair is full of self-replicating minefields, and the induction mines can severely damage any fleet. I believe that Pirate King Khanda can survive. But the Luddites cannot attack tachyon technology at the moment. Brother Li Bin, the aftermath of the first two wars has not yet been settled. We do not want to see a third AI war. After all, peace is fragile and precious, and there is very little we can do. There is still a planet in the iOS galaxy used to accommodate refugees. Hundreds of thousands of refugees are struggling to build their homes on this planet with no atmosphere and frequent meteors. The Luddite Church focuses its main energy here, and it also has to divide its attention to restrain the lunatics in Luddite left path. Li Bin expressed his understanding of this. That's right. Big companies just need to work hard to make money, but the Luddites have to consider a lot more. They have to resettle refugees, ensure food supply to Perseus, and restrain radical elements in switching. It's really hard work. As the priest nodded repeatedly, he quickly explained that he was not coming blindly to ask for help, but hoped to exchange for financial support. Li Bin described his heavy weapons procurement plan in detail, explaining that he was currently short of some star coins and hoped to borrow some money. Hearing this, Father Pucci couldn't help laughing. It has always been the believers who donate to the church. I never thought that one day I would encounter an unbeliever begging for alms from the church. Brother Li Bin, you are really creative. Li Bin was also embarrassed, but he kept his face calm. He said devoutly, Father Pucci, I have heard about the difficult life of the refugees at Minsheng Company. I didn't have money before and couldn't do anything for them. Now I have some assets, and I want to donate 300 units of metal to the refugees for building their homes. As I walked along, I saw countless hungry people who didn't even have nutritional paste to eat. I hope Father Pucci can give me a purchase permit so that I can buy some food to help the hungry people. This statement was half true and half false. Li Bin donated metal to boost Father Pucci's performance in collecting donations and to seek grain permission. This was essentially an exchange. The Lourdes Church didn't have much else but a lot of grain. Li Bin could make up for the loss of the metal by reselling grain. The profit from grain is not high, but Li Bin's fleet's cargo capacity has exceeded 500 units. With just a few turnovers, it can cover part of the gap in purchasing weapons. In other words, the proportion of funds he requires has further decreased. Father Pucci thought for a while and said, Okay, I will donate 10,000 star coins in my personal name to the brave people of Mugos who are seeking revenge against the evil tachyon technology. You will buy heavy weapons on their behalf. Although it was a donation, Li Bin knew very well that since it was in his personal name and did not go through the church process, it was naturally a loan, and Li Bin had to repay the principal and interest. As for Father Pucci's nod, it was partly due to their friendship, but the main reason was that the funds were used to disrupt the giant enterprise and the plan was feasible. Li Bin stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Father. With the witness of the Lord, your righteous act will surely benefit all people." The deal was done, and both the host and the guest were happy. Li Bin stayed for a while, discussing doctrine with Father Pucci, telling voyage stories, and cursing giant companies, and finally got up to say goodbye. At the port, the gantry crane was slowly put into place. Under the tense control of the former second mate and current captain, the Buffalo-class cargo ship untied all the container-locking trusses and 300 units of metal were quickly emptied. Next, 500 units of hulled wheat and rice were packed into boxes and loaded into the cargo ship. After the gantry crane was evacuated, Jeffrey scratched his head, looked at the 3 words "Fat Orange" written on the side of the cargo ship, and fell into deep thought. Captain, is he so arrogant that he can deduct star coins from those stingy religious elements and even get the permission to purchase native grains? He is so shameless. Rice and wheat can be used to make nutritional pastes, but nutritional pastes cannot be made into native food. In today's Perseus, the value of a bowl of rice is more valuable than more nutritious compressed biscuits and nutritional pastes. This is something that only the middle class can afford. The one-eyed old man was standing nearby, also smoking a cigarette, with complicated eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. The fleet left the port, and the crew members stood in front of the observation window, reluctantly bidding farewell to the planet Tartsus. Although no one was able to set foot on the orbital space station, Tartsus still left a deep impression on everyone, with its refreshing atmosphere, the lush green hemispherical agricultural zones built with high-strength glass in the tropical wasteland, and the gentle and irregular shallow sea waves beating against the tranquility of the coastline. The scenery is as beautiful as a painting, which is a beautiful view that people living on lava planets and space stations have never been able to enjoy in their lives. They even pooled their money to buy a holographic projection of the Luddite missionary work. No one cares about the content of the missionary work, they just want to see the beautiful scenery of the planet. Although Li Bin repeatedly warned against drug use and religious membership on the first day of the company's founding, he chose to turn a blind eye to the projections when he received the news. After all, compared with magma, poisonous smoke, and metal walls, the attraction of a planet with life to humans is engraved in their genes. However, everyone did not gain nothing. The company's food reserves also included hulled rice and wheat, that is, finished grains, and fresh pasta flowed into the canteen. The crew enjoyed it very much. Only then did everyone realize the difference between natural pasta and artificial starch, which was like the difference between heaven and earth. The fleet passed through the Paladin Bridge jump point, and under the suspicious gaze of the Luddite patrol, the 3-legged cat was the first to enter hyperspace. The composition of Li Bin's fleet was guided by a battle-hardened fleet commander. There were 4 ships, and the flagship 3-legged cat had armor comparable to a blank military ship. It would be the first to go in and explore the way. If there were hyperspace pirates waiting in ambush, the powerful heavy armor could absorb most of the damage before the battery pack's protection was cut off due to the jump point. The second ship to enter hyperspace was the Buffalo-class freighter Fat Orange, and the last were 2 modified Jaime-class gunboats, namely Kitten 1 and Kitten 2. They were responsible for covering the rear. The fleet entered hyperspace smoothly, and the star map projection quickly blurred. The 3-dimensional stereoscopic projection collapsed into a 2-dimensional map, and large blue-purple shadows spread. The surrounding area seemed to be covered by thick dust, which was the deep area of hyperspace. Hyperspace is very different from the real universe. Spaceships still fly up, down, left, and right here just like in space, but conventional observation methods are ineffective. Only gravity readings and optical observations can operate normally. Those dusty blue-purple shadows are the visualization of gravity readings. When the spacecraft sails to these places, it will be slowed down by significant gravity pulls from unknown sources. Even in these deep zones, hyperspace storms will occur irregularly. In order to cope with the expansion of the fleet, the second mate, third mate, and first engineer of the original 3-legged cat were promoted to captains of 3 other ships. The mature crew members with qualification certificates supported by Duya were also prioritized and transferred to other auxiliary ships. As a result, Li Shu's workload increased greatly. She constantly verified gravity readings and optical data, marked other spacecraft signals on the hyperspace projection, evaluated suspicious behaviors, and corrected computer data errors. She wore headphones and communicated quietly and quickly with other navigators in the fleet to assist the captain in determining the route. Kittens number 1 and number 2 quickly switched positions with the three-legged cat in hyperspace, with the frigates leading the way and the flagship leaving the rear. The fat orange cargo ship, which had only a small water pipe, was protected in the middle. The fleet headed south, towards the edge of the core star region, and a third-rate giant company approached. The target was the Navigation Bureau, which was also called the Sheephead Navigation Bureau because its corporate logo had a sheep head. Li Changjian looked at the introduction of the Navigation Bureau on the terminal and almost lamented, "I thought my life was hard enough before. I was jealous for a long time when I saw the planet of the Luddite Church. I didn't expect that Perseus doesn't produce food anywhere." Vulcan nodded sympathetically. Yes, the next stop, the Navigation Bureau, is said to be a giant enterprise, but it has only colonized a lava planet and has only 2 large-scale orbital space stations built in the era of human dominance. If it weren't for the several orbital heavy factories relying on the space station, the Navigation Administration would probably have been downgraded to a free planet. Jeffrey was excited instead. The Navigation Bureau is the official aviation organization of the human era. It was severely damaged after the Great Collapse and can only hide here. In the words of the captain, it is barely surviving. But this giant company is just right. It has the ability to manufacture heavy weapons and is short of food. We can both take what we need and make money. The fact is just as Jeffrey said. When the fleet crossed 4 light years and arrived at the galaxy where the Navigation Bureau is located, facing the patrol team, Li Bin simply showed his cargo list, and the indifferent voices in the channel immediately became enthusiastic. Even the patrol team dropped their mission and started to provide escort flights. Li Shu, who had finally finished hyperspace mapping, rubbed her eyes and asked, 4 light years is not that far. Why does the Navigation Bureau attach so much importance to food? Can't they just buy it from the Lutheran Church? Kid, you're still too young. Jeffrey showed off. He just knew this. The Luddite Church and Luddite left control half of the grain production in Perseus. People need to eat. Selling grain indiscriminately can make money, but food is also politics. He said proudly, once the Luddite Church runs out of food, the food will be reduced by half. It's not as simple as half of the people going hungry, but the entire star field will fall into chaos of scrambling for food. The Luddite Church sells food selectively. It sells as much as it can to the overlords and FSF military companies with whom it has a good relationship. It sells a portion to the Navigation Bureau with which it has an average relationship, and imposes sanctions or even embargoes on tachyon technology with which it has a poor relationship. The Luddite Church's technology and fleet strength are not particularly high, and there are also lunatics from Zhujiang who are endangering the star field, but they have always been able to stand firm, relying on food diplomacy. The human territory has not been able to complete the planetary transformation before the Great Collapse occurred. The imbalance of food and population has given the Luddite Church unlimited advantages. As he spoke, Jeffrey glanced at the other crew members on the bridge, hinting. The beauty of a planet with life comes from nature and has nothing to do with religion, so don't think too highly of the Luddite Church. They are very smart. The Luddite Church saved many people, but many people died of starvation due to the embargo. New Magios is still short of food because the Magio galaxy where they live is ruled by tachyon technology, so they can only buy food from the overlord at high prices. The first mate's words touched Li Bin's heart. He guessed that the Navigation Bureau attached so much importance to food that maybe the Luddites were trying to keep the food in a stable state. The fleet sailed into Tianjia port, the economic and political center of the Navigation Administration. Before Li Bin had time to post the business order, port officials had already arrived to purchase the goods. The official didn't even introduce himself. After revealing his identity, he only asked 2 questions. First, what does Li Bin want? Second, whether more food can be transported. Li Bin wore terminal glasses and pretended to be nice to the officials while checking the star area network. It would have been fine if he didn't check, but when he checked, he found that he could only connect to the internal network of the galaxy. In short, the Navigation Bureau cut off the relay communicators' connection with the outside galaxies, and the entire galaxy became a huge local area network. Don't tell me there's a rebellion. Li Bin was getting anxious. He didn't care about the internal turmoil in the Navigation Bureau, and his limited strength was even less able to help. There were only about 100 people in total, which was not enough even in the Middle Ages. Not to mention the interstellar stage, he was completely powerless. He was only worried that if civil unrest broke out, the heavy weapons produced by the Navigation Bureau would definitely be used first to suppress the uprising, and the price of weapons would inevitably go up. For a force like the Navigation Bureau that lacks self-produced grain, it is well known that grain prices are relatively high. However, the profits from grain trade have always come from bulk trade, and the smaller quantity is not enough to subsidize the supply and fuel costs. Li Bin just wants to speed up the capital circulation and purchase heavy weapons here at the same time. Unexpectedly, he encountered an accident. Fortunately, after some communication, the situation did not get so bad, except that the cargo hold for the stored grain was robbed by terrorists. This almost made the one-eyed old man laugh. In all his years as a Marine, this was the first time he heard of someone stealing food. He didn't know whether it was a malicious targeting by other giant companies or just a really stupid thief. Li Bin admitted that he needed heavy weapons and would be able to bring a batch of food in 2 months. In fact, if Li Bin wanted to trade based on profit maximization, he should conduct a triangular trade between New Magios, the Lutheran Church and the Maritime Administration, buying metals from New Magios and selling them to the Lutheran Church, buying food from the Lutheran Church and selling it to the Maritime Administration, and then buying heavy weapons from the Maritime Administration and selling them to New Magios. In 2 months, the hyperspace route has been mapped, and Li Bin is confident that he can complete 5 or 6 rounds of capital circulation and expand the cash to 150,000 to 250,000 star coins. But he didn't dare to gamble, as he didn't know whether the food crisis at the Maritime Administration was an accident or the work of a giant corporation or the Luddite Church. Selling weapons to pirates and getting involved in corporate business wars have 2 different outcomes. If the former is handled well, you can stay out of it, but the best outcome of the latter is being targeted to death by a giant company. For safety reasons, Li Bin finally chose a safe approach. In fact, the Navigation Bureau cast a wide net, not only looking for Li Bin, but also all the companies, individuals, and smuggling teams that came to the Navigation Bureau received grain orders from the Navigation Bureau. In the short term, a huge third-party grain trade transportation network will be formed here. Prosperous trade is bound to attract bloodthirsty pirates. 500 units of finished grain, 16 star coins per unit, 8,000 in profit, plus Father Pucci's investment, a total of 55,487 star coins. The Navigation Bureau has an automated factory left over from the days of human leadership. Although the situation is grim, the officials are very happy with our grain sales and are willing to sell heavy weapons for 300 star coins per box. Jeffrey bit his lip and groaned, "Why are you so happy?" The average production cost of heavy weapons in the star field is 260 star coins. They still have a profit. In less than an hour, 170 boxes of heavy weapons were packed and the fleet immediately set sail, leaving this dangerous place as quickly as possible. 2 days later, after sailing at full speed, the fleet returned to Citatus. In addition to purchasing heavy weapons, Li Bin still had more than 4,400 star coins left. He used all the remaining funds to buy finished grain on Citatus, at 26 star coins per unit, for a total of 168 standard cargo hold units. Then Li Bin hurried back to New Magos. New Magio's orbital station, Shipping Bureau administrative offices. Duya continued his day-to-day report processing and reception work in the office. Just as he was routinely dealing with the captain who complained about the aging equipment in the port area, Li Bin rushed in. The captain stood up first and yelled angrily, "Hey, get out of here and line up, I'm still doing business." Old One Eye. Li Bin shouted without even looking at the men and walked straight towards Duya. The one-eyed old man smiled and stopped the captain. His prosthetic limbs popped out a restraint net and he packed up the captain and carried him away. "Li Bin, what are you doing?" Duya was surprised. Li Bin had already walked over and said breathlessly, "This is an emergency. I'll make it short. Is it safe here?" "Well, listen carefully. I have 170 boxes of heavy weapons and 168 boxes of food on board. They are all finished food, not low-quality stuff like nutritional paste. They are produced by the Lutheran Church. There are no growth promoters. Except for chemical fertilizers, they are guaranteed to be pure natural. Contact your family immediately to send someone to collect the star coins. Give them to me quickly. I will rush to the next trip. If you have any. He grabbed Duya's head and whispered in his ear, the navigation bureau in the south is short of food. The star system network has been cut off. I'm afraid there will be trouble. The price of food in the star region is likely to fluctuate violently in the near future. Tell your family to stock up on food. Stock up as much as you can afford. A food crisis for a giant company could lead to a war. Add to that the Pirate King's plan, and the South is going to be in chaos. The series of information was like a violent storm, catching Duya off guard. He reached out to grab Li Bin and ask him to explain in more detail, but Li Bin just threw a terminal and said, "The data and recordings are all in there. Play them slowly for yourself. Hurry up, I only have an hour." He walked out of the door in a daze. Li Bin's figure had disappeared around the corner. The captain who complained was tied to a restraint net and placed in the corner, still shouting at the top of his lungs. "I want to file a complaint against you. I want to file a complaint with the Governor General for violating professional ethics." Duya's face twitched. The chaos in his head and the noise in his ears made it impossible for him to think. He simply kicked him and said, "You disobedient NM's head. Guards, drag this idiot out." When Li Bin returned to his flagship, the three-legged cat, a large number of guards wearing the Bellino emblem quickly arrived in hovercrafts. They blocked the entire port, drove away irrelevant personnel, and forced other captains to drive their ships to other port berthing areas. Later, a batch of fuel and supplies were quickly pulled into place by the gantry crane, and the two stacking areas on the left and right of the berth began to transfer. The heavy weapons and finished grains were towed away and placed on the green belts of two mobile inspection machines. Then a guard captain with a large area of burns on his face came up to Li Bin, saluted and said in a calm voice, "Mr. Li Bin, I'm here to convey Director Duya's words. I'm aware of your needs. I'm accompanying the tribe leader to visit the governor. Thank you for your support. Please accept these small supplies and gifts." After that, she handed over a magnetic card and said, "The goods have been inspected. According to the contract, we will purchase the heavy weapons at a price of 640 star coins. As for the finished food, Duya gave a price of 35 star coins. He said that if you are not satisfied, we can talk about it again. The price is negotiable." "No need, I'm in a hurry." Li Bin took the magnetic card and entered the password to transfer the star coins to his account. The net profit for each box of heavy weapons is 340 star coins, and the net profit for each box of finished food is 9 star coins, which is slightly lower than that of the Maritime Bureau. After going through the Lourdes Church, the Navigation Bureau, the Lourdes Church, and the new Magios, Li Bin's current profit is 59,360 star coins, and his account balance is 114,680 star coins. Jeffrey's eyes were dizzy and his scalp was numb. Huge profits, absolutely huge profits. The company spent half a year to earn a few thousand star coins, but now in just over a month, the cash flow has swelled to more than 110,000. This is just the leftovers from the giant company. God knows how much profit the giant company that sells spaceships makes every day. Jeffrey was shocked and horrified, but Li Bin was not surprised. Since ancient times, the arms business has been the most profitable. In ancient times, there was the salt and iron state-run enterprises, and in modern times, there is the American military-industrial complex. Which one did not make a lot of money? Without saying too much, just watch Nicolas Cage's Lord of War. This movie tells the story of a man who went from the son of a small restaurant owner to a global multinational arms tycoon in just a few years, and the experience of the prototype of the movie, Victor Bout, is even more legendary. The profit of 340 star coins for a box is nothing. Li Bin has checked the historical transaction prices in the Star Zone market. The most expensive time for heavy weapons was during the AI war. Overlord and Tachyon Technology had exhausted their production capacity and bought arms from planets near the battlefield at high prices. At that time, a box of heavy weapons could be sold for 1,600 star coins. The factory price is 260 star coins, the transaction price is 1,600 star coins, and the profit is 500%. Moreover, because the captain always maintained good relations with relevant forces, the 10 to 30% tariff was never given. What Li Bin said next made Jeffrey shudder with fear. 170 cartons, plus the previous 24 cartons, we are now 306 cartons short of the 500 cartons stipulated in the contract. I would like to ask, will you accept the part that exceeds the contract? If so, how much will you offer? The captain of the guard raised his eyebrows in surprise, lowered his head and operated the terminal for a while, then said, "Take it as is, still 640 star coins." "I understand," Li Bin said calmly. Unlimited acquisition. Jeffrey wanted to jump in circles to express his excitement. He had never done such a business in his life, where someone would provide him with food and fuel. As the fleet left the port again, the total revenue of 110,000 star coins spread throughout the fleet, along with the captain's new instructions. After this deep space voyage, in addition to the basic salary, the crew will receive an additional 24 to 48 month salary as performance bonus based on their performance. The company makes money, and everyone gets a share. This means that after completing this trip, the crew can get 3 to 5 years of salary, including salary and performance bonus, which is 24 to 40 star coins. As soon as the message was sent, the atmosphere in the spaceship instantly became hot, and everyone's eyes were filled with desire and the light of star coins. Check the food supplies. Heavy machinery dispersed assembly. Replace the oxygen storage tank. The engine room is under maintenance. Shouts like they were pulled out from the deepest part of the lungs echoed in all parts of the cabin. The crew carried large and small bags and pushed carts to quickly replenish equipment and check for hidden dangers in the equipment. Unlike previous voyages, according to the captain's instructions, the fleet's next target is the giant company Demon Avionics located 20 light-years away. Current routes. Such a distance would take more than 20 days even using hyperspace travel. However, the captain required the fleet to not surface to the real universe, but to travel directly through hyperspace. Time is the coin. We must race against time. For the expansion of Universal Union and for the performance in 24 to 48 months, please do your best. The captain's passionate speech echoed in every cabin through the radio, and the crew began to clean up the supplies in the cargo hold, breaking down food, water, etc. into small quantities for storage. This is to free up space on the cargo ship, and also to prevent the situation where the cargo hold is damaged and supplies are lost after encountering hyperspace storms and pirate raids, and eventually the entire ship starves to death. Moreover, by hiding food and water in various cabins, if a cabin is blocked during war, the crew can use the supplies in it to hold out until rescue arrives. Captain, the engine maintenance has been completed and the pipelines have been reinforced. The new first engineer Chu Xiongfei's voice was as firm as a blacksmith's. This man, who was born in Lloyd and had 12 years of experience in dismantling and modifying scrap engines, became the new first engineer after the former first engineer took over as captain of the Cat-2. Captain, medical supplies have been replenished. A deep female voice appeared on the channel. The ship's doctor, Amanda, is a young woman with wheat-colored skin and a well-proportioned figure with strong muscles. She was born in the El Fei gang and joined the company in the second round of crew recruitment half a year ago. She has 4 years of experience in practicing medicine without a license and once planned to become the family's underworld doctor. Amanda. After Li Bin signed the contract with the Bellino family, he sent her and other unlicensed ship doctors for emergency training. Now they have passed the junior medical qualification certificate and can skillfully use the automatic treatment cabin in the medical room to perform preset treatments. Of course, if the treatment cabin is out of service, she can also use her long-standing underworld treatment methods to perform a thorough amputation surgery, electric saw anesthesia plus sutures, one operation every 10 minutes, quick and neat. Reports came one after another. From the flagship and other ships, a large amount of information was fed into the bridge. Li Bin checked them in an orderly manner and distributed the tasks. Li Changzhen's voice cut into the channel. Brother, the cargo hold has been sorted out, free up 30 units. Before Li Bin could speak, Jeffrey, who was assisting the captain, angrily scolded, "What are you doing, third mate? You are only referring to your position during work. This is a work channel, not your loving family discussion group." As the company expanded, the second and third mates were transferred to become captains, and Li Changzhen was promoted to third mate. He was very nervous when he first performed the task, and hurriedly replied, "Yes, first mate." Vulcan, who was promoted to the leader of the flagship engineering team beside Li Changzhen, held the terminal in his hand and stared at his busy subordinates with a stern look. As long as an accident occurred, he would use his authority to deduct the performance of the corresponding crew members. The consequences of the 110,000 star coins and huge performance incentives are comprehensive. Reward and punishment measures have also been put on the agenda. As the company expands, the previous family-style management will gradually become outdated, and everyone is actively exploring new solutions. The entire ship is ready. Everyone return to standby positions and notify customs and port operations. Li Bin shouted, and the first mate immediately dialed the departure signal. People near the berthing area hurried to the nearby rope tying point and hung the safety rope on it. Because it is a fleet, the company's ships will no longer have to look for one-to-one docking sections when they are moored this time and in the future. Instead, they can directly occupy an open berth area. When the fleet leaves the port, they can no longer withdraw at will, but need to notify customs and operations in advance, and the other party will arrange the departure route in advance. The truss that locked the spacecraft was released, and the fleet turned around and slowly left the port following the departure route in the projection. The stern jet swept across the berth, and the high-temperature resistant coating on the surface of the alloy armor slowly evaporated. The port's repair team had already arrived. The fleet entered the jump point according to the preset formation. After the familiar feeling of nausea, everyone entered the psychedelic hyperspace again. In addition to the optical observation post, the portholes of the hull closed quickly, and untrained crew members could easily be induced to suffer from photosensitive epilepsy or even visual hallucinations in the hyperspace where the visual field changes like taking drugs. There is no light source in hyperspace, or rather, it is everywhere. The dim blue-purple light fills every inch of space, and even inside the ship there is a faint strange light. The lights in the cabin have to be on 24 hours a day. Because even though it is already the interstellar age, humans are still full of fear of ghosts and gods. As long as death is not completely conquered, human beings will not be able to eliminate the belief in ghosts and gods. Under Li Bin's command, the fleet carefully bypassed the foggy depths, avoided the flickering hyperspace storms, and sailed on a safe but ever-changing route. The deep zone is like the tide, and the safe route is like the intertidal channel. As the tide expands and contracts, the channel becomes wider or narrower. As the fleet zigzagged forward, Navigator Li Shu reported loudly. Deep hyperspace zone, 300 left front, altitude -160, unidentified signal detected. Unknown signal. The bridge instantly became tense. Li Shu continued to report, the transponder shows an abnormal radio wave source. The gravity readings confirm that there is an unknown target at this location. The target's movement trajectory is parallel to the fleet. But the optical observation post found nothing. Li Bin glanced at the target's movement trajectory and immediately understood, it's not a pirate, don't worry, it's just a hyperspace ghost. What do you mean by, just a hyperspace ghost? The newly promoted third officer Li Changzhen said hurriedly, there really is a ghost. I thought it was just a lie my sister told me to scare me into sleeping. The first mate turned off the bridge alarm and explained calmly, it's just an abnormal signal from an unknown source, but we couldn't find anything when we actually went there. It only exists in the gravity readings and the noise of the transponder. It's a natural phenomenon. When humans first discovered hyperspace, this signal already existed. At first, the human leader was very excited, thinking that energy life had been discovered in hyperspace, a place where theoretically no material life could exist. Many ships chased the signal, but in the end, everyone on the ship starved to death because they ran out of fuel or food. At this point, Jeffrey smiled grimly, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. This kind of mirror ghost is relatively good, it just stays parallel to us. There is another kind of ghost that will randomly circle the ship and release blocking pulses, overloading the ship's engine. Many captains who rushed into hyperspace in a fit of rage didn't know how to deal with it. In the end, they burned out their fuel while repeatedly restarting their engines, and were caught in the star's gravity well and burned to death. He deliberately made it sound eerie and continued, the scariest thing is a strange hyperspace ghost. It will stay where it is, and when you get close, you'll find it's actually a ghost ship. When you've salvaged it, there'll be one more person on board. Slowly, the entire crew will disappear, and will all be replaced by ghosts. Some timid crew members were already shrinking their necks, but Li Changzhen, whom Jeffrey wanted to scare, showed no fear at all. Because he suddenly realized that he was not actually afraid of ghosts, but was afraid of his sister's expression when she told him ghost stories. Compared with ghosts and ghost ships, his sister's stomping feet, glaring eyes, and pulling ears 3 times were more terrifying. After all, whether it was a ghost or a ship, Li Changjin believed that the shipborne heavy mortar and the air gun in his hand could destroy it. As for Li Shu, as the navigator, she had already taken the hyperspace ghost course, and reporting loudly was just her duty. The story told by the first mate was basically correct, but there was no such thing as one more person or replacement. If ghosts in the traditional sense really existed, tachyon technology would have enthusiastically dispatched countless fleets to turn hyperspace upside down. She calmly checked the instrument and continued to report, "We have entered the Overlord hyperspace area and connected to the signal repeater." When traveling in hyperspace, Li Bin can only continue to receive the star zone market if he can obtain network signals near the galaxy and enter the Overlord's jurisdiction. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, the first mate bit his e-cigarette listlessly, muttering that the Li brothers and sisters were boring, and left the bridge to play war games with the old one-eyed man. Space travel allows you to see the vastness of the universe, watch the stars bright and dark, the planets rotate, see spaceships shuttle and missiles crisscross, and feel dizzy and dreamy in hyperspace. But more often than not, it is a regular and even boring life between the starting point and the end point. On the ship where there is no day or night, time is regulated entirely by clocks. Li Bin woke up yawning to the soothing sound of the alarm clock. His mind was a mess, but the habits he had developed over the years prompted his body to move. He opened a pack of oral cleaning gel, picked up a compressed towel, and used a kettle to squeeze out fist-sized floating water balls. The square compressed towel was gently bounced into the water ball. Without waiting for the water droplets to splash, the towel instantly expanded and absorbed all the water into the body. He rubbed his face vigorously with the wet towel to wipe off the grease on his face, and threw the old towel into the dirty laundry basket. At this point, the coldness on his face finally activated Li Bin's brain, and he opened his eyes. The captain's bedroom is a room of about 16 square meters made of lead gray metal components and has a separate toilet with a transparent plastic cabin. Many people think that spaceships and ships are very similar in terms of travel methods and functions. In fact, spaceships are much closer to ships than most people think. Even the strict class divisions on ships are learned. If it were on Earth, this room would be considered at most the master bedroom level of a 90 square meter residential house, about 15 square meters, but it is the most spacious and luxurious bedroom on the ship, with a desk, a toilet, and everything else you need. The bedrooms of the other first mates, second mates, and chief engineers are also single rooms, but smaller. As for the ordinary crew quarters, they are all called dormitories, so there is no need to talk about them. Just think of them as 8-person rooms in college. Pushing the door open, there is a spacious reception room of over 26 square meters. In addition to a desk, coffee table, and sofa, there is also a row of sideboards filled with emergency food. In addition, there is a sink, microwave, teapot, bar wine cabinet, cigarette cabinet, etc., except for pots and pans, everything is available here. Through the porthole next to the desk, Li Bin can see the deck of the aircraft carrier. If he wants, he can fully enjoy the scene of carrier-based aircraft taking off. Even so, with metallic lead gray as the main color and without any artwork to embellish it, this captain's reception room and the captain's room inside it are too pure prison style. Li Bin spat out the cleaning glue, pressed a few times on the terminal, and while he was gulping down his mouth, melodious music sounded in the room. He opened a bag of compressed biscuits and ate them with the nutritional paste that moisturizes the intestines and prevents constipation. The hatch opened, and a half-human high robot with triangular tracks came in. This was the captain's exclusive nanny robot. The other crew members had to take care of their own food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In fact, if Li Bin wanted, he could let the nanny robot go to the cafeteria to get him fresh meals. But it's still compressed biscuits with nutritional paste, there is no difference. It emptied the trash can, replaced the bedroom's laundry basket with the clean laundry basket in its stomach, made a round of maintenance points, and evacuated the room. About 10 minutes later, Li Bin swallowed the pathetic meal of a space human, changed into his captain's uniform, and left the captain's room. The captain's room is located directly below the bridge and above the aircraft carrier deck. A spiral staircase leads to the cabin corridor leading to the bridge. Surrounding the captain's room are the first mate's room, second mate's room, chief engineer's room, second engineer's room and a number of senior crew members' cabins. However, since some senior crew members, such as the bosun, worked near the cargo hold on a daily basis, some cabins were seldom occupied, and the one-eyed old man thought they were too far away. There was no one in the cabin. The lights were emitting white light, suppressing the strange light source of hyperspace. No sound could be heard except the vibration of the spacecraft. The hatch opened with a hiss, and the reassuring sound of stable indicators and human voices came in. The first mate was sitting on the captain's throne, tapping his hands on the console. Li Bin walked over calmly and found that his loyal first mate was playing games on the console. He was even cunning enough to turn on split screen, only showing the star map on the projection while hiding the game interface. What a pity that the familiar and commonly used key positions are exposed. Damn third mate, I can steer the boat better than you with my feet, and you've killed me again. Jeffrey slammed the operating table and started cursing. As he was cursing, he realized something was wrong. Li Changjin didn't even make any excuses. He turned around and found Li Bin standing behind him. Although he was embarrassed, Jeffrey still said, "We are simulating the ship's condition here. The third mate has never driven a ship before. I trained him. Captain, I've covered your seat." Looking at Jeffrey's ugly face, Li Bin was convinced. If a shameless person could really be invincible, this guy might have cultivated to the point where he could travel across the universe in the flesh. "You get ready, I'm going to go on patrol, and we'll take over after the patrol." Li Bin said this, glared at his brother, and left the bridge as the first mate shouted, "Hello, Captain, and have a safe trip." The newly added crew members brought shifts to the fleet. Despite genetic modification, humans are not made of iron. After all, even machines need to be charged, and humans need rest even more. In daily voyages, the captain and the first mate take turns, and on board, the first mate can generally be regarded as the deputy captain. The three-legged cat has two spiral staircases at the bow and stern, and three metal gangways on each side of the middle section, each with a winch on the top for lifting equipment and transporting materials. The largest space on the ship is the cargo hold, located at the bottom of the middle section of the spacecraft. Walking through the cold cabin corridor and going down 2 floors along the gangway, you will arrive at the senior crew mess, where Li Shu is instructing the cook to cook. She is in the same class as Li Bin, and she has just woken up. Now the navigator's seat is occupied by her apprentice. The class divisions on the ship are reflected in all aspects, not only in accommodation, but also in food and even toilets. The daily quota for senior crew members is 300 grams of finished grains, 400 grams of nutritional paste or compressed biscuits, 120 milliliters of supplements, and 700 grams of other ingredients, dried mice, dried insects, etc. Among them, the finished grains improve the taste, and the majority of the nutrition is still compressed food. Under the cooking of the Li family, these things can be turned into noodles, dumplings, buns, and other delicious foods. The daily quota for ordinary crew members is 100 grams of finished food, 550 grams of nutritional paste or compressed biscuits, 120 milliliters of supplements, a buffet of artificial starch, and 300 grams of other ingredients. There were additional supplements for those who did heavy physical work that day. Although ordinary crew members could also eat Li's cuisine, it was usually only 2 dumplings or a bowl of flavored sweet porridge with food additives. Although it looks miserable, this indicator is actually beyond that of most Perseus crew members. Just the fact that they can eat finished food every day to improve their taste is enough to satisfy everyone. "Brother, you're awake. The meal is ready, do you want to eat something?" Li Shu asked with bright eyes when she saw her brother. Her life was very fulfilling. The part-time job as a navigator and head cook was too easy for her considering she had worked hard in a refinery before. Li Bin shook his head. "I've eaten, you go do your thing, I still have to patrol." After saying this, he greeted the other senior crew members, pushed open the corridor door, and entered the mess hall for ordinary crew members next door. In comparison, the ordinary crew mess is much more lively, with crew members quarreling, swearing at each other, dating, playing games, and making a mess. It even gives people the feeling of a group of adults cosplaying a high school cafeteria. When everyone saw the captain, the atmosphere was slightly stagnant, but soon returned to normal, but the voices were much quieter. Li Bin made a round of inspection in the kitchen, checked the food in the canteen, and chatted with several crew members. The content of the chat ranged from whether the food in the cafeteria was satisfactory and whether there was any shortchanging of weight to who broke up, who fell in love again, who worked as hard as Tainyo, who was secretly organizing gambling, who was doing what, etc., covering everything. Li Bin had been immersed in the art of flattery for 2 lifetimes, so he could easily get the crew to tell him everything about the situation in each cabin and group during their chat. After about 10 minutes of conversation, Li Bin left the cafeteria and entered the cargo hold. After the supplies were dispersed to various sections, the cargo hold became much emptier and became a good place for the crew to go after work and digest their meals. The cargo hold was now divided into 2 areas. One side was where the crew gathered to play. Someone used metal garbage to imitate the flowers in the holographic projection and made an iron flower to give to his partner. 2 people hid in the cargo box in the corner as if it were a forest and played sweetly with each other. The rest of them huddled together with their legs crossed to play games, and a few used the bulkhead as a screen to play movies. The movies they were watching were missionary videos they had secretly bought from the lured church. But everyone was cursing, as if they were dissatisfied with the missionary's big head, which blocked their view of the sea behind them. After discovering Li Bin, the group of people watching the movie immediately covered their faces and ran away without even taking the terminal. Preaching on the ship is prohibited. According to the rules, the captain can order them to be thrown out of the ship after discovering it. Li Bin picked up the abandoned terminal and came to the other side of the cargo hold, where a few boxes of cargo were used to make a simple isolation. A dozen crew members who had just got off work put on combat uniforms and were practicing with weapons in hand according to some kind of drill manual. These are armed sailors trained by the bosun. If faced with an enemy ship boarding, they are responsible for gathering the crew and organizing a counterattack. Li Bin climbed up to the cockpit of the exploration arm, looked through the hatch, and woke up the one-eyed old man who was sleeping on top. Someone pulled something down, you can help give it back to them later. The old one-eyed man closed his physical eye, lit up his mechanical eye, took a look, and said, Luddite missionary video. How brave. Perfect for arresting and training. He took the terminal, bowed to Li Bin, his prosthetic eye darkened, and he continued to sleep. Li Bin was not annoyed. He had already witnessed how capable the old one-eyed man was. To be honest, the old Marine was given a low position in his company. If he went to a large enterprise, he might be able to become a chief coach like Lin Chong, earning a few thousand star coins a year. Why would he bother to earn the salary of a senior crew member of 15 star coins a year with him? When your value is far higher than your salary, your willfulness will seem cute. So even though the old one-eyed man was uglier than the first mate, Li Bin was extremely satisfied with him. After inspecting the power room, engine room, fuel tank and other compartments, Li Bin returned to the bridge and told the first mate to go to sleep. The next 8 hours were his working time. After a few hours of monotonous and stable passage, Li Bin left the bridge and returned to the captain's room to use the toilet. He saw the door of the first mate's cabin next door slammed open, and Jeffrey, with his upper body naked, was kissing a female crew member passionately as they bid farewell. When the female crew member saw the captain, she was not embarrassed or angry. She zipped up her belly to cover her private parts and walked away slowly. Jeffrey leaned against the door and shook his head in satisfaction. Li Bin's face was dark. I told you to go to bed after work, but you sleep like this. The first mate nodded proudly. Yes, you will have a better sleep quality after exercise, Captain. I have already had one sleep and am about to have a second sleep. How about my new girlfriend, is she in good shape? As he spoke, he gestured with his hands in front of his chest. Li Bin knew very well that sailors had always had chaotic private lives. The long and boring voyage would always torture the sailors' nerves, but Jeffrey was considered a leader among these chaotic guys. Li Bin said helplessly, I remember that your girlfriend was not her 3 days ago. Did you change your girlfriend or your clothes? Oh, you mean Wenwen. She dumped me. Jeffrey shrugged nonchalantly. She said she likes strong men, so she went to find the crew member who operated the winch in the engineering team. Speaking of that hunk, Jeffrey boasted, damn, that guy has a really strong waist. Captain, you don't know that he can do a 5-minute bridge in a planetary gravity environment. Listening to the first mate's words, Li Bin's mind was confused and he didn't know where to start complaining. When the journey was 4/5 complete, a cool high-speed fleet cut into the fleet's reconnaissance range with sharp operations. The large patches of red paint, the deformed hull structure design, and the captain's superb steering skills made everyone on the bridge stare in amazement. First mate Jeffrey had never been here before. He only knew that the destination was Demon Avionics. Faced with the transponder's tough questioning and the weapon structure exposed by the deformation on the opposite side, he quickly woke up Li Bin, who was resting. Li Bin was still a little confused after being forcibly awakened, and replied stiffly, "This is the fleet of the Universal United Transport Company. We are registered on the free planet Elphi and do not belong to any force. We want to go to Demon Avionics to purchase heavy weapons." Haha. Want to use Demon Avionics? Giant Enterprise Devil Avionics logo. The men didn't seem to care that his giant company had the word devil in its name, and said arrogantly, "Then stop and be inspected first, or my slope squadron will blow up your ship and turn you into a hyperspace mummy." These words made Li Bin sober up instantly. He immediately ordered the fleet to slow down. Although staying still in hyperspace required fuel to fight turbulence, the fuel was being consumed every minute and every second. Everyone on the bridge was very angry at the other side's rudeness. Li Bin still tried his best to appease everyone. All giant companies are like this. Demon Avionics is still the best. They look down on everyone equally. We still have a chance to make money. Some giant companies seem very polite, but they don't even give us business. Soon the inspectors of this high-speed fleet boarded the ship. They were all dressed neatly and stood with their backs straight. The company sent the shameless Jeff to negotiate, but the other party refused Jeff's bribe and demanded a change of accompanying personnel. The reason is that Jeffrey is too ugly and needs to be replaced by a handsome man or a beautiful woman. Notify the old one-eyed man and ask him to be ready. In case of any accident, he should come out to stop it. Remember not to kill anyone. We need help now. Li Bin sent his sister to find the old one-eyed man, and he himself played the role of the handsome man. The beautiful women would use the extra bonus as an incentive to voluntarily choose one to follow. Originally, when the ship's Dr. Amanda heard that someone from a giant company was coming to make things difficult for her and claimed to be a purebred human, she volunteered to show off her curiosity and even had the blood drawer in her hand, but the captain refused, saying that technical personnel were not allowed to participate. However, Li Bin's worst-case scenario did not happen. The people from Demon Avionics seemed to hold some kind of racial lineage theory. They asked handsome men and beautiful women to accompany him just to please the eyes. Their tone was full of disdain, both for people and for ships. These guys look okay, especially this guy. He must have good genes. It's a pity that they were born in an artificial womb and are not purebred humans. It's ridiculous that the core star area is occupied by these people. Someone lowered his voice, but deliberately commented in a voice that everyone could hear. As the man spoke, his finger pointed secretly at Li Bin's pupils. All babies born unnaturally have a scar on their necks. That is the connection between the artificial uterus and the esophagus. Nutrition is delivered through both the placenta and the esophagus. These babies are bigger and stronger, and have a higher survival rate. After birth, the connector is removed through surgery, and this birthmark, similar to identity recognition, is formed. Li Bin, who was accused of not being a pure human, was not angry. He had been a human in 2 lifetimes and had experienced both natural and artificial childbirth. He didn't feel any pain or itchiness. However, the other crew members who had real artificial reproduction had a livid face, their nails dug into the flesh, and they were trying hard not to get angry. Li Bin felt that if the Devil Avionics behaved like this, his plan to do long-term business with them would be ruined. Limited democracy was important on the ship, and if the crew were unwilling to deal with the Devil Avionics, Li Bin would not go against their will. With this kind of ship structure, you guys are able to get here. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or pitiful. Such language did not stop during the search, and the inspectors were extremely rough in their actions, cutting mattresses, smashing bottles and cans, violently unpacking boxes, and even lifting up metal panels in the cabin. Li Bin had only encountered this kind of inspection method on a fleet that was vigilant by powerful forces. The Demon Avionics was even more closed and conservative than he had imagined. Finally, the leading inspector kicked open the box in the cargo hold with regret. "We didn't find any contraband. You can go now." "Excuse me." Facing the patrol who was about to leave, Li Bin finally spoke up. "I remember that in the list made public by Demon Avionics, there are currently no prohibited items, right?" The men grinned. "I never said it was cargo that was contraband. You inferior, be thankful that your crew is not made up of dwarfs or other deformities. No one rebelled, or your fleet would have been reduced to dust. The docking hatch was disconnected, and the arrogant sneer in the transponder faded away as the high-speed fleet left. Li Bin arranged for damage control to work overtime to repair the damage in the cabin corridor, while he himself silently read through documents on the bridge. Jeffrey drove away the hot-tempered Li Changjin and asked the old one-eyed man to train him to make him angry. He then advised, "Captain, why don't you go and have a rest? It's not your shift yet. Why are you still taking a break? We're almost there. The nature of the devil avionics gives me a headache." Li Bin sighed. Jeffrey grabbed his beard, which he had no time to take care of in the zero-gravity environment. What on earth are these demon avionics? There is too little information about them in the core star region. I asked Old One-Eye, but even he had only heard of their names. Li Bin bit the water bag and sucked the water, and said vaguely, "I only went there once with Mincing Company, and I don't know much." "You have heard of slavery, right?" Jeffrey nodded. Indentured servants are nothing new. They are used by big companies and the Luddites. It's not indentured labor, it's slavery, a slavery that is more backward than capitalism and feudalism. Li Bin said with a headache. The history of Perseus is seriously lost, and many historical facts that ordinary people in previous lives took for granted are completely incomprehensible to modern people. If Li Bin wants to explain the difference between slavery and indentured labor, it will take a long time. Hiss. Jeff scratched his beard and racked his brains for a while. Finally, he found something from the corner of his brain. "When I was in college, I seem to have heard a lecturer say that the slave labor system did not exist only in the interstellar era, but existed when humans were on Earth." Li Changjin had just returned to the bridge when he heard what the first mate said. He was shocked and said, "Ah, first mate, you really went to college and studied?" "Nonsense, my family was rich back then, and they spent 3,800 star coins to send me books to study," the first mate said unhappily. Li Changjin said curiously, "Then why do you always use dirty words when you speak? You are almost the same as us." But it is the eldest brother who has never been educated. He always talks about old sayings and historical events, as if he just graduated from college. "I don't want you to talk nonsense. Have you finished the training? Then go to the engineering team and learn some skills from the damage control. You are exhausted from training like a dog and still can't shut your mouth." Li Changjin first glanced at his elder brother, and when he saw his elder brother nodded, he said, "Oh," in grievance and left. Li Bin rubbed his forehead and continued the topic, "It's still different. Slavery is more straightforward and cruel than indentured labor. Let's put it this way. In demon avionics, only those born naturally from their mother's womb are considered human beings. Caesarean sections are considered inferior races. People like you and me who come out of artificial wombs, whether they have genetic parents or not, are all slaves." He added, "When you were not there just now, those guys from demon avionics called me an inferior. It was very harsh, but in their eyes, they were honoring me because we were outsiders who came to do business and give us money. Damn, there is such a thing." Jeffrey couldn't help shouting, "How can we tolerate this?" Li Bin said quietly, "The situation is stronger than us, we can only endure it." It was not until they arrived at Eclipse, the only orbital space station in the 99 ES galaxy, that Jeffrey realized that what Li Bin said was true. 99 ES galaxy. Ipsilis Station, Level 3 Star Fortress. Demon Avionics ship list. They even use random numbers plus letters to name galaxies and planets, and the network is never connected to the outside world. They are extremely conservative. The devil's avionics is more than just slavery, it is capitalism plus authoritarianism plus slavery. If Li Bin must evaluate it, it would be spicy Promax. This magnificent military space station has a diameter of more than 50 kilometers. The locals proudly told the merchants passing by that the main building materials of the Ipsilis space station were delivered to the Perseus star field before the Great Collapse. Even so, after the Great Collapse, in order to build this military space station, Demon Avionics diverted materials from 3 other space stations, which took 2 centuries and consumed the lives of more than 500,000 slaves to build. When these data came from the mouths of the so-called pure humans wearing blood-red uniforms and with arrogant looks, even an old soldier like Old One-Eye, who killed without blinking an eye, was shocked. I've heard that human organs are abundant here. I guess that's true. They treat people like consumables. When they die, they'll be dismantled and sold. It's really making the most of people. The customs received Li Bin coldly, gave the purchase address of the heavy weapons and then drove them out. In addition to the merchants in the port, most of the locals were wearing brightly colored officer uniforms, followed by 2 or 3 slaves wearing electric shock collars. Professional soldiers were everywhere, and everyone could sense contempt and anger from their eyes. It was as if they were saying, "Where on earth did these masterless slaves come from? Don't cause trouble." Li Bin warned quietly, "These natives are just tolerating us, which is far from welcoming us. The result of causing trouble will probably be shooting on the spot." Li Shu, who came out specifically to restrain her brother, grasped Li Changzhen's hand knowingly. "We'll overturn this damn devil avionics sooner or later." Li Changzhen, who had been quite fond of the avant-garde warships of this giant company, now had a gloomy expression. The first mate responded to the soldiers on duty with a flattering smile on his face, occasionally pouting and whispering, "Captain, is this possible? Why do I feel a chill on my neck? Not to mention buying weapons, I feel like I'm going to die at any moment. These people don't seem to lack anything. I see that food costs only 10-star coins, and finished grains are only 18-star coins. Heavy machinery and metals are not expensive either. This giant company is amazing. They sell everything and everything is cheap. It's just made with the lives of slaves. Besides, this place is 20 light years away from the core star zone. Who would come to do business if we don't give them some profit? There's not even enough money for gas." Li Bin comforted quietly, "Don't panic, these people don't know how to restrain themselves, and all the information has been leaked. It took 500,000 people to build a space station, but when I last came here, I looked at the galaxy map. There is a desert planet in the 99ES galaxy with an atmosphere. It is definitely habitable. They can colonize it by sending dozens of ice-water asteroids, but they haven't taken any action yet." Jeffrey's eyes lit up. "Are you saying that they have no money? Or that the megastructures have insufficient production capacity and they urgently need star coins to purchase production capacity from other giant companies?" "Maybe they have both." Li Bin looked around and found the arms store near the port. This space station refused to allow slaves to enter places outside the port. They could only trade in the foreign trade area set up in the port. This heavy weapons store is painted red inside and out, with bright lights on. Even through the glass, one can see all kinds of large weapons on display in the store. The sign clearly reads, "Thunderstorm Store." I have to say that the devil's avionics politics are terrible, but the aesthetics are pretty good. It must be that the so-called pure-blooded humans are mostly unproductive artists, playboys, and sisai princesses who are eager to show off. Their technological level may not be comparable to that of tachyon technology, but their design art is at the forefront of the star field. Everyone cursed and envied this giant company, thinking that if these things were brought to the core star region, they could sell for more money just by looking at their appearance. Thinking of the ships parked at the port, there were Slope class, Rhine class, Laminar class, Fern class, with nice names and good looks, and some of the warships and planes could transform. Compared with them, our own Bactrian camels, buffaloes, and horses, just listening to the names, are not even ships, but a whole zoo. "Welcome." The waiter at the Thunderstorm store spoke routine words, his tone and expression lacking any of the tenderness of the service industry, only a coldness that kept people at a distance. If he hadn't seen the slave collar around his neck, Li Changzhen would have even thought that the hangman was also some kind of purebred shit. "We are not selling luxury goods, why are you being so snobbish? Even if you are a hyperspace pirate who never leaves the ship and smells terrible, you still have to buy weapons. Don't touch if you're not selling. Don't hang around if you're not buying." As if he was disgusted by the strange smell of old spaceship on everyone's bodies, the waiter turned his head towards Li Bin without saying a word. "Well, this is called taking advantage of the power of others." Li Bin told his brother an idiom: a slave thinks that because he is close to his master, he can look down on others of the same background. But we don't have a dog chain around our necks. As we all know, the system of the demon avionics is slavery, and slaves are not considered human beings in their eyes. This kind of snobbish slave is actually like this on purpose. The demon avionics is far from the core star zone, so trade is inconvenient. But these business representatives can't bring themselves to deal with all kinds of people, and they hate those who just look but don't buy and waste their time, so they arranged such a role. The purpose is very simple. Distinguish levels. In short, small merchants with no money in their pockets should not get involved in the valuable business of heavy weapons, as it would be a waste of my time. However, big merchants naturally have the confidence to abuse slaves, and by doing so, they can lure out those rich men who are dressed in ordinary clothes. All I can say is that domineering sales is also part of business, so don't play it if you don't like it. Li Bin naturally belongs to the group that can afford the money. If he wants to send the little devil to see the real owner, he has to blend in. So Li Bin said to his brother, "Brother, put on a good face." Li Changjin, who was already furious, squeezed to the front and pushed the waiter who was in the way away. "Ask your master to come out, a slave is not worthy of chatting with a free man." As he spoke, a group of people drove into the store and looked at the mecha tanks. They ignored the waiters who were shouting at them. When he saw someone trying to touch it, he stopped them in a stern voice, "You are blind. Didn't you see the notice? Don't touch it if you don't want to buy it." Before he could finish his words, Li Changjin kicked him down. The man got up, lost his mind, hugged Li Changjin and beat him. But waiters were particular about their slim and stylish figures, which was nothing compared to a tough guy like Li Changjin who did heavy labor. No matter how he pushed Li Changjin, he didn't move at all. My brother just hugged and threw him, and the man fell to the ground again, rolled his eyes, and fainted. The physical conflict quickly escalated, and the waiters wearing collars rushed over, surrounded the crowd, and took out their electric batons to confront them. The silent alarm was activated, and before the fight could start, the store owner and security guard came over with guns drawn in disgust on their faces. From a distance, they could be heard complaining. "These uneducated slaves have come to my place to make trouble. I will tear their organs apart." A beautiful woman in a red skirt, red stockings, and red high heels, surrounded by men in red uniforms, came over. "This is a specialty store, a place for business, not a slave arena for selling strength. If you want to die, I will personally use a tank to send you to Bloom." Not wanting to play any tricks on her, Li Bin raised the terminal and projected the 6-digit star coin account balance before the woman could say anything more. It was like being punched while defecating, and the tightly locked anus clamped the feces, leaving the tail of the shit with nowhere to go but back into the large intestine. The woman swallowed the rest of the harsh words neatly. Her beautiful, frosty face froze at first. She blinked to make sure she was not mistaken, and then blossomed with charm and enthusiasm, which contrasted particularly well with her layered red outfit. "He is undoubtedly a rich man," she thought to herself, smiling like a flower and thinking quickly. She had already started to think about how to punish the slave to calm his anger, and then empty all the money in Li Bin's pocket. Lao Du couldn't help but curl his lips when seeing this, thinking what a bullshit theory of racial bloodline, all of them with one head and two shoulders, they can be killed with one knife, and in the end they all kneel down to money. The main theme of Perseus still depends on capital. Demon Avionics is first and foremost a giant corporation, and only secondarily a slavery regime. I wanted to discuss the order for 300 boxes of heavy weapons here, but I don't think it's necessary. This is your store, but Demon Avionics has more than one space station. I've heard that your company's home planet has developed agriculture and industry, so you can buy the products you want there. Let's go. After saying that, Li Bin left directly. The woman hinted to the security guards to stop Li Bin, but the security guards did not take any action. They are a force affiliated with the space station, and the space station belongs to a giant enterprise. As long as Li Bin's large amount of star coins are spent in the giant enterprise, it doesn't matter where. They will not and cannot do anything that will damage the consumption expectations of the guests. How cold and callous they were before they showed their accounts, how insensitive they were now. Slaves were not considered human beings, and the women who were responsible for welcoming and seeing off guests were not pure-blooded, so they were not worthy of their fawning. Although it seems that it has had a negative impact so far, this is purely an accident, and there are 1 or 2 cases every month. Afterwards, the Devil Avionics was very generous in compensation, and they were willing to provide sweet services with handsome men and beautiful women. However, if these security guards have further violations, the surveillance cameras on them will definitely record everything, and they will be punished by the giant companies. The woman was anxious. Although she was the store owner, she was essentially selling goods on behalf of a giant company. In the final analysis, she was just selling on behalf of the company. The title of monopoly was just a means for the demon avionics to restrict the scope of business activities. She really had no ability to monopolize the profits of a certain product. After all, pure-blooded humans don't do such degrading things as business. According to the human race theory of devil avionics, first-class purebloods work as soldiers, doctors, scientific research and art. Second-class inferior people work in business, agriculture, and industry. Slaves are not human beings, and they do whatever they are told. The sales in the store were related to her income and life, so she couldn't just watch the big order slip away. So, with the crisp sound of her high heels, she spotted Li Bin, the leader, and trotted over. "Please wait a moment." The sound was like the voice of an oriole, which made people feel heartbroken. Li Shu glanced at her from the side and saw that the woman's face was more than just passionate, it was almost flattering and full of amorous feelings stimulated by the star coins. Her true nature was exposed clearly. Li Shu frowned and whispered, "Bitch." Li Changjin was shocked by his elder brother's operation of showing off his savings. That picture kept turning over and over in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more domineering it seemed. He hid on the side and kept imitating him by flipping his hands and making sounds with his mouth. In the end, Li Bin decided to stay. Both parties had a need to reach a deal. Li Bin was fighting for time, and the boss lady was fighting for star coins. The difference is that Li Bin's weakness has not been exposed, but the real situation that the giant company behind the boss lady is so short of money that it is suffering from hypoglycemia has been known to everyone through the propaganda of the self-important purebred humans. Now Li Bin has grasped the non-existent basket of the proprietress. His advantageous position has been established. All that remains is to bargain hard and pursue profits. Tear these bastards apart alive and send them to the scorching heat store next door. This is a customary punishment. The more arrogant the slave is at first and the richer the customer is, the more severe the punishment will be later. All this is just to make the customer laugh and forget the grudge. Of course, the slaves would not know these things. The slaves responsible for reception were all young people who had been released from the breeding factory not long ago. They had simple and naive thinking. When the educated AI told them that the demon avionics was the best in the world, they really believed it. Those unpleasant attitudes and actions were all from the bottom of their hearts. The cool summer store next door deals in the sale of human organs. Although none of the stores here do anything human-related, their names are quite interesting. Those slave waiters also knew that their life and death were not controlled by their masters, and that Li Bin's life and death would depend on his word, so they knelt down and burst into tears before the security guards could cover their mouths, saying things like, "Spare my life, I am blind, I am just a lowly person, please have mercy on me," and so on. Fortunately, I didn't hear any words like, "I have an 80-year-old mother, a wife who has not yet married me, and children who are crying for food." Otherwise, Li Bin would have vomited. These slaves have been chemically castrated. They must ensure that they will serve their masters with all their strength before they are scrapped, and will not have the opportunity to have children. Furthermore, purebred humans are based on natural reproduction. If slaves can give birth, then wouldn't it be possible to achieve class leap by giving birth? So just be a good lackey and leave the labor force to the fertility factory. Li Changjin was only 8 or 9 years old physically. Although he had seen a lot, he was still immature and his temper came and went quickly. The first time he saw someone being dragged out by the legs, he was punched in the chin and his mouth was blocked before he could finish his words. Then he thought of the organ shop next door, where people's internal organs were hung in the window like pig offal, and his heart softened. He looked at his sister and found that she was pale, clenched her fists and turned her head away, then went to look at his eldest brother. Li Bin didn't even look at the dying man on the ground. Although he knew that this man's crime did not deserve the death penalty, he had to use this man's death to teach his naive brother a vivid lesson. This lesson is called cruelty. In Perseus, where giant companies are rampant, warmth is a luxury. Ever since being taught a lesson by the old one-eyed men, Li Bin has been reflecting on his past behavior. After the training of fighting, his mentality has grown, and Li Changjin also needs to grow up with him. You can't survive with pure gentleness. Li Bin and Li Changjin need to expand their cruelty from business to business. He chatted with the charming woman who called herself Yiqing Xue, taking in all her flattery and ignoring the ambiguous high heels that came from under the table with ulterior motives. Li Bin accepts all offers, whether it's flattery or bone-scraping knives, but wants to sell heavy weapons at a high price. Sorry, no thanks. This is the only transformable mecha in the entire Star region. In addition to the humanoid mode that can cope with different battle situations, it also has a tank mode to cope with complex road conditions. This one is only sold for 320 star coins. I have no profit left. As Yiqingxue spoke, she put on a pitiful look. Not to mention the newbie Li Changjin, even a seasoned veteran like Jeffrey was stunned. The battle under the table was also very intense. Seeing that Li Bin was standing still, the woman simply took off her high heels, stepped on her bare feet, and rubbed Li Bin's instep and calves through his work clothes, just to make Li Bin so lustful that he would lose his composure. Li Bin dared to bet that if there weren't so many people here, she would really rush over to open up a second battlefield for negotiations. Li Bin was prepared for this. He operated the terminal calmly and sent a message to Jeffrey. Help me, I can't hold on any longer. What's up? You're urinating. Jeffrey pointed quickly. This woman keeps stretching her legs to disturb me. I'm afraid my calves will get athlete's foot. Do you have athlete's foot? If so, it's your turn. I can have it, Jeffrey replied immediately with a determined expression. After the joke, he continued typing, such a pretty girl is a reward for you, you don't want to take it. Li Bin replied, a beautiful woman and a destroyer, touch your nipples and tell me which one is more attractive. Destroyer, the first mate responded immediately. If he had hesitated for a moment, he would have been thrown into the engine's tail flame and burned to death. So I am now earning money for the company to buy a destroyer. If you keep talking nonsense to me, you will lose your ship. Prepare to replace people. Stretch out your hairy legs and receive the benefits. As soon as he finished typing, Li Bin pretended to be angry and pounded the table, scaring Yiqingxue so much that she shrank her legs. Do you think I'm a kid? The annual production report of the giant company clearly states that the average production cost of heavy weapons is 260 star coins. This space station has 2 automated factories under its control, so the price will only be lower. Yiqingxue was secretly annoyed that she had met someone who played with his brain, but she was still confident. Yiqingxue believed that Li Bin's sudden attack was because he could not withstand her dark attack. This was a bluff, but she pretended to be terrified. That's not something I can decide. That's the factory's cost, not my purchase price. If it's really 275 star coins per box, I can't make up for the loss even if I sell it. As she spoke, she kicked again, this time using both feet together, vowing to take Li Bin down. Li Bin had no expression on his face, but he spoke as usual. Jeffrey beside him was typing away on the terminal under the table, his heart trembling with excitement. Captain, from today on, you are my half-brother. I won't go on any further. In order to maintain his composure, Jeffrey has tried his best to tighten his anus, contract his abdomen, hold his breath and concentrate. Li Bin was no longer disturbed and was full of energy. I'll raise the price again. 280 star coins per box. I'll spend all 110,000 star coins on you. You can help me buy fuel, food, and supplies with the remaining money. You can also repair the ship. As for how much you take, I don't care. Yiqingxue clenched her red lips with her pearly teeth and had sharp eyes. On one hand, she was exchanging sharp words with Li Bin at the table, and on the other hand, she was stepping lightly on Li Bin's instep with her high heels under the table. Her original psychological price was 330 star coins, but she lowered it to 320 star coins in order to keep Li Bin. But in fact, her bottom line price is 270 star coins. Heavy weapons require a large amount of materials and slaves, but for a giant company that owns 3-star systems and has multiple fertility factories, minerals and slaves are nothing. If the goods cannot be converted into cash, it is meaningless even if they are priced sky high. The demon avionics is like a patient with hypoglycemia, dizzy and dazed by hunger, and star coins are its life-saving candy. However, due to the theories of race and bloodline, as well as the isolated geographical location on the edge of the star zone, many merchants are unwilling to do business. If they cannot obtain star coins and giant building materials for a long time, demon avionics will have to transform into a militarist country and embark on a path of complete madness. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether Yiqingxue sells more or fewer heavy weapons, as long as the star coins are in her pocket. She has tried her best to go further. In the racially based demonic aviation, she was considered an inferior person because she had a cesarean section. The inferior people who had not experienced the squeezing of the mother's birth canal were considered to be born with imperfect physiques, unable to become brave warriors, and could only engage in lowly commercial and agricultural activities. She wanted to climb to the highest position she could reach, and then give birth to new pure-blooded offspring with pure-blooded people. In this way, she could also become an honorary pure-blooded human. This is a game of winning or winning big. But she was destined to return disappointed. She let him play all kinds of tricks, until her cheeks were rosy and she panted slightly, her eyes were seductive and her temples were sweaty, her breath was like the fragrance of orchids, and Li Bin opposite her was completely motionless. He was like a reef standing for thousands of years, like Mount Tai overlooking the eternity. He has the calm demeanor of a silver spear fighting in 3,000 formations or a jade candle defeating 7 or 8 beauties. This damn man, is he impotent or too capable? My legs are sore but his face doesn't even change color at all. After the unit price reached 285 star coins, it could no longer be raised. At this point, she was really angry and humiliated. She no longer thought about making a fortune. She just showed a distressed expression and said, "I'm going to be scolded again." Just treat it as making friends, and agreed to Li Bin's offer. After the contract was signed, she left with the excuse, "I'm going to contact the department to prepare the goods. Please take a look at the samples and choose the proportion of the goods." After saying that, she used the sharp heel of her high-heeled shoes to kick in a sharp little arc under the narrow table, and left leisurely with the satisfaction of revenge. After Yiqing Xue left, Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief and said to his younger brother and sister with a smile, "Let's go and take a look at the Devil Avionics' transforming mecha and open our eyes." Li Changzhen, who had been drowsy for a long time, immediately became alert. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she could not be as hypnotic as negotiations. He could no longer sit still. Everyone stood up and left, only to see Jeffrey standing there motionless with a wooden expression. Li Bin frowned. "What's going on?" Jeffrey replied silently, "I was stomped on. Help me contact Amanda, the ship's doctor." Li Bin was shocked. "You're making such a big deal. I didn't realize you're quite patient, first mate." Jeffrey turned his head and said woodenly, "Although I took this kick for you, Captain, I don't blame you. I have experienced it. Everything has a price, and I am willing to bear it. So please help me call the ship's doctor quickly." "So serious?" After a few stammering words, the first mate uttered, "It's torn apart. Since Pirate King Konda's attack target includes not only a space station but also a planet, the order should focus on transformable mechas, supplemented by hovercrafts. Tanks and artillery can be replaced by the mecha's tank mode and orbital bombing." Li Bin fully respected the old one-eyed man's experience in the Marine Corps, and asked him to guide the heavy weapons formation. There is no need to say much about mecha tanks. Hovercraft is actually a niche weapon type on Earth in the 21st century. However, in the interstellar era, due to the complex conditions of the target planet, the entire planet may be covered by oceans, or there may be magma and strong acid swamps everywhere. In order to improve the general adaptability of the Marine Corps' equipment, hovercraft covered with armor and equipped with artillery quickly became popular, and the equipment and tactics developed for them also quickly became abundant. For example, the Demon Avionics hovercraft, in addition to the anti-aircraft machine gun, only has a towering railway gun, which is used to quickly destroy enemy fortifications during tactical breakthroughs. The proportion of transformable mechas can be lower. The old one-eyed man used his prosthetic eye to look at the cool appearance and parameters of the Demon Avionics mecha. Transformation can certainly adapt to a variety of environments, but planets are not like space after all. There are too many interferences. You can't be sure that the transforming structure will get stuck by acid or dust, which will ruin the product. Don't be fooled by the seller's boasting. If the transforming mecha is really invincible, other giant companies would have entered the arms race long ago. This is a matter of experience, so Li Bin naturally followed suit. When the final plan was finalized, the account balance shrank rapidly, and under everyone's painful gaze, the 6-digit number quickly turned into 3-digit numbers. 114,680 star coins, a total of 360 boxes of heavy weapons were purchased, which was converted into 102,600 star coins, and a tariff of 10,260 star coins was paid. Devil Avionics urgently needs star coins, and in order to encourage trade, a minimum tariff of 10% is imposed on bulk trade. In addition, 980 star coins were spent on ship repairs, purchase of supplies, fuel, and other losses. Li Bin did not find the black market at the port, or because he was restricted to the port area, he had no chance to enter the black market. In addition, in order to motivate everyone, Li Bin booked a pretty good hotel for the crew to rest for 2 days. Because Demon Avionics owns a large amount of arable land and agricultural factories, everyone can have a dinner with vegetables, fruits, and a small amount of poultry meat every day, as well as a cigarette and a glass of wine. More than 100 people, including food that is considered a luxury, spent 75 star coins. As for the money that the crew members spend on finding daily charter partners, the company will not reimburse it and they will have to pay for it themselves. There are only 765 star coins left in Li Bin's account. At this point, Li Bin's fleet set out on its return journey with full boxes of cargo and crew members who had completed their repairs and were full of morale. The fleet was extremely safe while sailing within the galaxy. The Demon Avionics army was composed of pure humans with high morale and was happy to hear about war. Li Bin left the bridge after arranging the task. He knocked on the door of the navigator's bedroom, and Li Shu's voice sounded inside. "The door is not locked, come in." Li Bin pushed open the door and saw his sister wearing a transparent eye mask shaped like a diving goggle. She was lying on the bed, watching the movie on the projector with her head tilted. Navigators need to spend a lot of time every day checking star maps and comparing data. Myopia and astigmatism pose a huge threat to their careers, but space does not support eye drop devices, so they need to use eye masks to lock in the eye protection ingredients. The projection was showing a slave heroine wearing a collar, covering her face in pain. On the side, a purebred officer in blood-red uniform and a second-rate wealthy man in dark red robe and gold and silver jewelry were wrestling with each other in an ungraceful manner. The heroine burst into tears and said, "Please stop fighting. I don't want to see the pillars of the company fighting over such a small role as mine." This strange projection must have been bought by Li Shu in a second-hand store. Perhaps to the unscrupulous Demon Avionics, this kind of projection that goes against the theory of human race may be classified as contraband. "My dear sister, I couldn't find the black market, so you bought the banned goods. You are really as good as men." "Brother, what happened? Did Changjin get into trouble again?" Seeing her brother, Li Shu quickly ended the melodramatic romance movie and trimmed the ends of her hair awkwardly. Li Bin pulled over the magnetic stool and sat down. He snapped his fingers and Li Changjin, who was suspected of doing something bad, appeared at the door with a smile, holding a box as tall as a person and beautifully decorated, and yelled, "Sister, you are wronging me. Big brother prepared a birthday present for you, and I helped bring it over." As for birthday presents, Li Shu had only received one from her brother when she was a child. At that time, her brother said that birthday was his own holiday. Unfortunately, no one had given her any present since her eldest brother became a sailor. Her parents were busy taking out loans to set up a factory that no one knew how to make money and didn't care about any damn birthdays. She was busy raising her older brother and their life was so tight that they had no time to celebrate her own birthday. Unexpectedly, elder brother still remembered it. Li Shu's eyes turned red for a moment. Li Bin rubbed his sister's head and joked, "It's a good thing you wore an eye mask, otherwise all your tears would float up, and you'd have to be busy catching the water droplets before you even opened your birthday present." Li Changjin patted the box, eager to see what his brother had given him. As soon as his hand touched the buckle, Li Shu slapped it away. "This is mine, if you want to wait until your birthday." Li Changjin immediately looked at his elder brother eagerly. Li Bin coughed calmly and said, "On your next birthday, I'll give you something nice." But in his heart, Li Bin was thinking about secretly finding Li Shu to ask about Li Changjin's birthday. He was not there when his younger brother was born, and he still doesn't know when he was born. People born in birth factories are everywhere, and most of them don't even have relatives. Birthday gifts are no longer popular except for large families for politics and bloodline unity. Li Shu was afraid that she would burst into tears, so she did not take off her eye mask. She squatted down and carefully opened the box. A dry and cold wind leaked out. The microprojector emitted large metallic characters. Li Shu read them one by one. One's a portable ecological farm. Test tubes, dispensers, monitors, electron microscopes, monitoring instruments, thermostats, spray systems. After the box is opened, it is arranged in a stepped manner with each layer in order. The bottom layer is a constant temperature box for soilless cultivation. It is empty at this time without water. Inside are fertilizers and nutrient packs packed in boxes. At first glance, it looks like a mooncake gift box. The things in the box are small and well designed, and you can tell at first glance that they are not ordinary items. Li Bin's finger slid across the product name projection, and the projection began to play the product introduction and instructions for use. Even below, Li Shu could see the hand-in-hand teaching of planting recording. I remember when you were little, you loved listening to stories about forests and gardens. You also always asked what this flower or that flower looked like and whether they were edible. Big brother doesn't have enough money to buy a real farm now, so don't despise me. I'll give you a small one to plant for fun first. Li Shu was already sobbing and her breathing was full of snot. She shook her head and said with emotion, "How can you complain? Such a beautiful gift can also produce food. I am so happy. Is it expensive? It's only 6-star coins. How can it be expensive? Nowadays, I spend more than this amount when I treat people to dinner," Li Bin said indifferently. When Li Changjin saw this portable farm, especially the various equipment on it, he was drooling. He can cook, so he knows how much fresh ingredients can improve a dish. He said excitedly, "Brother, since you think it's not expensive, buy me one too. You've never given me a gift in my life, so consider it as a reward. If you want to buy it yourself, you have a salary." Li Bin pushed away Li Changjin, who was approaching with a shameless face. "If you want to talk about making up for the gifts, well, I'm 16 years old, and you still need 16 gifts from me, so make up for it first." Li Changjin lost interest immediately. He pouted, feeling envious, but whispered, "Forget it. A few packets of nutrient solution and a bunch of small equipment are so expensive. I'll go to the garbage station to collect them. I'll charge 1-star coin for half a truckload. What do you know?" Li Shu said goodbye to her brother and took out a box the size of a pencil case made of imitation animal skin from the box. The most expensive thing is not these things, but the seeds. When opened, there are 12 grids, each of which contains a crystal box containing seeds of 12 plants, ranging from vegetables such as radishes, tomatoes, potatoes, to fruits such as strawberries and kumquats, and finally 4 ornamental plants. Although these seeds have been soaked in special chemicals and treated with radiation, and can bloom and bear fruit, they cannot be replanted. Even for potato tubers, the germination rate when cut and replanted is pitifully low. But they are still plants out of doubt. They flew lonely from the light for 6,370 years, from another distant cantilever, with the same origin as humans, and appeared in Li Shu's hands as a rare and precious identity. Li Shu caressed the crystal box as if it were a treasure. Each box contained 36 seeds, which meant that she could only see them sprout, bloom and bear fruit 36 times each. Li Changjin advised, "Sister, let's plant potatoes first. Potatoes have a high yield. I want to try the difference between authentic mashed potatoes and those made with artificial starch." Li Bin held the opposite opinion. It is not necessary to grow only vegetables. There are also ornamental flowers. It is okay to grow chrysanthemums and butterfly flowers to please the eyes. Potatoes and other things are not something we have not eaten in demon avionics. How can they be the same? They are eating potato chips. Li Changjin tried to argue, but the child took one look at him and said he was just greedy. Li Shu looked down at the seeds in her hand and made up her mind. Every plant must survive, and I don't want to miss any flowering period. Li Bin chatted with his brother and sister for a while, then pointed to the first mate's bedroom and whispered to his brother, "I won't stay here any longer. I have to go see Jeffrey. Amanda said his corpus cavernosum was severely torn and he just had his blood let out. He can't even date girls this week. He even needs help to go to the bathroom. If I go too late, he might suffocate to death." Li Changjin nodded in understanding, and suddenly remembered the arrogance of the first mate before, so he added, "By the way, help me make fun of the first mate and say, you have come to this day, too." Li Bin went to the first mate's bedroom. He faithfully relayed his brother's words, and then, in the first mate's world-weary eyes, he comforted him with kind words. "It's okay, just consider it a day off for your brother." After chatting for a while, when he was helping his first mate, who was unable to open his legs, to stagger towards the toilet, the alarm suddenly sounded. After a pause, Li Bin and Jeffrey pricked up their ears to listen. A few seconds later, the second mate turned on the radio to warn. "The Lud left fleet has been detected. I repeat, the Lud left fleet has been detected. Captain, please come to the bridge immediately." Li Bin let go without saying anything. Jeffrey's legs were stiff and he was hanging in the air. Li Bin pushed him into the toilet and said, "You stay in the toilet first. I will drag you out after the fight. Your mother." On the bridge, the red alarm kept flashing, and the projection background also changed to a striking red. No one was walking around in the huge space. Everyone returned to their positions early, stood in front of their posts, fastened their seatbelts, put on their masks, and entered a state of combat readiness. The position of navigator has been replaced by younger sister Li Shu. She is the most experienced among all the navigators. As the captain's sister, she can understand many instructions without much explanation. His younger brother Li Changjian had already entered the cargo hold to guard the cargo. As for Old One-Eye, he took 15 armed sailors to the Fat Orange, which was carrying 220 boxes of heavy weapons, and the flagship was carrying another 140 boxes. These heavy weapons, once shipped to New Magios, will double in value immediately. The goods worth 200,000 are more valuable than Li Bin's fleet combined. The purpose of splitting is to avoid putting all eggs in one basket and avoid a situation where one ship is destroyed and the whole game is lost. Li Bin sat on the captain's throne with a gloomy face, and the second mate nervously took the position of the first mate. This was a Lloydman with an old face. He was promoted from the crew prepared for him by Duya. He used to work as a first mate and damage control officer in a small company. His ship handling skills were okay, but he had no experience in fleet command. "Are you sure it's Lud Zwing's group of lunatics?" Li Bin went straight to the point. The second mate named Wahab nodded nervously. "There is a left-handed symbol painted on the enemy ship's armor. I have checked it. It is not peeling paint, nor is it a variant of other sections. The scriptures in the transponder are also in line with the doctrines of the Doomsday sect. They say." Wahab swallowed and said, "They said that in the name of Saint Lourdes, they asked us to provide them with half of the heavy weapons for the Holy War, that is, the information of 180 boxes of goods we transported was exposed." Judging from the nervous look on the second mate's face, he probably suspected that there were Luddites lurking on board. Li Bin said calmly, "It may not be a crew mutiny. Let's deal with the current situation first. Tell Cat number 1 and number 2 to prepare to leave the battle formation." "Captain. The signal of the demonic avionics hyperspace patrol has been discovered." While arranging the fleet formation, Li Shu suddenly inserted an urgent message. "Catch. This is the Demon Avionics Slope Squadron. Hello, Mr. Universal Union, who has a very arrogant tone. It looks like you are in trouble." A familiar, disdainful voice sounded, and that annoying tone sounded so pleasant to the ears of everyone on the bridge at this moment. The second mate whispered, "Do you want to consider calling for help?" Li Bin raised his hand to ask the second mate to keep quiet. He pinched his throat and said in an angry tone, "What on earth are you Demon Avionics doing? Why did my business with you get leaked?" There was silence for a while, and the squadron commander said in a sinister tone, "Watch your words, slave race, you are not qualified to give orders to the Demon Avionics." QNMD. Li Bin cursed angrily, "The news that I bought heavy weapons from the Thunderstorm store in your space station has been known by those crazy people in Lud Zwing. They even know how many boxes I bought, and they know exactly the types and quantities of weapons. I was betrayed by your insider and was ambushed. It's not a bullshit trouble. What pure-blooded humans, what noble honor, is this what your pure-blooded rule is all about? It's full of holes, just like cheese. Or is this the way Demon Avionics treats customers, selling goods at a low price, and then grabbing a handful to get the goods back for free?" As soon as Li Bin finished speaking, Li Shu tacitly transmitted the threatening information of the Zwing elements. The channel fell silent again, with only the rustling of radio waves in the ears. In less than a minute, Li Shu loudly reported the new situation. "The Devil Avionics patrol is changing its trajectory. They're heading for the Ludward Trail. The Slope Squadron is composed of 11 Slope-class frigates, all of which are military ships and all of which are transformable spacecraft. They approached the Luddites at a sharp angle and at an astonishing speed. Slope-class frigate, with special transformation capabilities of Demon avionics. After deformation. The left-wing elements explained in the public channel that their target was not the giant Enterprise, but the Slope Squadron refused to respond. The two sides quickly exchanged fire, and the explanation in the channel immediately turned into insults and curses with religious doomsday connotations. Just when Li Bin thought he had succeeded in provoking these arrogant purebreds, a new signal appeared in the star map. The signal was not concealed at all, and the glaring pirate logo was painted on the bow. Li Bin's brows fell again. The voice of the commander of the ramp squadron sounded again, accompanied by the tremor and electric sting of the near-miss torpedo explosion. This information must have been leaked by the slaves. Some of them have converted to evil cults. There was a loud noise in the channel, and someone screamed in surprise. The voice continued. There are flaws in our rule, but that doesn't mean there are problems with pure humans. Soon the space station and even the Demon avionics will examine the slaves one by one and kill those left-handed bastards to ensure that not a single cell of theirs has a chance to be transplanted. And I will defeat these lunatics and prove that pure-blooded humans cannot be desecrated. Take back your nonsense. In response to this slightly arrogant and bloody remark with a hint of slaughter, Li Bin simply said, "Looking at the way you guys are trying so hard, it doesn't seem like you did it on purpose. I'm sorry. I admit that my tone was too harsh and my attitude was bad just now." Being so bachelor and so shameless, the other party was speechless. After all, the other party cared about his reputation while Li Bin cared about his life. He just left a sentence, "Small businessman, run for your life," and cut off the connection. After dealing with the giant Enterprise, Li Bin looked at the current situation on the battlefield and felt relieved. The Ludswojing fleet consisted of 3 destroyers and 4 frigates. Judging from the fleet ratio, it was prepared to win in both war and peace. However, facing the well-equipped patrol team of the giant Enterprise, even if they won, they would not be able to quickly determine the outcome. The pirates had 5 frigates, and it looked like they were just wandering around looking for prey, and they just happened to run into them and wanted to come in and make a quick buck. If Li Bin is easy to control, then rob Li Bin. If Li Bin is covered with thorns, then go to the battlefield between Zwajing and Juki to take advantage of the situation. Target pirate fleet, position -200, -178, altitude 91. Fleet turn. The engine hummed to stop high-speed mode, the fuel was redistributed, and the boosters located in the front and on the left and right sides of the spacecraft began to start up, drawing an irregular upturned semi-ellipse. With the fat orange cargo ship as the core, the fleet put the enemy back in its crosshairs. The pirates sent a message. Li Shu reported. "Don't read what they said, just go back to eating shit." After Li Bin finished speaking, he switched to the Sky Dome tactical system, and the ship switched to battle mode. The power supply to secondary cabins such as crew quarters, kitchens, and cargo holds was cut off, the battery pack was activated, and the shield began to charge. The second mate looked at his data panel and reported nervously, "The enemy ship is 5,000 away from the fleet. Pilots ready." On the flight deck of the 3-legged cat, pilots selected from the mature crew members recruited from New Mugos sat in the cockpit of the broadsword heavy fighter. These crew members had undergone complete pre-job training and had rich experience in flying mining aircraft. Having them operate the fighter jets would be better than letting the half-baked ones recruited from Elfi. Whether it is the results of the battle or the survival rate. "The enemy ship is 4,200 meters away from the fleet," the second mate shouted. "Send out the carrier-based aircraft," Li Bin ordered. The broadsword fighter has a range radius of 4,000. The pirate is traveling in the opposite direction of itself. Setting off at this moment is enough to put the enemy ship within the range of its torpedo strike while the fighter enters the range of the exchange of fire. The pilots closed their eyes and took deep breaths. The electromagnetic catapults pushed out 4 fighter jets one after another with unparalleled thrust. The engines ignited, and the 4 fighter jets advanced rapidly along the route planned by the heads-up display system. The pirates cursed the moment they saw the fighter planes. Damn it. Why did the exploration ship launch a military aircraft, and a heavy fighter at that? 4 fighter planes and 8 light machine guns are enough to match the firepower of 2 regular frigates. The pirate fleet's formation has changed, and all ship models have been confirmed. Li Shu quickly reported through the optical observation post. 2 Hound-class armed merchant ships, 2 Vermin-class light frigates, and 1 Cerberus-class armed merchant ship. Hound. Vermin, pirate modification, class. Cerberus, pirate modification. When Li Bin heard the data, he almost laughed out loud. That's it. The Cerberus class is a standard frigate-class armed ship, and the Hound class can be said to be the son of the Cerberus. Not only does it only have 1 small live ammunition and 1 medium live ammunition in its weapon position, its speed is also very slow, and its shield is only on the front. As for the Pest class, it is a special frigate designed by pirates. From its positioning, it can be seen that it pursues high speed, but the armor is weak and the hull is loose. The level of the pirates' designers is not high. This is a ship that needs to rely on numbers to win. The most desperate thing is that the battery pack of this ship is not excellent, but it is whimsically equipped with a small energy weapon slot, which means that an energy weapon must be installed in its only 2 weapon slots. Before the fight even started, its battery pack was already smoking in the void. Come to think of it, a giant company is like a sovereign state, and the hyperspace under its rule is like the near sea. Even the arrogant pirates of the Age of Discovery would not wander around the near seas of maritime powers like Spain and England. Only pirates who are small enough, inconspicuous enough, poor enough, and extremely vicious would do a job that is not worth the effort in such a place. Fill the cargo hold with foam protective agent to prevent enemy ships from boarding the cargo hold. Li Bin commanded calmly, "It's not scary to board a pirate, but it's scary that the pirates may destroy or rob your belongings. These are all my hard-earned money. If you dare to touch them, I will fight you to death." As we all know, the industrial countries on Earth in the late 20th century have gradually added automation capabilities to their air defense firepower. The most famous of these is the close-range anti-missile naval gun called Phalanx, which is equipped with radar, electric-driven steering turrets, etc. This means that even if it is a gunpowder-activated bullet, the firepower scale of a ship can be evaluated based on the weapon positions reserved on the hull when it is still a design drawing. Today, the same situation is happening in every corner of the Perseus star field. The missile launch slot cannot be equipped with an electromagnetic gun, the torpedo slot cannot be equipped with energy weapons, and the energy weapon slot cannot support live ammunition weapons that make a lot of noise and movement due to its complex design structure. Unless the designer has designed a sophisticated and expensive universal weapon position early on, or a modification expert has dismantled the weapon positions of other ships and installed them on. So when Li Bin discovered that there were 2 Pest-class light frigates using energy weapons in the pirate fleet, it was hard for him not to laugh out loud. Has the optical observation post identified the type of energy weapon? Li Shu shook her head. There is too much garbage blocking the surface of the enemy pirate ship, so it is not clear. So Li Bin steadily advanced the front line while commanding the broadsword squadron to fire tentatively at the pirate's fastest and most forward Pest-class light frigate. 8 60mm caliber woven barrages hit the Pest-class light frigate at the front of the row. The Corsair shot out a laser, and the straight line brushed the wing of a broadsword and disappeared into the vast space. The person in charge of the aircraft carrier's deck immediately asked the pilot to report the damage and upload the data to the bridge. Li Bin looked at the speed, accuracy, and damage of the energy weapons given by the Sky Battle system, and compared them with the data in his mind, and immediately said excitedly, "It's the PD laser cannon. An air defense weapon with high accuracy and low range that targets missiles and fighter planes. The main goal of the PD laser cannon is to destroy missiles, and it also has a good suppressive power against light fighters, but unfortunately, the one that took off was a heavy fighter. Broadsword Squadron focuses its fire on the Vermin class in the lead. Don't seek to destroy the target, but to increase the waste heat of its battery pack to a dangerous temperature. Force them to either discharge radiation or overload. A weak pirate battery pack, an energy weapon, and defensive shield requirements." Li Bin seemed to be able to hear the crackling sound of the damaged skin in the battery compartment under the high temperature. At the same time, the captains of Cat 1 and Cat 2 started the maneuvering thrusters almost at the same time. As soon as the chief engineer received the order, he increased the liquid oxygen injection rate and pushed in the special combustion aid. The steady and regular hum of the frigate's engine was mixed with intermittent boom noises. The Cat ships are all Hyma-class armed gunboats. The modification designers replaced their engines, added a few additional fuel tanks in the limited space, and modified the fuel pipelines to connect the fuel to each steering booster, thereby achieving a sharp increase in the speed and maneuverability of the spacecraft in an emergency. The color of the engine's tail flame began to fade, and the military frigate was like a racehorse injected with stimulants, performing far beyond its usual level and rapidly approaching the front target. The pirates did not expect that Li Bin, who was ambushed, would dare to actively fight back. Another medium-sized weapon of the Vermin class was activated. A bright yellow one with a strange sheen brushed past a broadsword fighter and headed towards Kitten 2. The shell was coming at a very high speed, but the two ships were far enough apart that Kitten 2 turned calmly and took the shell with its side armor. Report from Cat Number 2. According to the data from the detector, there is obvious radiation at the site of the bullet. Cat Number 2's captain quickly collected data and feedback, and Li Bin also quickly came to a conclusion. It's a high-speed striker, a kinetic live ammunition weapon. It doesn't fire ordinary alloy shells, but hard uranium alloy. It relies on kinetic energy and radiation to deal with shields. Be careful not to raise the shield when facing the Vermin class. Second Officer Wahab quickly marked the enemy ship information on the Sky Battle System, and Li Bin continued to command. Cat 1 and Cat 2 have been equipped with additional turret armor and reinforced wall compartments. Push forward and wait for the broadsword squadron to increase the radiation energy of the enemy ship. Then you can fire all your missiles to overload it. Receive. Li Bin's combat ships are not as many as the pirates, but their quality is far superior. What Li Bin wants is to take the initiative and take advantage of the pirates' failure to react, forming a local situation of outnumbering the pirates and using the quality of the ships to bully them. The pirate commander noticed Li Bin's intention when the speed of Cat 1 and Cat 2 increased sharply. After all, this tactic was not excellent, but in an encounter, whichever commander could grasp more information would have more advantages. Li Bin identified the type of pirate ship at the first moment. He knew very well that whether it was the Hound class or the Cerberus class, their speed could not catch up with the Pest class, which sacrificed armor in exchange for high speed. When they start fighting, the three-legged cat will arrive at the battlefield immediately. In other words, at this moment, Li Bin, who took the speed difference into account, seized the pirates' lost opportunity. The damage to Broadsword 4 has reached a dangerous level. We are returning to the port. The deck accessories are in place. Broadsword 3 out of ammo. The enemy's frontline Pest class begins to slow down. The enemy's rear row Vermin level change, of course, it's going to go around from above to take over the target. The channel was filled with reports, from the carrier deck, Kittens 1 and 2, the navigator's summary from the optical observation post, and the Sky Battle System's response. Countless pieces of information were intertwined, alarms and labels were being updated every minute and every second. The second mate's face turned red, and smoke began to come out of his head due to sweating and rising temperatures. Suddenly Li Shu raised her head and said in a surprised tone, "The radiation parameters of the target ship are abnormal, and they can no longer suppress the radiation energy." Li Bin made a prompt decision. Broadsword Squadron, stop suppressing the shield and go to contain the replacement Pest class. Cat 1, Cat 2, start the attack. Ignore the enemy ships that are changing their course, and focus your fire on the ship in front. As soon as the order was given, the remaining number 1 and number 2 members of the broadsword formation went around the frontal shield of the Vermin class, one on the left and one on the right, and began to try to steal its ass. At the same time, Kitten number 1 aimed at the shield and fired all bullets. The 4 shortbow automatic cannons fired heavy bullets at a slow rate of fire. Kitten number 1 trembled violently under the recoil of the cannon fire and its speed dropped sharply. At the same time, 3 seconds later, 4 flashes of light exploded from the target ship's shield. The enemy ship, which did not have sufficient armor and did not dare to withstand the firepower, emitted a series of electric sparks and its engine shivered and stalled. Paralyze the enemy ship and fire all missiles. Captain Cat number 2 seized the opportunity to give the order, the same vibration and the same deceleration. The difference was that this time the shell hit the armor, and the warhead penetrated the thin armor. The shell, which was as big as an adult, crashed into the whole structure with terrifying kinetic energy. Then the shell exploded, and the metal expanded and burst like corn in an oil pan, spitting out burnt yellow flames, and the twisted keel flew out in a spiral, indicating that the ship had completely lost the possibility of being saved. It's damn unlucky. The boat is so fragile that it catches fire easily. We can't get any spoils and we even lost several boxes of ammunition. Li Bin spat and immediately commanded the fleet to encircle and destroy another pest-class ship. The same routine, the same moves. The broadsword squadron was missing 2 fighters, but at the same time it had 2 Hima-class armed gunboats. The task of overloading the shield was given to the frigates, while the fighters focused on flanking and tearing at the enemy ships like cookie-cutter sharks. By the time the other pirate ships joined the battle, the Vermin-class ship was already riddled with holes, its engine hit repeatedly by light machine guns, and its tail flame flickered like a dying firefly. It had already lost its kinetic energy, and before the damage control team risked their lives to enter space for repairs, it had become a high-level paraplegic. At the same time, Li Bin commanded the engaged troops to retreat and reunite with the flagship that was on its way. The pirates were eager for revenge, but found that the enemy had already run away. The difference in command became apparent as they pulled and tugged. Li Bin even suspected that the commander of the other fleet might have a bad habit of taking drugs and had lost his mind due to anger and drugs. Supporting his arm, Li Bin calmly deduced that the battle situation was now in his favor, and he would not lose whether the pirates fought or retreated. The pirates want to fight, that is, 3 against 3 with a balanced number, but their side has a quality advantage. If the pirates wanted to run away, Li Bin would chase them for a while, use carrier-based aircraft and frigates to force them to abandon their cargo to reduce the mass of the spacecraft and increase its speed, then eat up the things dropped by the pirates, and turn back to calmly slaughter the other spacecraft whose engine had been shut down. There are many similarities between the battles between spaceships and the battles between ships. First of all, the ships under our feet are precious footholds for humans on the battlefield. Secondly, there is actually very little time for artillery bombing and fighter plane fighting. Most of the time is spent on searching for the enemy, occupying advantageous positions, and chasing each other. It actually took only 3 hours from the time Li Bin sent out the fighter jets to the time the entire pirate fleet arrived at the firefight point. During this period, there was only about an hour of firefighting, and the rest of the time they were either on the road or retreating. Waiting is like a dripping torture, time is like a drop of water, hitting the fleet commander's brain regularly and irreversibly, torturing his sensitive nerves. Patience is the invisible backing of fleet command, which requires experience, talent and luck to shape. Li Bin is very lucky. Now that he has a small fortune, he can experience the first-person perspective of fleet command by purchasing a war course. His gift of photographic memory allows him to incorporate into his own command, through recall and practice, the little tricks and arrangements that the commanders in the course did not notice but were actually honed through countless actual combat. Kittens No. 1 and No. 2 played a diversionary role, while the broadsword squadron, which had replaced its parts and returned to the field, kept trying to harass the pirate ship from behind and persistently attacked the pirate ship's engine. Whenever the pirate ships were unable to bear the harassment and tried to turn their weapons to destroy the fighter planes, the three-legged cat, which possessed the strongest firepower in the fleet, would step forward, with 3 shipborne light machine guns and 2 torpedo launchers, suppressing the pirates so much that they could not raise their heads. Second mate Wahab's spirit also recovered. He also realized that the pirates on the opposite side were fighting more and more disorganized. Their manic emotions were clearly revealed through the aggressive spacecraft trajectory, torn armor fragments and flickering shields. But the sledgehammer torpedo was specially designed to blast asteroids. In terms of damage alone, one torpedo could even blast the armor of a cruiser. Even if it hit the shield, it could push the waste heat of the destroyer's battery pack from 0 to a dangerous threshold. But there is no ship in the pirate fleet that has a torpedo weapon position. They are pirates who want to make a fortune by robbing. They are small in scale and have no qualifications to develop their own power in any pirate base or orbital station. They are the weakest of the pirates. According to their original idea, if the prey can be eaten directly, using torpedoes will carry the risk of destroying the ship and the cargo, and then getting nothing. If the prey needs to use torpedoes, why not use another one? The pirate leader had never expected that the battle, which could have been considered evenly matched, would be exploited because his fleet was pieced together and the speed difference was too great. Being in a disadvantageous position, he could not accept his failure. If he just left like that, he would lose 2 boats and would most likely be betrayed by his men. Only famous pirates have a chance to make a comeback. Their success stories are enough to convince their subordinates to fight them again, but he himself. Between being killed by retreating subordinates, praying that his men are loyal lackeys, and risking his life, the pirate leader actually has only one choice. The enemy ship's orbit has changed, and Kitten No. 1 is under fire suppression. In the sky battle system, the pirate ship concentrated its fire on the radiation energy of the three-legged cat, and its shield emitted a dangerous flash. After forcing it back, it rushed towards the three-legged cat with great momentum. The flagship is sinking. This madman is coming towards me. Li Bin pushed the rudder forward suddenly, and the bow booster of the three-legged cat sprayed rapidly, and the bow slowly moved downward. After all, it is a big guy of more than 300 meters. The speed of the three-legged cat is not as fast as the frigate. Li Bin steered the ship while continuing to command the fleet to bombard the crazy pirates. The broadsword squadron was also anxious. The three-legged cat had the only deck in the fleet. If the flagship was destroyed, these pilots could only try to jump onto the frigate in space suits. The fighter jets were frantically pouring firepower and sweeping towards the pirate ship's engine. Li Bin repeatedly changed his trajectory, but there were 3 enemy ships, which blocked his way of changing direction, and a collision was inevitable. The pirate leader's idea was very simple. He knew very well that his ships were of insufficient quality, so he simply gave up the competition and went all in to exchange homes, sending his entire fleet forward, using 2 Hound-class frigates to attract firepower, and driving his flagship to board the ship. Li Bin ordered the three-legged cat to continue sinking. One of the pirates' Hound-class engines was hit by a shell. First the engine stalled, and then the shell exploded and ignited the liquid oxygen in the pipeline. The liquid oxygen expanded rapidly under the high temperature and burst the pipeline. The high concentration of oxygen was also ignited by the explosion flame, and then ignited the fuel pipeline, causing a secondary explosion. The captain of the other Beagle-class ship, seeing that it had lost a ship before boarding was successful, was quick-witted and immediately fired at his own flagship's engine, then pulled away from the battlefield, staggered and changed course to escape. Li Bin's fleet was eager to destroy the last Cerberus-class ship that was rushing towards the flagship. Seeing that the fleeing pirate ship was also assisting, the pirate flagship could not increase its speed without thrusters, so they ignored it and just attacked the Cerberus class. The Cerberus class charged forward recklessly, dragging its tail with its armor blown off by the concentrated fire, exposing its fragile hull structure. At this time, Li Bin looked at the battle system and grinned. "I have been prepared for your desperate behavior. Third officer, activate the bubble protection." Li Changjin, who was guarding the cargo hold, pulled the valve with all his heart, and several compression tanks in the center of the cargo hold spit out gray foam. The foam expanded and hardened rapidly when it met the air, and filled the entire cargo hold in just over 10 seconds. This was originally the stuff used by damage control to urgently seal cabin holes. Metal powder is mixed into the expanding foam, and after hardening, the fluffy structure of the foam can provide excellent impact protection. Although this foam does not last long, it is enough to cope with the current situation. Raise the shield. Following Li Bin's order, the shipborne shield generator was activated, and the pirate flagship with it smoking but crashed into the shield. From a distance, the 2 ships did not seem to be in contact, but the three-legged cat was flying parallel to the pirate ship. This was because the shield force field could not completely absorb the impact of the hundreds of meters-long destroyer. The excess kinetic energy was transmitted to the flagship along the force field, and the three-legged cat was forced to move under the abundant kinetic energy. Li Bin stared at the shield. The outside of the shield was metal that was crushed by passive energy. There were glass shards and dark red mixed in the metal gaps at the enemy ship's bridge. Those were the debris of pirates who did not have time to escape from the bridge. Explosions occurred one after another. Flames drifted along the cracked hull structure and the trajectory of air leaks. The shields were filled with flashing spots of light. The damage control shouted in the channel, "The battery pack is too old and can't output at full capacity. There is too much waste heat." In another round of explosions on the pirate ship, the entire Cerberus-class armed merchant ship broke into 2 pieces, and the shield was completely overloaded and stopped. The fuel tank was damaged, leaving a long amber ribbon in space with liquid oxygen mixed in it. The flame followed the oxygen and ignited the fuel, causing a brilliant sea of fire to rise above the bridge. Thanks to the heavy armor modification of the new Mugos, the three-legged cat, an old ship that has been in service for more than 200 years, survived the explosion with only external armor damage. The second mate held onto his seatbelt tightly, looking around in a daze. Can you hold on? A feeling of surviving a disaster lingers in everyone's heart. But Li Shu suddenly said, "Someone is speaking on the public channel. Ha ha ha, I'm still alive, I'm still alive. I, the eight-armed snitch, am immortal. I'm going to be the pirate king. I won't die." The hysterical screams, the joy of survival, the stimulation of drugs, and the tone of madness. 3 escape pods with melted metal on their surfaces rushed out of the sea of fire, pulling out 3 ribbons of flames. Under the gaze of everyone, they crashed into the 3-legged cat with unswerving determination. Pirates boarding the ship. Li Bin smashed the button and sounded the alarm. The alarm of pirates boarding the ship rang throughout the ship. The impatient footsteps made a clanging sound as the magnetic boots collided with the metal gangways. The sound of air guns was getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere on the bridge became heavy for a moment. The pirates' boarding location was very close to the bridge. It would be more accurate to say that they had been heading for the bridge from the very beginning, but were blown off course by the explosion and are now trying to return to the correct direction. Tear down the chairs, quick. Over there, get the welding gun from the maintenance room. Set up the shelter in the aisle. Li Bin calmly directed the crew to organize the defense. These crazy lunatics were so lucky to have their lives saved by the lifeboat, but they were still not satisfied and even tried to seize the ship with a dozen people. Li Shu and other crew members who had not received weapons training were arranged to hide in the projection. The huge projection of the Sky Dome battle system could conceal their figures, while the rest of the crew members used the shelters made of chairs and other sundries. Second mate Wahab nervously held his gun, quietly poked his head out to observe, muttering, "It would be great if the bosun was here on the Fat Orange." On the other side, Li Bin kicked the second mate down. "Stop talking nonsense, the people are coming." The air gun bullet grazed the second mate's helmet and hit the metal chair, then bounced back and forth twice in the cabin and lost its kinetic energy. The deformed metal bullet floated quietly in the cabin. An arrogant and crazy voice suddenly sounded. "In the name of the Pirate King, the eight-armed snitch, this ship belongs to me. I command you to surrender." Li Bin stuck to the cover and taunted, "Who is the eight-armed flying thief? I've never heard of him, but the Barbie doll sounds very familiar. How about this, you put down your weapons, and I'll have someone make a skirt for each of you to bury with you." There was silence for a moment in the cabin corridor, and then a series of ghostly howls broke out. A group of pirates in combat uniforms, with blood on their bodies, bloodshot eyes under their helmets, and some with traces of clotted blood in their nostrils, rushed out howling. They rushed forward and shot at the same time. Some of them simply lifted up their helmets and stabbed their necks with powder needles. After the stab, their eyes trembled and they pounced on us like mad dogs. "Fire!" Li Bin immediately gave the order, and more than a dozen crew members pulled the trigger and fired a rain of metal bullets. In the mess hall for ordinary crew members of the 3-legged cat, Li Changjin raised his bulletproof shield, with a space-operated thruster tied around his waist, and crashed into the pirates' defense line like a chariot. The armed sailors followed closely behind him, taking advantage of the opportunity when the pirates' concentrated fire caused a loophole in the defense firepower network and swarmed forward. Space combat suits can resist air gun bullets, but when the muzzle is against the helmet and fired continuously, the dense kinetic energy can still cause huge damage. Soon, the pirates' brains were shaken by the kinetic energy of the bullets, as if they were stuffed with pop candies. "Vulcan!" Li Changjin roared. The engineering team leader Vulcan rushed over with his men, tore off the pirates' combat uniforms with hydraulic pliers, and then smashed the pirates' fingers. After waking up these bastards roughly, he began to interrogate the whereabouts of other pirates. After a while, Vulcan said anxiously, "Third mate. There are 5 people in each lifeboat, 15 in total, and they want to seize the ship." "It's broken, brother." When Li Changjin heard about the ship seizure, the first thing he thought of was not the safety of the ship, but his brothers and sisters on the bridge. The bridge is the command center and should be heavily guarded in theory, but the Sanjiameo is only a destroyer and does not have enough space to accommodate enough armed sailors after accommodating the technical crew. According to the combat plan, the bridge should be guarding and waiting for support at this time. It doesn't matter if the boat is destroyed, there are many ways to make money, but my brothers and sisters must not be in trouble. Good days are coming. Li Changjin's eyes were red with anger. He pulled out his gun and fired, killing the pirate. Blood was splattering everywhere. At this moment, Li Changjin's temperament was terribly evil. He looked at Vulcan with a ferocious face and said, "I will go to the nearest bridge entrance for support immediately. You take your men to the other side. If you let anyone escape, I will kill you." Vulcan said, "As a matter of course, you don't have to do it. If I let the pirates escape, I will kill myself first." Li Changjin picked up his shield without saying a word and called on the armed sailors to follow. Vulcan also dropped the hydraulic pliers and led his men to the other side. When passing by the crew dormitory, Li Changjin suddenly stopped. After identifying it for a while, he kicked open a door and went in. 10 seconds later, he came out with a live ammunition weapon specially used for land combat. "This was something I bought in Old Mugos. It was the bosun's collection and was not allowed to be used on board." Li Changjin spat and continued to charge with the gun in hand. The situation on the bridge was not very good at this time. The crew members were wearing ordinary space suits, which only had self-circulation and sealing functions to ensure that the crew had half an hour of survival time after falling into space. Combat uniforms are bulky and inconvenient for operating precision instruments, so only Marines and armed sailors wear them in wartime. As the pirates took drugs, they were stimulated by them to charge fearlessly. The defense was forced to move back and the isle could not be defended. Now the front line has shrunk to the bridge hatch. If they retreat further, it will be impossible to defend it. Turn off the power to the hatch and manually close half of it to serve as a shelter. After receiving the order, the second mate crawled back to the command console and cut off the power supply. With the hatch half closed, the number of stray bullets hitting the bridge suddenly decreased a lot. Li Bin's forehead was covered in sweat, but he couldn't wipe it off because he was wearing a helmet. He could only frown and blink continuously to prevent the sweat from dripping into his eyes. Some crew members were already injured. Apart from the one who was unlucky enough to have his helmet shattered by a ricocheting stray bullet, leaving his face covered with debris, the other two had their hands injured by pirates who bit through their spacesuits while they were trying to subdue a mad pirate who had pounced on them. That madman actually pulled out all his teeth and replaced them with titanium alloy ones. Those alloy teeth are more fierce than a dog's mouth. The second mate cut off the power to the hatch, then huddled next to Li Bin, panting and saying, "Captain, I just checked the surveillance, and there's no one in the other aisle. You and the technical crew should retreat from that aisle. Be careful not to be discovered." "No." Li Bin rejected it. "There is no reason in the world for a captain to run away first. You take Li Shu and the others to that hatch. I will try to distract them with a wave of attacks. You take the opportunity to lead them away." Wahab was startled when he heard this, then shook his head. "No, I won't leave unless the captain leaves. You can ask someone else to do this. I'm the second mate, and since the first mate is away, I have to assist the captain." Li Bin saw a hint of determination in the panicked expression of the second mate. He turned around and found that although the other crew members were nervous and panicked, their eyes were firm. Even the wounded had their wounds bandaged and were leaning against the bunkers with guns. No one had the intention of leaving. The success of the past year and Li Bin's high treatment and sincere management have finally won everyone's recognition. Everyone knows what the various companies in the Perseus star field are like. Everyone sees Li Bin's efforts. The new recruits from Elphii are not only taught skills but also paid. The crew members recruited from other planets are paid every penny, and the food is sufficient, and there is also finished food every day. In addition, except for not allowing drug use and religion, the captain does not have any strange rules. Overtime is also subsidized, and performance is promised at the end of the year. No one wants to see such a generous and good captain fail. In this world, people are scrambling for a job, and a good company and a good boss are priceless. Li Bin was deeply moved and was about to say something to encourage everyone. The terminal on his wrist started beeping. Li Bin looked down and immediately shouted, "Everyone get down. Get on the ground." At the same time, behind the pirates, 3 armed sailors were thrown out from the corner with great force. They crashed into the gangway and raised their shields to form a cover. Li Changjin gritted his teeth, smashed the machine gun on the shield, and shouted, "Be careful, bro." After saying that, a metal storm composed of full-power bullets poured out. The pirates above didn't pay attention to what was behind them at all, and were caught off guard and shot in the back. The combat uniforms could block the air guns but not the full-power bullets. Blood splattered behind the pirates, and someone's oxygen cylinder was broken. The expanding gas tore through the damaged metal tank, and the air exploded, shattering the pirate's internal organs. The 8-armed thief was worthy of being the pirate leader. He was quick-witted and pulled his subordinate over to block in front of him. He himself dodged to another aisle and smashed the operator with one punch. The hatch was blocked with an error message. His body was covered with blood from his men who were torn apart by full-power bullets, and his arms were pierced by bullets and blood was gushing out, but he just licked the corner of his bitten mouth and laughed. "I'm not dead. I won't die. I, the 8-armed snitch, will not die." The drugs made him feel hot all over and wanted to vent his violence, but his remaining rationality told him that he had failed in his attempt to seize the ship. But it doesn't matter, he can hide. There are no way to know how many pirates have come. He can hide in the cargo hold, in the freezer, or in the maintenance pipe. As long as the ship docks, he can escape secretly. There must be reptiles and rats on such a big ship. He can eat these to survive. Even if he has to eat shit and drink urine, he will survive. Then make a comeback. He laughed strangely with a crazy look in his eyes, opened the hatch on the other side of the tunnel, and walked towards a suitable hiding place. After taking 2 steps, he bumped into the engineering team led by Vulcan, who were holding shields and carrying hydraulic pliers and impact drills. A fully armed drug addict and a group of strong and well-protected heavy men met unexpectedly in the narrow cabin corridor. Vulcan turned on the thrusters, and the gas tank flew out of his hand with a hiss, hitting the bloody pirate in front of him directly in the stomach. The pirate vomited the food in his stomach, and his mask covered his face so that he could not see the road. He could only pull the trigger and shoot randomly. With the bulletproof shield in place, Vulcan took over the hydraulic pliers from his men and started working left and right, skillfully using his experience in cutting steel to crush the pirate's limbs. Vulcan picked up the pirate, brought him into the bridge, and after confirming that the captain had no intention of interrogating him, he simply broke his neck. The pirate, nicknamed the 8-armed snitch, who always believed that he would not die, died without even leaving his name. His body was thrown into the hyperspace and swallowed by the hyperspace storm. A few minutes later, it was confirmed that all 15 pirates who had boarded the ship were either dead or captured, and the alarm was lifted. The engineering team will immediately go to the mess hall and distribute food supplies according to the standards of senior crew members. According to the captain's instructions, the ship will not be dismantled. Board the ship and kill all the pirates, then tow them away. We are in a hurry. Second mate Wahab had lost his previous panic and was commanding on the bridge with high spirits. The captain was now comforting the wounded on the ship. The pirates boarded the ship with great momentum, but in the final analysis, they were just trapped beasts fighting desperately. Apart from destroying some equipment, no one was killed. It can be said to be a close call. Only the 2 people who were bitten needed to be tested. No one knew whether these pirates were carrying any viruses. Of course, the disinfection of the cabins is being prepared, and the pirates' blood may also carry the virus. As for the maintenance of the cabins, we can only wait until we dock. However, the 3-legged cat has been renovated with reinforced bulkheads. Except for the cabins with fierce fighting, which need to be directly sealed, other areas should not be affected. Wahab rubbed his hands together. He looked at the damage control in the bridge who were methodically repairing the projection equipment, and noticed that the first mate was missing. The first mate is really very determined. He didn't even come out to check on such a big thing as boarding. No wonder he can be the first mate. I still need to learn more. The second mate recalled how he had been so often at a loss before, and he couldn't help feeling ashamed. At this time, Jeffrey, who was known as the man with great concentration by Wahab, was floating in the toilet with his hands on his head. He cried silently, feeling extremely aggrieved. There was not even a railing in the toilet. When the spaceship was hit, others were able to use magnetic boots to stabilize their bodies, but he, a patient lying in bed, naturally did not wear boots and was knocked all over the place. He also heard the alarm of pirates boarding and wanted to kill the enemy, but the humiliation under his crotch made him unable to move. Even the air gun was placed in the cabinet, and he was now completely helpless. His life and death were in the hands of others, and he could only hide in the toilet and wait for death. This was the first time in his life that he felt so wronged. Wow, 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 you beast, you damn beast.